Folks, there was a phone found in the women's bathroom, and I'm holding it up here. I'm going to put it on the counter behind our table here. Okay, kiddos, if you have not signed in, y'all come on up. Okay, kiddos, is everybody signed in? Okay. Folks, we're going to start the opening presentation in about 2 minutes. So if you need to do anything between now and then, go ahead and do that.
Oh, you did? Can you hear me well?
Lindsay, stay right there. Well, good morning. Welcome to my absolute favorite day of the year. And the reason that it's my absolute favorite day of the year is because this room is now filled with all of my favorite people. And I am so proud of each one of you. I want to tell you how much we look forward to this day every year. This is the day where you get to come and practice your communication skills. It is my firm belief that there's a common trait that runs through all successful people, regardless of industry, regardless of job, whatever they do, and that is the ability to communicate. And that's what we're giving you the opportunity to do today. And I would like to start by talking to God about you. So if you would, join me in prayer. Lord, I just thank you for these kids, and I give you this day, Lord. I give you this day, and I welcome you into this room with us. I pray that you would just reach down and comfort each one of them, Lord. Give them the peace and the confidence that can only come through you. Lord, they have done their job, and I ask that you meet them halfway as you promised us that you will. If we'll just meet you halfway, Lord. So thank you for being here with us today. Thank you for all of the hours and all of the time that these parents, that these ag teachers, that these county agents, that all of the people in these study groups have poured into these kids, Lord. And I thank you for the quality and the caliber of the kids that we're raising. We're not raising animals, Lord. We're raising your kids, and it is the biggest and most important obligation that we as parents have. Lord, we thank you for being here with us today, and I ask that you bless each one of these competitors. Let them know that we're all pulling for them. Every one of us in this room is pulling for them when they stand up here and grab this microphone. We give you all the honor and the glory and the praise for this day, Lord. It's in your name. Amen. Amen. Okay, let me do a few quick introductions. I would like to start with Dr. Molly McAdams, who is one of our speech judges. Dr. McAdams, is this year 4 or 5 at least in a row that she has come? It's okay though. She doesn't have much to do. She's the Executive Vice President of the Texas Beef Council. Her title might seem to indicate that there's somebody above her that she reports to. That wouldn't be the case. She is the boss at the Texas Beef Council. And she has raised kids in this program as well. She's been a mom in this room before. And now she is one of our speech judges. Dr. McAdams, would you greet us this morning?
I will. I'm going to greet you all as a mom because this morning on my phone, a picture of my son from this same time, gosh, I don't know when, it would have been like 2018, showed up. So you know how your memories show up on your phone, and a picture of John Cole showed up, 13, 14 years old. So I'm going to tell you the same thing that I would tell him. And that is, and I'm going to ask you to repeat it, all the kids in here, you're going to manifest this. Because I would look him in the eye and I'd say, you're ready. You're ready. You're ready. Tell me, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Are you ready? There you go. There you go. You are ready. Every one of you, y'all are ready today. This also is one of my favorite days of the year. And as you think about what your day is going to look like, you remember that. You're prepared and you're ready. Tell yourself that right before you get up here. We'll do our best to give you great feedback. And all of us will. You're ready. Thanks, Tracy.
Okay, next, head of ranch security is what I like to call him. Mr. Colin Woodall is the Chief Executive Officer of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. Let me tell you how important you guys are to him. He was just here for a little meeting that he had with 8,500 people that joined him for the National Cattlemen's Beef Association at the annual convention here in San Antonio just 2 weeks ago. He spent a year getting ready for that convention, was just here, and now he is back for you in this room, as he has done so many times before. Mr. Woodall, thank you so much.
It's always an honor to be here.
I just want to echo what Molly said. You are ready and you are going to impress everybody in this room today. Nobody knows your topic better than you. You have done the work, you've done the research, you are ready to go. And I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of topics you came up with. Because there's so much in the industry today that I know probably every single one of you is going to be doing something just a little bit different. Take that deep breath and remember, we're not going to eat you, okay? You're going to be just fine. But I do want to reiterate something that Mr. Blair said a little bit earlier. This thing right here, it can be your best friend or it can be your worst enemy. There's been a lot of great speeches up here that we didn't even hear because the microphone wasn't up to your mouth. So use this as the tool that it is to help you be successful, and good luck today.
Thank you, Colin. Jay?
Good morning, everyone. Just to explain for you, those of you that are new here, and those of you who've seen it before, why you stand in front of the boxer. Okay, is that better? Yeah. Okay, start over here. Good morning, everyone. Just to explain what's happening up here, while you guys are standing in front, giving your speeches, flowing effortlessly through them. We're going to bring your steers in the ring and judge them for yield grade and quality grade on the hook. And to do that here, we have two judges that have spent a lifetime in the practice of studying and teaching that very topic. To my immediate right, Dr. Ryan Rathman and Dr. Mark Miller. They've asked me always in the past not to give a long, extended introduction for them. But I implore all of you to meet these gentlemen. They're both blessed by God with an extraordinary amount of knowledge, and they're more than willing to pass it along. So if not in between one of these breaks, after the show, next week, next year, meet these gentlemen. It will do you all good. With that, I'm going to take it back.
Okay, we've got cattle ready to go. It is my honor to introduce to you the very first exhibitor this year, Mr. Luke Gola.
Howdy, my name is Luke Gola. Welcome to Centennial Duck Show and Radio. Today we celebrate beef. I love beef because it makes me strong. I play football and need muscles. I eat hamburger and steaks to grow strong muscles. I love the rodeo. My favorite is the Bucket Bulls Riders. We need bulls to have rodeos. I love muscle steers because I too raise these two red Angus steers. I fed them corn, hay, and water. I mix feed for them with my brother and sisters. These two steers have been fed to give us meat, just as steak are blessed to living in a country where we can raise our own food and eat it. Please stand with me. We keep up the best I shall, and throughout I say allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States to America, till Papa states one nation under God, indivisible, truly not is for all. Thank you. Now let's give thanks for just other and for all. Of stairs today, please stand and lift your hands. Our Father, you are in heaven, hallowed be thy name, and thy be become, be done on earth as be heaven. Give us daily bread, and give us trespasses, as we give those that give us, for lead us not to temptation, and give us from evil. Amen.
How about that? What a way to get started. Woohoo! Thank you, Luke. Mr. Kelly, would you like to go now? You're up. Mr. Zane Kelly from Comal County 4-H.
Check out these two Black Angus steers. They're in the ring behind me. I don't know about you, but that looks like some high quality, well finished beef to me. Good morning and welcome. My name is Zane Kelly, and I have brought you these two steers from right up the road in Comal County. These steers have been grain finished for the past 153 days, weighing in at a total of 2,555 pounds. They consumed a ration of wholesale corn and 80 in beef trade. Finishing these steers on grain allowed them each to achieve an average daily gain of almost 4 pounds per day. Let's talk about finishing beef. While most of us in the room believe that grain-finished beef is better than grass-fed, this debate has been going on for years. So what's the best way to finish beef? Well, we've all seen the labels in the grocery store showing beef is natural or grass-fed. But what does that label actually mean? Don't all cattle eat grass? They do. Truth is, all cattle spend the majority of their lives eating grass. But beef can be finished in a variety of ways, giving the consumer the choice when purchasing beef at the grocery store. Grass-fed cattle are finished on pasture grasses, hay, and other plants throughout their lives. Some benefits of grass-fed beef include lower calories, lower saturated fat, and higher amounts of vitamins A and E. Grass-fed beef is more expensive for the consumer and also takes longer to finish, creating a larger carbon footprint when compared to grain-finished beef. All of our steers today are considered grain-finished beef. Grain-finished beef spends the majority of its life eating grass, but around 9 to 11 months of age, the calf enters the feedlot where it spends another 4 to 6 months eating a diet of grain. Some benefits of grain-finished beef is a lower price for the consumer. As a beef producer, I hope consumers try both types of beef and pick their favorite. The debate between grain-finished and grass-fed beef is no different than debating on how to cook your steak. One person might like it well done, while I prefer mine cooked medium rare. So let's settle this debate and agree on one thing. Beef is what's for dinner.
Zane, good morning to you. How are you, brother?
Good.
Good. You did a great job. Hey, you were talking about, you started off saying, I'm going to, one of the first words you said was bragging on the cattle and said, man, they're good finished. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes, sir.
All right, I want you to tell the audience what you mean more specifically by good finish. So when you're feeding your cattle and you're fattening them, what is your goal from a finish standpoint? Like, why do you want to get them fat, and what would be your what's your objective? Think about carcass grades.
The ultimate goal is to get your steers in the prime graded.
Okay, very good. Explain what that means to go prime. What's that based upon? You can do it.
Marveling in the size of the ribeye.
That's excellent. You nailed it. Good job today. Proud of you.
Okay, have a way to start, folks. Let's go to Joe Corrales from Fayette County 4-H.
One day, I was at the bar, taming down my commercial steers. Then I stepped in a huge pile of, you guessed it, a cow patty. While I was scraping it off my shoes that I wasn't supposed to be wearing, I noticed there was a corn kernel. I thought to myself, what's that corn kernel so she digests in my steer's stomach for energy, growth, and putting on fat? Hi, my name is Joseph Morales, and I'm a 9-year-old beef in Texas for Fayette County 4-H. And this is my second year competing at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. And I'm so excited to tell you the journey of a corn kernel through the bovine digestive system. The beef cow digestive system is still one of the most fascinating and unique jobs on earth, smashing feed stuff into energy and ultimately delicious beef. Fellow contestants, please sit back and buckle your seatbelts because this roller coaster is going to take y'all guys to the feed bunk to the cow patty. The digestion process starts immediately with the mouth mechanically chewing its feed. Sometimes feed meals are start the process by cracking the kernel or steaming it and rolling it before it even gets to the mouth. As my steer starts to chew, that makes it important enzymes for the feed. These enzymes are found in the saliva and help break down the feed through chemical digestion. There are 4 compartments in the ruminant stomach that the corn kernel will take a ride through: the rumen, reticulum, omasum, and the abomasum. As my steers chew, the feed will go down the esophagus to the rumen. The rumen is the largest stomach compartment and where all the magic happens. They have millions of little tiny bugs called ruminant microbes. These bugs are found in the bacteria and known as bacteria, protozoa, and fungi. These little buggies need a healthy, balanced gut to stay alive at a pH of 5.8. These microferments break down and produce volatile fatty acids, known as VFAs. From the rumen, the corn kernel makes its way to reticulum, while undigested feed stuff gets sent back to the mouth for chewing. The other smaller digestion moves to the omasum. The main function of the omasum is water absorption. The last compartment is the abomasum. The abomasum is a true stomach. It prepares the broken down feed stuff for absorption in the intestines. Do you know that the bovine small intestines is only 150 feet long? Wow, that's half of a football field. In these small intestines, the romantic nutrients absorption takes place. Muscular interactions with remaining digestion to the large intestines. After this complex and complicated process, why, it is still corn in my steer's manure. Well, no there are several factors that contribute to that corn kernel not being completely digested. The data showed the corn kernel was too tough for the human to digest. Being was not properly cracked, steamed, or rolled. My students are not chewing correctly, or the human is not functioning correctly. Results in that running up on the ground. As the rain comes in, it might get a little stinky, and then splat! We went in a big pile of, you know what, thanks.
Joseph, that was an amazing breakdown of the digestive system of a cow, and you did a great job. And we know that there's always a debate between grass-fed and grain-fed, and in all of your breakdown of the rumen and all the stomachs of the cattle, are cattle equally as good at digesting grain as they are at digesting grass? Just take a guess.
Yes.
That's exactly right. You did a great job. I think that speech was very in-depth, and you deserve a big round of applause. Great job.
Okay, thank you, Joe. Let's go to Caden Johnson from Oldie FFA.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk about machines that transform cattle farming. In the past, cattle farming was a labor-intensive process, requiring a lot of manual work for farming, herding, and hill marring. However, machines have transformed the cattle industry from automated feeding systems. Hi, my name is Caden Johnson, and I'm excited to share how these technological advancements have transformed cattle farming. In the past, cattle farming was a labor-intensive process, requiring a lot of manual work for farming, herding, and hill marring. However, machines have profoundly transformed the cattle industry. Automated feeding systems ensure that the cattle get the right amount of food at the right times, optimizing growth and health. This reduces waste and allows farmers to manage larger herds with less effort. Wearable devices and sensors track vital signs like temperature and heart rate in real time, allowing timely interventions and improving herd health. Automated sorting and weighing systems streamline cattle processing, saving time and reducing stress on the animals. This leads to better meat quality and more efficient operations. Drones provide aerial views of pastures, and GPS collars track cattle movements, helping farmers track grazing patterns, prevent overgrazing, and keep pastures healthy and sustainable. Data analysis and machine learning provide insights into trends and patterns, helping farmers make informed decisions about breeding and selling cattle. These technologies allow farmers to get insights into breeding programs for better meat quality and disease resistance. In conclusion, the cattle industry is bright, driven by technology and farmer ingenuity. Thank you.
Kate, you gave a good discussion there. You're talking about cattle temperature there and monitoring that on a daily basis. Can you tell me what is the normal rectal temperature for cattle? And do you think it stays the same all 24 hours in the day, or do you think it goes up and down, and why?
I would say it's close to human, so 90-80. But I would say depending on the weather, so if it's super hot outside, it may go up to 100. If it's cold, it may go down by 98 to 97.
All right, thank you, sir. Great job today.
Let me introduce Marley Kasurik from Burleson County 4-H.
So I like to be on all the latest fashion trends, especially for my favorite color, pink. And I'm here today to tell you why I think pink should be the new brown. So in the past, they've said brown is a new pink, black is a new pink, and orange is a new pink. And now they're saying green and pink go good together. Hi, I'm Marley Kasurik from Burleson County 4-H. So hear me out. Brown goes with almost everything in your closet, and it's the color you want to cook your ground meat to. And from these two fine steer, the meat they have is pink, and you don't want to eat the pink meat because it'll get you and your family sick. And you want to cook your ground beef to 160 degrees, and you want to have a beef thermometer to measure how hot it is, so it'll kill E. coli germs rapidly. These two fine steers of mine are Red Angus steers. Thank you.
Marley, good job. You did a great job of finishing your steers. And from a yield rating standpoint, what would you think would be the best yield rate?
I would think high choice or like choice or high select.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marley. Let's go to Cy Weber from Slidell FFA.
My parents and I recently took a trip to Washington, D.C. We were typical tourists, took Capitol White House tours, visited all the monuments and memorials, and went to several Smithsonian museums. In the Smithsonian Natural History Museum, there was an exhibit that focused on the Earth's evolution and how human activities are affecting climate change. Several parts of the exhibit focused on agriculture and its negative effects on our planet. It felt like they were trying to place the majority blame on ag, and that just didn't seem right to me. Hi, my name is Cy Weber, and I'm a member of the Slidell Junior FFA. And I want to talk to you about the effects on agriculture and the effects on agriculture and climate change and what the industry is doing to reduce their impacts on our environment. According to many experts, humans primarily influence climate change by burning fossil fuels and emitting greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Fossil fuels commonly used by ag are diesel fuel to produce crops, natural gas used in fertilizer, and petroleum-based chemicals like pesticides and herbicides. According to a study by the EPA, in 2022, agriculture represents just under 10% of the total U.S. emissions, compared to other industries, with livestock production representing a little over 4% of the total. Some groups, like the Smithsonian, want us to believe that livestock contribute to over 14% of the greenhouse gas emissions. The EPA study also shows that ag emissions have dropped by nearly 2%, the largest decrease of any other industry. 2022 marked the lowest U.S. agriculture greenhouse emissions since 2012. How has the agriculture industry been able to decrease emissions? The simple answer is increasing productivity. For example, the U.S. produces 20% of the world's beef, with only 6% of the world's cattle. Since World War II, the U.S. has more than double the amount of beef produces per live animal. How is that possible? The industry has worked to produce larger carcasses through genetics and improved health practices to maintain a healthy herd. But the most important practice is grain-finished beef in feedlots. The majority of U.S. beef spend 3/4 of their lives grazing grass. They then move to the feedlot to be fed high-quality, protein-rich feed for 4 to 6 months. Grain finishing increases the amount of time between birth and slaughter. It significantly increases the amount of beef produced per animal. Cattle eat, feed, and produce emissions every day. Shortening the time to slaughter and increasing the amount of beef produced per animal means fewer environmental impacts and less total emissions. While I know that agriculture can contribute to climate change, I know our impact isn't near as bad as some would like us to believe. The ag industry has always strived to be good stewards of our land and have reduced emissions over the last 30 years. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Si, you did a great job on that talk, and I like the discussion around the environmental footprint of cattle and kind of what is the truth. So you talked a lot about emissions. Si, can you tell me what are the primary greenhouse gases that cattle release, and are there any difference amongst them in terms of their harmfulness as a greenhouse gas? So maybe let's go back to part one. So I don't want to overwhelm you. So what are the greenhouse gases specifically that would be released by a cow? Or what is maybe the, hey Si, nope, it's all good. Just stay with me. So what's one gas that all of us release?
Carbon dioxide from when we breathe out.
Okay, so what are we breathing out? What gas is that? Is it oxygen or carbon dioxide?
Carbon dioxide?
Yeah, that's right. I thought I was going to get in trouble there a second ago when I said, what gas do we all release? Didn't work that well. But you didn't take the bait. But what gas is are cattle releasing as a byproduct of their ruminal fermentation? So it's the primary gas start to the end that they release that they get blamed the most for. Not sure?
No, I'm not sure.
That's good. You gave a really nice technical talk, and I do applaud you, Si. You did a great job. It was methane that we were talking about. You did a great job. Let's give her a nice round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, Si. Next is Julie Johnson from Bellevue FFA.
I think we all can agree that stress and anxiety are two feelings we've all got right now. We're standing up in front of more than 100 people trying to remember our speeches. It's totally normal to feel this way. And guess what? Our steers are probably feeling it too. There are new surroundings, surrounded by loud noises, and are being moved around a lot, just like us. Hi, I am Julie Johnson, a 7th grader with the Bellevue FFA. And today I'd like to talk about how stress and anxiety can actually impact the quality of the meat we produce. I'd like to talk about something important, stress and steers. You might be wondering, how can stress impact the quality of the meat we find at a grocery store? So let's break it down. When a steer is stressed, their bodies go through big changes. This can happen due to loud noises, crowded spaces, or sudden changes in their environment. When a steer is stressed, their bodies release hormones like adrenaline. This may help them react quickly to danger. It's not so good for the quality of the meat. When a steer is stressed, their muscles can become tense. This can lead to a condition called dark cutting. It's when the meat turns dark and it's a different texture. This meat is often less tasty and can spoil much faster. Also, the steer may not gain the right weight needed for the high quality meat. This can lead to less nutrition and making it less healthy for us to eat. Thank you for listening. And remember, healthy, non-stressed steers means better beef. Thank you.
Julie, you talked about stress a little bit, right? Think anybody in here has some stress? Yeah, I think so too. So when you fed your steers, what is the one stress that you being located around Beeville would be really impacting the feeding of your steers? What type of stress would they encounter from the environment?
Not knowing there's new surroundings, not knowing what's around them.
That's right. When they get into a new pen, they get excited. You had one of your steers here is pretty excited. Another thing that I want to ask you, is there a stress associated with the time of the year and how hot the temperature is? So how do they do whenever it's really, really hot? Did they gain as much as they have whenever it's been nice and kind of cool?
No, because it's really hot and
So that heat stress probably hurt your gains a little bit early on, didn't it?
yeah.
Great job. Loved your speech, and you did an awesome job.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jimmy. Let's go to Landry Whitley from Hallettsville.
Woo-wee! Have you ever seen anything more upsetting than a baby calf with no eyes or a tongue? Thanks to them pesky buzzards. Howdy, I'm Landry Whitley. I'm a proud member of the Hallettsville Junior FFA program, and boy, am I excited to be here. Now, let's get to it. Did you know that a little over 5% of baby calves are killed by black vultures per year? Now that's quite a bit of a waste that producers can't afford. Although black vultures are primarily carrion scavengers, they're also predatory species to goats, lambs, and calves when the opportunity arrives. Usually, black vultures are found in southern Texas, but in the last decade, they've expanded, and the population has grown. There are two types of vultures, turkey vultures and black vultures. Turkey vultures find their prey using scent, although black vultures find their prey using eyesight, which is now making it more prone for them to hang around birthing livestock areas to get a quick and easy meal. Black vultures are really good at finding places where cows are having their young. This black vulture has a wingspan of around 5 feet and weighs about 4 pounds. Its body is made for being suspended in the air for a long period of time. With its innocent figure, by the time the cow identifies it as a threat, damage to the calf is already done. So, what are our options? Ranchers have come to realize that if you euthanize 1 or 2 buzzards in the birthing area, the wake of buzzards will move on. Some ranchers just want to shoot all the buzzards, for that being the most easiest way of removal. However, this is illegal. To legally shoot a buzzard, you must obtain a permit. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Agency issues a permit where you can legally shoot up to 5 buzzards. The state of Texas allows 750 buzzards to be shot per year. You must call the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Agency and talk to biologists. The individual filing for the permit must have clear evidence of commercial destruction to their agriculture. The biologist will then have an associate issue you the permit. Calving season is right around the corner, and if you have buzzards on your property, be sure to go get that permit before it's too late. Thank you, and God bless.
Landry, I don't know how many years I've been doing this, I've never heard a talk on vultures. That was very unique. I'm going to ask you, I don't know anything about vultures. I can't ask any questions there. There's no further questions, but I want to talk about your cattle that have already been released. They had a little more frame score than maybe a lot of the cattle that we've seen come through so far. And so my question, Landry, is what do you think the impact of a feeder calf's frame score is on their potential for growth and performance? So maybe you could compare a big frame calf like you had versus, say, maybe a smaller frame calf like Si a couple pins ago. He had kind of a smaller, squattier calf, right? What are your expectations for performance in the feedlot based upon that comparison?
Well, I feel that if you have a bigger framed calf, it is a calf that it can gain more because it's bigger. And when I would say that if I was a bigger person and I ate a lot more than a smaller person, that I could get bigger and eat more and get more meat.
That was a nice analogy. Landry, so is there any price difference paid in auction barns for those two calves you just described? Like a bigger frame, like a set of calves come in 8 weights, and one of them looks tall and framey, and the other calves are small and squatty. Which one do you think ought to bring more money?
Definitely mine.
Fair enough. No further questions.
Good job. Next is Wade Hoffman from Rice Consolidated.
What do you think of when I say chips and salsa or chips and queso? Most of us would think about our favorite Mexican restaurant. But I bet none of y'all are thinking of alternative feeds or unconventional feeds for beef cattle. I want to talk to you today about unconventional feeds for beef cattle. Hi, my name is Wade Hoffman. I'm in 7th grade at Rice Junior High School in Altair, Texas. Traditionally, cattle have been raised and finished on diets consisting of grasses and grains. In times of severe weather conditions creating a grazing, hay, and grain shortage, we need to be able to look at other sources to feed our cattle. Being able to utilize these alternative feeds, we can lower the dependency on nutritional feeds and the resources it takes to produce them, while helping to alleviate waste in the food industry. That's not the only thing alternative feeds can help with. They can also greatly decrease your price of feed inputs into your herds. As I was researching my topic, I found that many waste foods such as chips, fruits and vegetables, distillers, and cereal grains used as biofuels are all used at times as unconventional feeds for beef cattle. Unconventional feeds, such as potato chips, can provide a valuable source of nutrients and fats for the cattle. While they shouldn't make up the entirety of a cattle's diet, they can be incorporated as supplementary sources of feed. The example of these alternative feeds are potato chips. They have carbohydrates and fats in them, which can help boost the energy levels of the cattle. Living where I do, I was fortunate enough to be able to visit and interview a local rancher who has been successful in incorporating alternative feeds into his program. Mr. Joe Maxpaniel is the owner-operator of Cushota Ranch in Eagle Lake, Texas. He feeds approximately 3,000 steers each day, using alternative feed as a supplementary source of feed. His feed ration includes 10% nutritional bulk feed and 90% byproduct feed. This includes cottonseed meal, white corn, rice, and tortilla chips. During winter or when forage quality is low, you add hay into the feed as a source of roughage. The quality is on par with nutritional feeds and fulfills the daily nutritional needs for each and every animal. Each unconventional feed source is analyzed by a feed nutritionist to determine the makeup to make sure the right ingredients in it so the cattle can stay healthy and have a good weight gain. Establishing quality control practices by routine testing is important to ensure that we maintain consistent nutritional values and safety standards of the feed. Being able to detect toxins, enzyme inhibitors, and anti-metabolites, addressing them quickly, is very critical to the animal's health and performance. There are many advantages in using unconventional feeds. It is cheaper for the producer than nutritional feeds, and it positively impacts the amount of edible foods going to landfills as waste. It also reduces the pressure on nutritional feed sources. Using unconventional feeds is an innovative way the ag industry has found to continue to meet the needs for the consumer while minimizing the industry's impact on our environment and its resources. Thank you.
Wade, great job. You did an awesome job on the speech. And you did a great job feeding your cattle. So if you were going to change one thing about them, what would you change? Do you feel like that you hit the perfect target on the endpoint weight or quality in their yield rate?
No, sir.
So what would you change?
Finish him out a bit more.
That's a great answer. And one last question is, how much more?
Maybe make him more closer to 1,300 pounds.
Okay, thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Wade. Let's go to Nazareth FFA, Kennedy Wilhelm.
Tumble out of bed and stumble in the kitchen. Figure out a ration to help condition and yawn and stretch and try to come alive. Jump into the cold and the blood starts pumping. Out in the pen, the cows start jumping. Folks like me onto the pursuit of prime. Working 9 to 5. Sorry, too much singing? Hi. I'm not Dolly. I'm Kennedy Wilhelm with Nazareth FFA, and here to share with you about prime pursuits and the impact it has on our industry. Now that I have your attention, let's be honest. We all know that the commercial cattle industry requires a little more than your typical 9 to 5. However, those are exactly the people we hope are having beef for dinner. And Prime Pursuits has made it their mission to see this shift from a strictly commodity-driven industry to a specialized industry. Prime Pursuits is an initiative aimed at transforming the beef industry by rewarding ranchers for producing high-quality Angus beef. This program involves over 900 ranchers who work together to deliver top-quality Angus beef at competitive prices, particularly for Walmart stores. The herd mates that these cattle behind me today were all a part of the Prime Pursuits program. And in 2023, 49.4% of the carcasses from this ranch graded prime, with the remainder being choice or better. Yes, judges, you heard me correctly. The genetics in these two steers has been designed to provide the highest quality Angus beef in the world. In 2022, 97% of the carcasses from this ranch graded prime. 97% of the carcasses from this ranch graded choice or higher. 18% were prime. This not just a few outliners, but that's data from 850,000 head of cattle. As important as quality, it is crucial that Prime Pursuits delivers a uniform carcass for that consistent customer experience. The eating enjoyment of Prime Pursuits beef, as expressed by Walmart customers, is extraordinary. The reason for a high level of satisfaction is determined by many traits and impacted with various environmental factors. Yet marbling content is one of the greatest predictors of eating enjoyment. While a complex trait, there is a gene that rises above the rest of its terms of importance. At the end of the day, raising cattle that constantly grade prime isn't just about luck. It's about dedication, science, and consistent pursuit of quality. Just like the early mornings and late nights that define this industry, I think we all know Prime Pursuits isn't just a 9 to 5 job. It's a full-time commitment to excellence. From pasture to plate, this program is reshaping the future of beef. By ensuring when hardworking folks sit down for dinner, they're getting the best. So, as we continue this pursuit of prime, let's remember, quality isn't just a goal, it's the standard. Thank you.
Kennedy, for a second I thought I was a judge on America's Got Talent. but now I'm back to reality. That was a great job. Very, very brave of you to start out singing. I asked him to keep the cattle in here. This calf right here, he made me chuckle whenever he walked in. I don't know if y'all paid attention to him and his cute little face and his chubby little squirrel cheeks, but he looks like he's been in a time machine to get here. So my question is, what decade do you think he most represents in our beef industry over the last 100 years or so? So we've changed a lot. I worked with the National Ranching Heritage Museum on a museum exhibit, that talked about the changes in cattle type. And so a lot of you young people out there, y'all might believe that we have the way cattle look like, the way they look today is always the way they've looked, and that's not the truth. We've kind of been going up and down. So can you tell me when we had cattle kind of that looked like that? You got any idea? Have you studied that?
I haven't studied, picked up on it just quite a lot, but I'm gonna give my best answer.
That's great.
I'm gonna say maybe 60s, 70s.
Great. That's a great answer, Kitty. So let me give you a little background. So in the 50s and 60s, I would say I would shift you maybe a decade, but you did excellent. That's when we had cattle that we called belt buckle cattle, right? Why do you think they called them belt buckle cattle? Why do we use that nickname? Got any idea?
No, sir.
It's because they were as tall as our belt buckle. All right, what did we do after that? So what was the problem with cattle that were belt buckle high? From a feedlot profitability standpoint, what's the problem with cattle like that?
They were probably wider, so they would have more back fat on them.
That's correct.
Which, so you don't get more meat out of it, you get more of that back fat, which
Okay.
would lead you to a higher yield.
Excellent. I'm going to keep going with this because you're very well versed. How do you think, so at that point in time, let me tell you, in the 50s, what were the most popular breeds? So besides Angus, you got any idea what other breed might have been the most prominent in the United States?
I'm gonna say maybe Hereford.
Yeah, you nailed it. Good job. All right, so we had squatty, belt buckle, Hereford, and Angus cattle, and people realized, Kennedy, just like you said, hey, these little buggers, they get a little too fat, and maybe we need to change that. And so we need to add frame score to our cattle. And so how did we get that added frame score if every cattle in the land was basically a midget? Where did we get this infusion of new genetics to try to make cattle bigger? You got any idea? It came from another part of the world in different breeds. Can you tell me what part of the world and what breeds we might have imported to make that change? Think about just today, Kennedy, without any history lesson. Think about the breeds of cattle today, British, continental, or American, and the breeds within them. What breeds do you think help us add frame score or muscularity or leanness? Let me give you multiple choice.
That would be nice.
All right, I want you to tell me what are some continental breeds. You know what I mean by continental?
Yes, sir.
What's another term to describe that? European?
European.
Okay, so what breeds came from Europe? You got any idea? They're
No.
not, so you got looking like straight bred Angus, right? And Herefords, are Herefords Europeans or are they British cattle?
I think they're European.
Well, they're British cattle, so no, you're doing great. I'm sorry to grill you so much. I love this topic. Yeah, Angus cattle came from Scotland and Hereford cattle from the British Isles as well, and so then later we had to bring these bigger cattle from continental Europe. And so what are some of those breeds again, Kennedy, that you think about that are not Angus or Hereford, not Brahman, but what are some of those breeds you think in that continental or European group that we brought over to add that frame and growth? One of them's white with a pink nose.
Charlotte.
There you go. One of them, we brought them over from Switzerland, was kind of red and white paint, but today most of them in the United States are black.
Delta Galloway.
That's fine. Delta Valley was good. I was talking about Simmental. All right, I'm going to quit grilling, Jenny. That was great, and I hope it educated for everybody. Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
Good job. Okay, let's go to Oliver Bryant Vaughn from Falls City FFA.
If I were to say 2 words, MVP in baseball, what's the first thing that comes to mind? I bet you're thinking of individuals like Nolan Ryan, Babe Ruth, or Jose Altuve. What if the real MVP was the grill master? The one flipping burgers with the precision of a shortstop, handling flares like a veteran pitcher under pressure, and delivering perfectly cooked patties like a routine throw to first. Sure, a walk-off homer wins games, but a perfectly cooked burger? I don't know. Hello, my name's Oliver Vaughn, and I'm in the 4th grade at Falls City Elementary, and a part of their junior FFA program. And today, I want to talk about beef. It's what's for dinner, and their official partnership with Little League. At first glance, these two might not seem related, but really, it has a connection so deep, so profound, and so utterly unexpected that it might just change the way you see both Little League and your next cheeseburger. Yes, I'm here to talk about the unshakable bond between Little League baseball and beef. Have you ever noticed how really similar Little League is to a cattle ranch? You got the outfielders running aimlessly like cattle looking for grass. The infielders are huddled like cattle in a pen. and the parents? Oh, they're the ranchers, no doubt, shouting things at the umpire like, "That stripe's on the side of my jeans after Thanksgiving!" And, "Hey Blue, need to borrow my glasses?" Coincidence? I think not. Did you know that this partnership is funded by the Beef Checkoff? What a fantastic thing for them to do, since it's a partnership that funds research and marketing to increase demand for beef. Let me try to explain a little better. Imagine if all the ranchers who raise cattle put a little bit of money into a piggy bank every time they sell a cow. That money is used to tell people how great beef is, make sure it's safe to eat, and also create yummy new beef recipes. It helps the ranchers sell more beef and get more people to buy it. It's like when a lemonade stand puts up a cool sign to get more customers, except for beef. As we all know, beef at dinner time is always a home run on taste, but that's not enough when fueling a young athlete. Nutrition is key to supporting growth and development, and beef's unmatched nutrition package covers all the bases with high-quality protein and nutrients. The partnership will help busy families keep their young athletes fueled from the classroom to the practice field and all the way through game day nutritional information and recipes. So here's to the kids in the dugout and the cows in the pasture. Without them, we'd probably be a lot hungrier and a lot less entertained. So may our team always hit home runs, and may our beef always be medium rare. Thank you.
Oliver, that was outstanding. You did an amazing job on that speech, and your cattle look really good as well. But I want to ask you your first question. What famous baseball player has his own beef ranch?
Nolan Ryan.
That's exactly right. Good job. Only those guys like us should get that right. You
One
did
of the
amazing.
things that I really like about him, one, he's a really good pitcher, but he worked cattle with my great-grandpa.
Oh, right. And you know what? He was a pretty good pitcher. Hey, one other question that's really in your speech, serious note. You talked about nutrient density and how really important it is to get beef in your diet. How many days, and I'll give you a multiple choice answer so you don't have to stress too much. How many days of your iron, if you're a female, would a 10-ounce steak provide? If you eat a 10-ounce beef ribeye steak, how many days of your iron requirement would that supply? And you got to choose between 1 day, 2 days, or 3 days.
2 days.
2 days? That's really good. Great job, and you did an amazing, amazing job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. That reminds me of Oliver's mom, Ms. Vaughn, and a couple of other ladies loaned us calculators last night when we ran a little bit short for some of the kiddos. They're back here on this counter behind me. Y'all are welcome to get them at any time today. Okay, thank you, Oliver. Let's go to Crockett Ginther from Fayette County 4-H.
If you are not sleeping or daydreaming, you may remember that last year, here at the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show, I discussed humane handling, Regulation 313. Continuing with the trend, this year I will be going over the requirements after humane handling has been completed. According to the 9 CFR, or Code of Federal Regulations, the next step in inspection procedures is Regulation 310, which states that a careful post-mortem examination and inspection shall be made of the carcasses and parts thereof of all livestock slaughtered at official establishments. Hi, my name is Crockett Ginther. I'm 12 years old and a proud member of the Schulenburg 4-H Club. Regulation 310 is important because it continues to guarantee that the beef industry is being protected by producing a safe product for the end consumer. All inspectors are required to perform a post-mortem inspection on each and every animal killed. This involves multiple parts, including head inspection, offal or drop inspection, and zero tolerance. Once these guys behind me have made it to their final destination and have been rendered unconscious, the head will be presented for inspection. The IIC, or inspector in charge, must check 3 main lymph nodes: the parotid, located by the eyes, the mandibular, located by the jaw, and the retropharyngeal, located by the tonsils. All these lymph nodes must be incised to check for any abnormalities such as pus, swelling, and discoloration. The cheek meat will be incised for white muscle disease and to check for abnormalities. The tongue will be palpated to make sure that no foreign materials such as thorns has entered and to check for diseases such as woody tongue. But the most important step out of all of these is observing the teeth for over 30 months of age to help protect against BSE, or bovine spongiform encephalopathy. If everything checks out, then on to the next step. The second step involves checking the drop, or offal. The liver and bile duct will be checked for any worms such as liver flukes, abscesses from possible acidosis, and any other things like excessive scarring. The lungs will be palpated, and the chain of 3 lymph nodes, including the bronchial, will be incised. Once that is completed, then the employee should usually have the carcass split. The employee should usually have the carcass split and the spinal cord removed. The animal will be marked as over or under 30 months of age to determine how it will be handled on the processing floor. Regulation 310 is important to not only the beef industry, but all livestock industries as a whole, because it prevents slaughter plants from producing an adulterated product. Thank you, and do you have any questions?
Crockett, you have an in-depth knowledge of inspection, and I'm so impressed. Everybody should just give you another round of applause. It's a very detailed, good job. So let's ask you a couple questions about one, what is zero tolerance? You said that was the final thing that needed to happen. So what would zero tolerance mean?
So zero tolerance would mean all the things like the spinal cord and the head, if it's over 30 months of age, cannot be kept due to BSE.
Okay, so that's a really good answer. And so what is over 30?
So over 30 means they're over 30 months of age, so they are no longer able to keep the head because of BSE.
And what do we do to determine that over 30? So where do they check that?
So to check, they check the teeth, and Observe the teeth to tell if they're over 30 months of age.
Outstanding job. You had perfect score in there. Good job.
Thank you.
Next is Ryder McChesney from Boys Ranch FFA.
Is this on? Okay. I have a quick question for everyone in the room. If you have a phone, could you please raise it in the air? I know you have a phone. Alright. So imagine this. You're a cattle producer sitting right here, and ding, you get a notification on your phone at the very moment an illness hits your herd. Sounds futuristic, doesn't it? That's exactly what the 701X Autonomous Rancher offers. This innovative system includes products like the XT Pro, which monitors cattle health and behavior, the XT Lite, which tracks their location, and the X Watson, which doubles as a water tank monitor and check-in station. With innovative tools like these, managing your herd has never been smarter or more efficient. Let's dive into how this tech is revolutionizing the ranching industry. The XT Pro AirTag offers an impressive array of monitoring capabilities and includes a heartbeat sensor, health alerts, and for your bulls, it tracks mounting times and frequencies and can detect injuries. And for your cows and heifers, it monitors the start and finish of their estrus cycles and pinpoints where and when calving occurs. Keeping your bulls and cows healthy is essential to the fed beef industry. The XT Pro AirTag is just like Ford's, built tough with a rugged design that lasts for 3 to 5 years. So how does this connect to my pen of steers? If I were to equip both these steers with the XT Pro AirTag, which runs $150 per tag and $200 for the applicator, I could easily monitor their health and be alerted immediately if one of them contracted an illness. Therefore, I would be able to treat him before it worsens or spreads to my other steer. Beyond health monitoring capabilities, this technology includes the X Watson, which you can monitor water tanks and remote pastures, and it doubles as a check-in station. That way you can be alerted when the herd visits and how long they stay. This way you can effectively manage your water resources. As we wrap up, let's picture the future of cattle ranching. Just like you held your devices up earlier, imagine monitoring from them. How many of you would love that peace of mind? With innovative tools like the XT Pro and X Watson, we can hang up on old practices and move into a tech-savvy future. Thank you.
Ryder, good job, brother. I enjoyed your discussion on technologies. I'm going to shift gears to your cattle. When they hit the ring, man, they make an impression in terms of their color. And they look like straight F1s to me. But I want to know, what is the genetic background of these cattle?
These cattle come from Boys Ranch, and it's a cow-calf operation, and basically, like, it's just a cow-calf operation.
Yep. What I'm asking, Ryder, is what do you know the breeds of the parents behind these animals that produce them? Do you have any idea?
No, sir, I don't.
What would you speculate?
Well, Charolais and maybe a Red Angus.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. When they hit the ring, I thought they were straight F1 Char Red Angus. Do you have any idea what term we use to describe that breed combination? That's kind of a tough question.
I'm guessing F1 because you keep saying that.
Fair. We call them range fire cattle. But okay, so let's go that route. Ryder, I've been using this term F1. What does that mean?
French.
No, that's fine, Ryder. What I'm saying is it's the first generation cross. So it's the first generation where we take a Red Angus to a Charolais bull, per se, to generate that progeny right there. So, all right, so when we crossbreed cattle, let's assume they're a Red Angus and Charolais cross. Why do we do that? What is generated when we crossbreed cattle? What are we after? It starts with an H. What'd you say? So we're after a concept called hybrid vigor. Do you have any idea what that is?
No, sir.
Okay, that's fine. You did a great job today. I enjoyed your speech.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's take a quick break, and I do mean quick. We'll start back in about 6 or 8 minutes.
Like when they start talking, oh, that's a trade. I'm like right there. Like that's a like. Although Billy Jasper's probably listening too,
They've got water over here.
Okay, folks, if you'll start making your way back to the tables, we'll get started. Okay, let's start back with Miss True Creole. Woo-hoo!
From open range to feedlots, cowboys to cattlemen, early feeding methods to sustainable practices, cattle drives to railways, Pony Express to communication technologies and data-driven management. Cattle raising has a rich history of key players that have contributed to the rise of the beef industry. Howdy, my name's True Creole. I'm 12 years old and from Newcastle, Texas. In the book Outliers, Malcolm Gladwell explores factors that contribute to outstanding achievement beyond inherent talent and hard work. He says success hinges on timing, cultural environment, and the impact of seemingly small advantages and disadvantages over time. He calls those high achievers that land outside of the statistical sample outliers. People who land beyond their peers in performance and success. Whether or not one agrees with each other on what makes an outlier, here is a key point he offers. What we do together as a community, as a society, for each other, matters as much as what we do for ourselves. Perhaps Gladwell dumbed down what we find in 1 Peter 4:10. Each of you should use whatever gifts you have received to serve others, as faithful stewards of God's grace in its various forms. Examples abound of beef pioneers who were experts in their field, who honored their gifts, who stewarded their time and God's grace well. One example is the man behind the first experimental hormonal modifier used in cattle. Though intended in poultry, it was W.E. Dennison, who in 1947 held experimental trials administering estrogen to ruminants for the purpose of growth promotion. These trials resulted in improved gain, feed conversion, and appetite. The first commercial implant came out in 1957. By 1997, a Texas A&M AgriLife Extension publication verified that a single implant will improve weight gain 8 to 18%, or 15 to 40 pounds in stock of cattle during the grazing season. A 2000 study showed that aggressive feedlot implant usage can result in up to a 21% improvement in daily gain and up to 11% improvement in feed conversion. Another example is Charles Scruggs, a principal player in the eradication of the screwworm that is estimated to have saved U.S. producers $10 billion. From 1961 to 1964, Scruggs raised $6 million to grow and release billions of sterilized flies from airplanes. By 1969, the U.S. was declared screw-worm-free, followed by Mexico in 1982. Due to Scruggs' effort, the U.S. was essentially free of screwworms for nearly 55 years. That was until November 22nd of 2024, when New World screwworms were confirmed in Mexico and a southern state near the Guatemalan border. Additional industry leaders include Henry Gardner, Paul Engler, Del Allen, Lloyd Tate, and Richard Wilhelm. The outlier list goes on, and as Baxter Black penned, there's 100 years of history and 100 before that, all gathered in the thinking going on beneath his hat. It's the thinking going on beneath the hat, the commitment to a process, and the honoring of God's gifts that has resulted in a tremendous legacy for beef. You and I get no credit. We do have a responsibility, though, to make continued advancements to better our beef industry. It's our job to stay a step ahead, just like those before us who were steady and true. As my mentor shared, focus on service, excellence, and honor, humility, work ethic, and never give up drive. Thank you.
True, fantastic job. That was an awesome speech. Gets me motivated to get out and try to help do something. I'm telling you, that was really motivating and you did a great job. Now let's talk about your cattle a little bit. If you had one thing that you would like to do with them, what would it be? What would you think would make them better?
I think one of the things that could be improved was maybe buying them heavier or changing or improving my feed ration. I'm not sure that my feed ration would do much, but I think buying them heavier could impact that.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And True, thanks so much for finally motivating Dr. Mark Miller to finally get off his fanny and do something for this industry. How about that? Yeah. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. Okay. Let's go to Casey Connor from Bellevue FFA.
Today I want to share something insight about beef protein, where it comes from, and why is it important for our bodies. Hi, my name is Casey Connor. I'm a proud member of the FFA chapter. I'm currently in 11th grade. Let's start with some sources of protein. It comes from the muscle of cows, which is essential from our health. Protein is a visible nutrient made up of amino acids that our body needs for building and repairing tissue. This is essential for teenagers like us. We are still growing and often engaged in sports and physical activities. Consuming beef protein helps our muscles recover after injuries and support healthy growth. One of the great things about beef protein is the important protein contains all 9 essential amino acids our body cannot produce on their own. In contact, some plant-based protein sources may lack one or more of these essential amino acids. So when we eat beef, we're ensuring we get a well-rounded source of protein. Beef protein is also plays a major role in keeping a good ensured system containing amino acids found in beef support. Our internal cells, which are important for fighting infections, a strong internal system allows us to stay healthy and active, whether we're studying for exams or participating in sports. Beef is a rich essential vitamin and mineral that supports overall health. It is a source of iron for red blood cells, producing essential important for activities teenagers to enhance energy and ability. Beef provides zinc, which boosts inflammation and acids would help along with vitamin B and like vitamin B12. Visual and brain health and energy. In summary, beef protein comes from the muscle tissue of cattle and plays a vital role in our health. Its acid and muscle growth and repair supports our enzyme systems and provide essential vitamins and muscles. So the next time you enjoy a delicious beef dish, take a moment to appreciate not only the taste but also the nutrients benefits in bringing to your body. Thank you.
Casey, great job. That was a great discussion on the value of beef in your diet. So I think you pretty much covered it right there. So I'm going to focus on tenderness. So I want to ask you a comparative question. When we talk about the middle meats down their top versus the locomotive, cuts in the carcass, that being in the shoulder or the chuck and then back in the round. Which of those do you think, middle meats versus those, the chuck and the round, which one generate more tender cuts of beef and why?
I would probably say more the chuck, just because of it kind of gives you more cuts from it, and more tenderness maybe just because of it might could have more marbling in it.
Very good. All right. Good job today. Proud of you.
Thank you, Casey. Next is Lane Goss from Swisher County 4-H.
good? Yep. All right. The good old days. Were the good old days really that good? I constantly hear people in agriculture talk about the good old days. And I can't help but wonder what made the good old days so good. So if you could please raise your hand if you've ever heard this. I had to walk uphill both ways in the snow to get to school. Alright, I see hands. Judges, y'all heard that? Yes, okay, thank you. Mr. Blair? I think, alright. Hello, my name is Lane Goss, and I am from Swisher County, and it is an honor to be here today. On my family farm, we raise wheat, cotton, and cattle, and I know those three are way more productive than they were a generation ago. Let's start with wheat. I constantly hear we have surplus of wheat in the United States. And if we as a country can produce more wheat year after year, well, isn't that a good thing? Now, cotton. There's been tremendous changes in the cotton industry, like new chemistries and varieties that are available to farmers for helping control pests and weeds. And so I ask, was that done in the good old days? Now, cattle. No doubt there is a lot of nice cattle here in San Antonio today. The constant improvements in the cattle industry is truly amazing. There's new technology for record keeping and analyzing data. Like we can now record weights, vaccines, feed efficiency, and costs. This year, I brought home-raised calves to this competition, and by selecting feed efficiency in our females and marbling and ribeye size in our bulls, I was able to cut my feed conversion from 8.5 last year to 7.5 this year. So I ask again, was that done in the good old days? Is it possible what made the good old days so good is trust and integrity? Trust seems to be in short supply. Lack of trust in government or media and industry seems to be fading. Agriculture is the best industry in the world, and farmers and ranchers take pride in what they produce. And if we can educate people on what we do and why we do it, we can keep building more trust in this vital industry. I trust my source of food. I even get to see where and how it makes it to my plate. And if I can share my confidence with others, that is the least I can do. I believe the good old days are yet to come, and trust in the good Lord, because with Him, all things are possible. Thank you.
Lane, you did a great job, and I love the theme of what you had in your speech. And one of the things I would like to do is talk about the cattle that you have, home-raised, efficiency, and how important is that efficiency on the cow side? When we start talking about impact on global warming, impact on getting cattle where we have a positive reputation. So if we had your cows out there in the pasture that these steers came from, how important is that they're really efficient and they don't take a lot of extra time and feed to get these calves there?
Well, one thing I would like to say is if you're home raising cattle, they don't have to always go through the sale barn, so it does reduce stress. And so there's less stress on your cattle, which could make the beef turn out better and be more tender and wouldn't be as much stress.
So I want to add one more question. So because you had a 1 pound change in your feed to gain ratio, how many total pounds of feed did you save on those 2 steers versus the 2 last year? So if you had 1 pound on those per day.
I don't know exactly. I didn't even think that math through.
Well, how many days did you feed them?
I'm trying to think here. It's in my record book, and I know I did it, but I
Well,
can't.
Do you remember when you got them? Just relatively.
I believe it was August 28th.
Okay, great. What's today?
I can't count, but today is the 18th of February.
Yeah, so relatively speaking, you in your breeding program and finding that efficiency, you save probably about 15 to 20 days of feed on each of those calves, or a month total on one head. So great job. That really is what the beef industry is all about. is to be better than we were before in that efficiency category. Really impressive, and I appreciate your thought on it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, Penelope FFA's Ms. Riley Jo Duty.
They say you can't judge a book by its cover, but when it comes to cattle, you can sure judge a good-looking steer by its size, health, and care. Howdy, judges, teachers, families, and friends. My name is Riley Duty, and today I'm here to tell you about my commercial steers pen, where I've learned firsthand what it takes to raise top-notch beef from start to finish. One of the most important parts of my project has been learning about the economics of raising cattle. To begin with, let me explain what a commercial steer is. It's a castrated male beef animal. Castration is removing the testicles from the male beef animal, known as a bull. This is done reducing aggression. Aggression is proven to the beef. Commercial steers are raised for beef production, and they play a big role in feeding people all over the world. In my project, I'm raising a caring group of steers with the goal of producing high-quality beef for consumers. Last year, I watched my brother take part in the commercial steer show, and I decided I wanted to be a cowboy instead of princess. One of the most important parts of my project has been learning about the nutrients of cattle. Just like us, animals need a balanced diet to grow strong and stay healthy. I feed them amazing high-quality hay and grains to help them grow at the right pace. One of the most important parts of my project has been learning about them. I also monitor their weight regularly to make sure they gain the right amount of muscle. In addition to feeding, I also have to make sure my steers are getting the right proper care. This includes checking them for daily signs of illness, making sure they have clean water and a duct space for them to be healthy. Keeping my cattle in a clean and safe environment helps them stay healthy and reduces the risk of disease. Another important part of my project has been learning about the economics of raising cattle. I've kept track of the expenses, including cost, feed, vaccines, and other supplies. This is a lot like running a business and has taught me a valuable lesson about budgeting. I've got little journal habits in this project. This is not just about feeding. Throughout the project, I've learned so much about responsibility it takes to care for animals. Imagine a farm. It's not just about feeding and water. It's about making sure the animals have clean water. About making sure they are healthy, comfortable, and ready to produce the best beef possible. Keeping my cattle clean and in a safe environment helps them stay healthy and reduces the risk of disease. I've also learned about teamwork. I've worked with my dad, brother, and grandpa to take care of my steers and improving our farm. In conclusion, my commercial steers cattle project has been a rewarding experience that has taught me valuable lessons of agriculture, business, and responsibility. I'm part of the FFA, and I'm grateful for the opportunities to share with all you today. Thank you for your time, and I hope to enjoy learning about my project. You ain't seen the last of me. Thank you.
Bradley Joe, you got through it. Way to go. Did a good job. Your two calves here, they kind of look like strangers from another town. They're a little different breed, which is all right. Tell me, what breed are they, why you chose them, and what you think that breed excels in.
These are Bromby, and I chose them because a stranger told us that they would be good for like commercial steer shows and stuff.
You trust strangers?
I actually knew the stranger.
You look like a trustworthy stranger. You did great, sweetie. Nice job today.
Thank you.
Real good. Okay, let's go to Lexi Gola from New Braunfels FFA.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about something fascinating. The return of the old. If you've been paying attention, you'll see what's old is often new again. Trends, fads, and cycles all seem to play musical chairs with time. It's like life. Is one big retro playlist on shuffle. Take the Ford Bronco. It's back and cooler than ever. Bell-bottom jeans? Thanks to Lainey Wilson, they've strutted right out of the 70s and onto country stages. Even nature is in on the action. Central Texas is revisiting the 1950s drought with lakes at record lows. And in an unsettling twist, the New World screwworm eradicated in 1966 and is apparently eyeing a comeback tour. Sneaking up through Mexico. What's next? Disco? And speaking of comebacks, let's talk about beef fat. Yes, beef tallow. Once a kitchen and household staple, it fell out of favor during the War on Fat era when everyone decided plant oils were the heroes of health. But let me ask you this. Are we really healthier now? Because judging by waistlines, it feels like the math doesn't quite add up. Even the Mayo Clinic agrees. Just last June, they released a bombshell article debunking the myths about beef tallow. Turns out, it's not the cholesterol-raising villain it was made out to be. Here's the scoop. Beef tallow contains stearic acid, which doesn't mess with cholesterol levels, and is loaded with healthy monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats. So maybe Grandma was onto something when she fried everything in beef fat. It wasn't just flavor. It was science. And folks, beef tallow isn't just making a modest return. It's making a splash. This humble fat has become the second most valuable beef byproduct, fetching up to $1.80 per 100 pounds when processed. In 2023 alone, the U.S. tallow market brought in a sizzling $627 million, and experts predict it'll exceed $1 billion by 2030. Not bad for a product many of us thought belonged in history books. Today, beef tallow is powering a wide range of industries. It's fueling biodiesel and renewable energy, it's stabilizing industrial lubricants and greases, and it's shining, literally, in candles, cosmetics, and skincare products. Rich in vitamins A, D, E, and K, beef tallow is even making its way into conditioners and hair treatments. It's like a Swiss Army knife, but made of fat. But let's not forget where beef tallow truly shines from on your plate. Its high smoke point of 400 degrees Fahrenheit makes it perfect for frying those golden French fries. Its flavor elevates gravies and sauces, and it creates the flakiest biscuits and pie crusts. Plus, with keto, paleo, and carnivore diets taking the world by storm, beef tallow is back as a natural healthy fat. Oh, and did you know that beef tallow is also essential in pharmaceuticals? The stearic acid it contains is a key ingredient in tablets and capsules, working as a binder and stabilizer. Who would have thought beef fat could be this versatile? Now don't get me wrong. I'm not here to argue by saying being fat is being healthy. I've got a mirror and a sense of humor. What I am saying is that beef fat has incredible life-enhancing properties. Its energy, its flavor, its history, and now it's the future. So here's to beef tallow, the unsung hero of the kitchen, the lab, and even the beauty counter. What's old is truly new again, and it's better than ever.
Lexi, wow, you feed your cattle really well. Those two steers are amazing, and you did a great job on both yield and quality grades. Let's talk about beef demand. I know you're really sharp, so I'll ask you some hopefully tough questions. What has happened to beef demand over the last 2 decades? Gone up, gone down?
Beef demand has gone up over the last 2 decades.
Can you explain why it's gone up when the price ratio keeps getting wider and wider between beef and the other proteins that are competing against it?
Can you restate that question, please?
So why is demand going up for beef when the competitive proteins of chicken and pork, the price spread's gotten wider? Like beef is way more expensive in relationship to pork and chicken. How can it possibly be that beef is going up in consumption when its price is way higher than it's ever been in relation to its competition?
I would just say because beef is way better than pork and chicken.
That is exactly the right answer, and I really appreciate that. When people eat beef, it changes the way they feel, and that's why we have an addiction to beef. And it's global, and U.S. beef is the reason why. So your fatty acids and all those things you talked about, the basic science is exactly why the beef industry is prospering now, and you did a great job. Really appreciate that answer.
Thank you.
Nice job, nice job. Okay, let's go to Sawyer Snell, Chisholm FFA.
So I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about the health benefits of beef consumption. With February being Heart Health Month, we all know that beef is good for your heart. I figured this would be a great topic to discuss. Beef is not just a delicious and versatile protein source, it also offers numerous nutritional benefits that can contribute positively to balanced diet and overall health. Beef is an excellent source of high-quality protein. Protein is essential for rebuilding tissues, including muscle, skin, and other organs. It also plays a crucial role in the producing of enzymes and hormones. A single serving of beef provides all the essential amino acids our body needs to thrive. With that, it makes it a complete protein source. This is particularly important for those who are actually building muscle mass or trying to get larger. Beef is rich in essential vitamins and minerals. It is, however, a significant source of B vitamin, especially B12, which is vital for maintaining healthy nerve cells producing DNA. Vitamin B12 is only found in animal products, so beef is an important source for those who do not consume other animal products. Iron is found in the beef, and the iron is a hemiiron. No guys, you're not eating metal. This iron is easily absorbed by the bodies, and its main function is to contribute to the production of the hemoglobin. In conclusion, beef is a nutritional dense food that can play a valuable role in a healthy diet. It is high quality protein and is the essential items and minerals made to contribute to our overall well-being and livelihood. And muscle maintenance and energy production are another crucial role in our everyday lives when we eat our beef. So I'll leave you with this. You're not eating metal, and stay eating beef. Thank you.
Sawyer.
Yes, sir.
Once upon a time in high school, I dated a gal that kind of acted like your cattle. She was a little crazy. So my question is for temperament. Sawyer, these things are worked up a little bit. Maybe it's just, this environment. Maybe they were fine at the house. I don't know, Sawyer. But do you think that disposition is an economically relevant trait? And I want you to defend your answer by tying that back to its implications on their growth rate and quality grade specifically. So do you think disposition is an economically relevant trait? Does it matter? Does it matter whether cattle are crazy or calm? And what influence does that have on their growth rate and quality grade? Sawyer, you got this, brother. I know you can do it. What do you think about, let's start here, Sawyer, with their weight. What'd your cattle weigh?
Steer A weighed 1144, and steer B weighed 1133.
Okay. So do you think that, were they crazy at the house, or were they just crazy when they got here?
They were definitely crazy when they got here. They were pretty calm at the house.
Oh, they were? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, so maybe their disposition didn't have any influence on their growth rate, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
let's assume they were always kind of crazy. Forget growth. They were a little light, so maybe that's why they ended up a little light. But how does disposition influence quality grade? You know what quality grade is?
Not exactly, but I know a little bit.
Okay, so quality grade is what Doc and I are doing up here, right? We were trying to assess, is your cattle prime? Are they choice? Are they select? And for me, they were on the choice select line. And I let disposition play a role in my call. So do you think that we erred a little bit more towards select because of their disposition, or more towards choice?
Probably select if I'm being a little bit crazy in the pen.
Yep, exactly. All right, way to go today. Did a nice job.
Thank you.
Next is Mason Neely from Oldham County 4-H.
Before we get started, I was going to ask a couple questions. So, the steers out back, what are they standing on? It's concrete. And when you go home after today and you pull into your barn or your garage, what do you be pulling onto? Well, it's concrete. Well, concrete's an aspect of life that's often overlooked. And I'd like to bring it to y'all's attention today on how it can be used in agriculture and how the recent innovations on it can influence the feedlot industry. Hi, I'm Mason Neely, and I'm a senior from Vega High School. Sadly, this is my first and last year competing in the commercial steer project, but I've learned a lot. While I was feeding my 2 steers, I had an issue with spilling feed out of the bunk. I began researching solutions to this, and this is where I ran into 3D printing concrete. I dove right in and began researching. The feed bunk is a critical part of ensuring consistent and easy access to the feed in the feedlot. The traditional manufacturing process of a feed bunk is manual labor in molds. This is time-consuming, costly, and less flexible. This is where 3D printing concrete comes into play. With 3D printing concrete, we can do it cheaper, faster, and more customizable. Using an AutoCAD software, we can build bunks tailored to the desires of the feedlot owners. For example, say a feedlot owner was spilling feed during their feeding periods. They could request a bunk be made with a 45-degree overhang to catch the excess feed. With the concrete 3D printing, this automation is quicker, allowing for rapid deployment of bunks in new and expanding facilities. Another great benefit of 3D printing concrete is cost efficiency. With 3D printing concrete, we can precisely lay concrete without any waste. Therefore, letting the feedlot owners remain competitive in a challenging market. I was able to take a tour of the Nexus 3D printing concrete facility in Gerald, Texas. With the information I learned from this tour, I calculated that you can 3D print a concrete bunk that's 10 foot long in 18 minutes and use $54 worth of material. Now, I asked some questions around my town, and I figured out from Robbie Kirkland, the owner of Kirkland Feed Yard in Vega, Texas, that it's $35 per foot just to make a traditional bunk. That's $350 for a 10-foot concrete bunk. I'm taking the $54 one every day of the week. Another great benefit that we have with 3D printing concrete is sustainability. With 3D printing concrete, you can add fly ash or slag, reducing the environmental impact of the concrete. The last thing I have is innovation and scalability. 3D printing increases this. For example, if a feedlot is having issues, they could quickly design and prototype a new concrete bunk that might be better for the cattle's health or the comfortability during feeding, increasing the overall productivity. In conclusion, I think 3D printing concrete can have an overall great effect on the feedlot industry, allowing for innovation quicker times, cheaper, and better feed efficiency. Thank you.
Good job, Mason, and this is your first year. Way to step out there and finish up senior year. A great project.
Thank you. Thank you.
You did an awesome job feeding your cattle, and I really appreciate your speech a lot. Let's talk about your 2 steers. What would you project the final yield rate to be on both of those?
On the smaller one, I'd project it to be about a 2, and then on the other one, a 2 or a 3.
2 or a 3, okay. And what about the quality grade? What do you think?
On the shorter one, I'd expect it to be a little bit better, even though I don't think he's completely finished. On the taller one, I'd expect him to be about a choice plus.
Okay, so in the relation to the entire beef industry, how would those cattle relate? Would they be in that, what percentage do you think they would fit in the quality grade?
I think they're pretty average, to say the least. So, like most beef that you buy in most grocery stores is choice. Prime's up there and select. You're falling beneath the kind of quality line. So, yes, sir.
Great job. Good day.
Thank you, Mason. Next is Jesse Whitley from Hallettsville.
Neuropathic hydrocephalus, arthrogryposis multiplex, developmental duplication, contractural arachnodactyly. Those are some big words, and I bet you don't know what they mean. Hello, my name is Jesse Whitley. I'm a junior at Hallettsville High School and a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA. And today, I would like to talk about genetic mutations in Angus cattle. Before I continue, let me give you a little background onto what a genetic mutation is. A genetic mutation is a change in one or more genes that can cause disorders or illnesses. When cattle ranchers were breeding for the perfect cattle breed, they crossed all different breeds to get the most desirable qualities. But in doing so, also got the undesirable ones, causing Angus cattle to have the most genetic mutations in the bovine community. The first genetic mutation I'm going to talk about is neuropathic hydrocephalus, also known as waterhead. When calves are born with waterhead, they will be born dead with an enlarged cranium. The bones will be loosely arranged and the head filled with fluid, with no recognizable brain or spinal tissue. The next genetic mutation is developmental duplication, also known as polymelia. Polymelia was once thought to be caused by conjoined twins or other abnormalities during fetal development, but was discovered in 2013 to be caused by a recessive gene mutation in certain lines of Angus cattle. When calves are born with polymelia, they will be born with an extra limb or part of an extra limb, most commonly on the side of their neck. The next mutation is arthrogryposis multiplex. Arthrogryposis multiplex, also known as curly calf syndrome, is the most common genetic mutation in the bovine community. Calves born with arthrogryposis multiplex will be born dead. The spine and legs will be twisted and they will be stiff and rigid. They will be born small and thin because of no muscle development. And the last mutation is contractural arachnodactyly, also known as fawn calf syndrome. Calves born with fawn calf will be born alive, but they are visibly abnormal at birth, where they stand in an irregular crouching position due to the reduced amounts of elasticity in the upper joints and muscles. Since all of these genetic mutations are from recessive genes, carriers of these mutations often look perfectly normal, but you can get genetic testing to be done to determine if they have these recessive genes. All you have to do is get DNA samples from hair root samples, blood spot or FTA cards, whole blood and purple top tubes, and or tissue samples, and then you'll send them in to an organization such as Angus Genetics Incorporated, where you'll get your results back in a couple of business days. Genetic testing costs between $8 to $18 depending on the test, where parent testing being the cheapest, to the evaluations of thousands of genes being a little more expensive. It is also important to know if your cattle have these recessive genes, because it can affect their ability to be registered. In conclusion, it is all around important to learn and research these different genetic mutations and how they affect your cattle, because as we continue inbreeding and live breeding our cattle, these mutations are becoming more common.
Jesse, you gave a nice talk, threw out some big words initially.
Yes, sir.
All the kids were kind of wide-eyed there. Julie behind you, her eyes are about as big as baseballs when you were talking about the extra limbs on cattle. All right, I think you kind of said it whenever we kind of close out. You were talking about line breeding.
Yes, sir.
All right, here's my question. Does inbreeding increase the rate of genetic mutations in cattle?
Yes, sir, it does, because it does not offer the genetic variation, so you're just bringing it back to its parents, and so you just get the same genes over and over again. So if you have those recessive genes in there, they will start to come out and show themselves. So that's where you'll start to see the genetic mutations come out.
Okay, I have a follow-up question. That was good. I'm okay with that. You did a nice job. So you talked about neuropathic hydrocephalus and arthrogryposis multiplex right at the beginning, so waterhead and curly calf respectively. The Angus Association in 2009 decided to make a ruling that, and you said it, that they weren't gonna, from that point forward, any cattle that were born from that point forward, if they were by pedigree, potentially a carrier, they'd have to be tested. And if that test result came back as they are a carrier, then they were not eligible for registration.
Yes,
That's what the board decided. Do you agree with their decision? And how do you think that in the future, breed associations should cope with incidences of genetic mutations in cattle? Do you think they ought to allow them to be registered, or is there another way that you see more fit, make more common sense to manage around them?
So I say they should be allowed to be registered, because in the end, if you know that they are a carrier, so once you get them tested and you know they're a carrier, you can just selectively breed them to a known not carrier, and you will never have a genetically deformed calf.
All right, I think you're ready for college level animal breeding genetics. Way to go.
Thank you.
Real good. Okay, let's go to Kelby Corey from Chisholm FFA.
Good afternoon. My name is Kelby, and I'd like to discuss an important aspect of cattle management that often goes unnoticed but plays a crucial role in the productivity and welfare of feedlot steers. Temperament. Temperament refers to the behavioral responses to cattle to human handling in their environment. It's a trait that varies significantly among individual animals and can have profound effects on their performance in feedlot settings. Steers with calm temperaments tend to handle stress better, which in turn can lead to better growth rates, improved feed efficiency, and overall healthier animals. On the other hand, steers with more excitable or aggressive temperaments may experience higher levels of stress, which can negatively impact their growth and increase the risk of injuries or illness. One of the key reasons temperament is so important in feedlot steers is its impact on stress levels. Stress can trigger a cascade of physiological responses that reduce feed intake, growth, but also makes the animals more susceptible to disease. By selecting for calmer temperaments, we can reduce stress, promote better health, and ultimately improve the efficiency of our operations. Moreover, temperaments affect how steers interact with handlers. Calm animals are easier and safer to manage, reducing the risk of injuries to both the cattle and the handlers. This can lead to more positive working environment and lower labor costs, as less time and effort are needed to handle the animals. As you can see, I have a very crazy cow back here, and that shows that the crazier cow has lost more weight because it is more stressed, running around, freaking out about its environment. And I have a very calm one here that likes to walk up to you on the feed bunk, is the first one there to eat, likes more people, so it'll eat more and it'll gain more weight. By incorporating temperament into selection criteria and management practices, we can enhance animal welfare.
Shelby, you're really calm though. Shelby, you're really calm. And so that really probably helps your steer because you probably handle him in a way where he maybe calm down a little bit. Then again, maybe. But, let me ask you one simple question. What is the impact on tenderness of cattle that have a higher disposition?
If you have a crazier cow, they're going to be more stressed, which will make their meat be like, they'll have more back fat and not be,
Yeah, and so can you just answer one more thing? Why would it be tougher? So what's causing it to be tougher?
Because of how tense they always are, always freaking out and stressful.
Thank you very much. You did a great job.
Thank you, Kelby. Let's go to Allie Kelly from Comal County 4-H.
Is that another dozer moving dirt? I wonder if it's for more houses, an apartment complex, maybe it's a new shopping center. My name is Alexandra Kelly, and I stand before you for the final time representing Comal County 4-H. I proudly deliver my last speech as a tribute to my once small hometown. If you've been in New Braunfels recently, you may have noticed that my hometown is booming. When I was born in 2006, the population of New Braunfels was around 49,000. 18 short years later, and we are sitting at around 116,000. Comal County is one of the top 10 fastest growing counties in the country, and Texas is the 4th fastest growing state. I personally love the Lone Star State, but why is everyone else moving to Texas? And where are all of these people going to live? This modern progress is called urbanization. As cities grow and infrastructure expands, farmland is consumed, putting our agricultural way of life in jeopardy. It seems that farms and ranches are being sold faster than we can even blink to make way for the new residents. Farms and ranches that my family purchased cattle from just a few years ago have been sold to make way for huge neighborhoods. The truth is, when developers in our area are paying over $100,000 an acre, it's hard for these farmers and ranchers to turn down this life-changing money. But the problem is, once the agricultural land is developed, we lose its acreage and its contribution to the global food supply. Urbanization isn't just about one farmer or one rancher. There is a much larger impact. Everywhere you look, there are new neighborhoods or apartment complexes going in, but you don't see any of these things being torn down to reestablish the farmland. The urbanization of farmland is usually irreversible, and it's something we should all be concerned about. The United States is losing, on average, 1.8 million acres of farmland annually. That's 32 million acres that has been lost in my lifetime. Scary, right? One thing we all know is, though, that the good Lord isn't making any more land. And once it's gone, and we are all going to miss it. Agriculture in the United States is a significant industry. The loss of farmland leads to reduced agricultural output and a reduced food supply. This wouldn't be so concerning if our population wasn't on the rise. The U.S. population is expected to rise from 336 million in 2023 to 373 million in 2053. One thing we all know is that all of these people will need to eat, and without farmers and ranchers, it is going to be hard to feed the world. The agricultural industry in the United States is a $433 billion industry. Texas makes up $24 billion of that. Texas ranks #1 in total farms and #1 in total acres of farmland. We also export about $5.8 billion worth of agricultural products to foreign countries. See, Texans aren't just feeding our own, we're feeding the world. The food security that our state provides will be needed for many generations to come. For years, cities have been pushing farmers and ranchers out so that they can urbanize the land. When elected officials lack knowledge of agriculture, they aren't thinking about the long-term consequences of urbanizing the land. You have to remember, there are still people out there that believe that groceries come from H-E-B and brown milk comes from brown cows. They aren't looking into the future and realizing that we need to slow the growth and protect our farmland. It's our job to educate and ultimately protect our food supply. My family and I are proud to play a small role in feeding the world and will continue to advocate as I head to Lubbock in the fall. You heard me right. Texas Tech, here I come. The next time you see me, I will be a proud Red Raider. It has been a privilege to participate in this contest, and I can't thank each of you enough for the opportunities that you have provided me over the years. If there's one thing for sure, I'm gonna miss this.
Boy, you nailed that. I like the way you talk with fire. You're telling me brown milk doesn't come from brown cows?
It does not. Apparently people don't know that.
All right, you need a tough question. Do you agree?
I guess. If you want to give me one, I'll take what you throw at me.
All right, so let's talk about the export market for our U.S. beef industry.
Yes, sir.
Is it important? Do we export more than we import? And what value do we gain out of our export market? Why is it important?
Exporting beef allows us to, well, as we heard in speeches earlier, and that we know, we produce 20% of the world's beef. We can't eat 20% of the world's beef. So we export it out to foreign countries. But we also have a lower number of cattle, with only 6% of cattle compared to the world originally. So with exporting, it allows us to spread our beef throughout the world, but we don't import as much because we're able to feed the people with what we have.
Very good. All right, so I got one more question. So when you look at, you said spreading our beef throughout the world, right? So what do you think are the key products that we export, right? So it's not like we take one of your steers and say, well, he's going to Japan, and this bugger here, he's going to Vietnam, right? It's not the whole animal. We break it apart and we disassemble it. So what products do you think do we export the most, or we don't have as much domestic demand for it? We'd be better off selling that to an international customer?
So a lot of other countries like to use a lot of the beef byproducts that we have, or the offal that we don't use, which is not popular here. I don't know about anybody else. I don't really like to eat beef liver. It's not one of my preferences. So those things we export out to foreign countries because they like that stuff. They have recipes that they can use with those things. And so beef is better utilized throughout the world because we're using all of it.
Well done. Good job.
Outstanding. Thank you, thank you. Next is Truett Burton from Jones County 4-H.
It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon on August 12th. I felt like it was 200 degrees and I was absolutely ecstatic to be starting the preseason junior high tackle football practice. Now, I'm a country boy. I come by it honestly, and I live outside most of the day from sunup to sundown. But doing that in a fully padded football uniform is an entirely different experience. I felt tired and I decided that I needed to change what I was eating. But I was so excited to be part of this team that I was willing to do whatever it took, even if that meant doing a little research on what athletes my age should be eating. And I found some really great information on the Texas Beef Council website and concluded that you should eat 1/3 whole grain carbohydrates, 1/3 fruits and vegetables, and 1/3 protein. There are a lot of great options for protein choices, and I know I'm preaching to the choir here about beef being the main protein source. Beef offers a great source of zinc, iron, protein, and B vitamins. If you're wondering how to get more beef into your diet and more nutrition into your diet, my mom would make spaghetti and meatballs every night before game day, And there's nothing wrong with a good hamburger or a steak every now and then. Also, on the go, things like beef jerky or trail mix or something like that could be good foods before game day. So, in conclusion, if you're wondering what a healthy diet and commercial steers have to do with each other, just know that I'm trying to produce the best option I can of protein for you.
Truett, you did a great job of overcoming it. You know, it's life's easy when everything goes great, but awesome job in sticking with it and finishing it when you had a little adversity. I really appreciate that a lot. It's hard to do. And I think that you're right on target when you're talking about developmentally. Whenever we have children and we have young adults who are growing, and then how important would that nutrition be to the mother whenever she is, you know, developing and building the baby, and what nutrition she might need to give their child or her child the best nutrition for brain development and muscle development. What did you find there? Because I know you did a good job of studying for you.
So, I'm not sure.
What do you think mothers should do when they're getting ready and developing their children? What kind of nutrition should they eat? Think it'd be important for them to have protein?
Yes, sir. It's probably important for them to have protein and iron in their diets.
Yeah, it really is. And so you led right into that, and you did a great job. Thank you very much.
Good job, Truett. All right, let's go to Brian Yannick of Lavaca County 4-H.
Water. The essential element that fuels agriculture is something we often take for granted. But this vital resource is disappearing at an alarming rate. Water scarcity is no longer a distant issue. It is rapidly affecting industries, including beef production. Good evening, or good morning. I'm Ryan Yannick, a junior from Hallettsville, Texas, and a proud member of Lavaca County 4-H. This will be my third year competing in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show, and over these past few years, I learned just how crucial water is to the beef industry. The amount of water used in beef production is often described through a concept known as water footprint. Currently, the largest portion, about 95%, is linked to the production of crops that feed cattle. However, through crop management innovations, we have significantly reduced this impact. One example is integrated farming, which combines beef production with cropping systems, reducing water use by 25 to 30% compared to traditional monoculture methods. This method reduces water use, improves crop yields by 40%, and decreases fertilizer use by 30%. Additionally, advancements in cattle production, such as growth promotants and genetic improvements, further enhance conservation efforts. Growth promotants alone improve water use by 4.2%, while genetic advancements have made cattle 10 to 15% more feed efficient. This allows us to produce more beef with less water. Another key strategy is rotational grazing. This method enhances the soil's ability to retain water, improves forage productivity, and reduces soil erosion. Research shows rotational grazing increases forage mass by over 30%, reflecting improved water stewardship. Technological innovations such as drip irrigation and AI-powered irrigation systems also enhance water productivity. AI systems reduce water use by 25% by combining historical data, weather forecasts, and crop details to optimize irrigation schedules. On a similar note, drip irrigation reduces water use by 41% while maintaining similar crop yields. When these methods and innovations combine, the results are remarkable. Over just the past 3 decades, the beef industry has reduced its water footprint by 37.6%, a testament to our progress. Despite these achievements, however, water scarcity remains a significant threat. The Ogallala Aquifer, which supplies water to a large portion of Texas and other states, is currently being depleted faster than it can recharge. Projections show it could be over 70% diminished in just the next 50 years. This is especially concerning when you realize that 95% of the water drawn from this aquifer is used for farming. Texas plays a vital role in securing the nation's food supply, and the depletion of the Ogallala would have major consequences for agriculture. And then on top of that, food waste exacerbates this issue. Globally, around 1.3 billion tons of food are wasted annually, resulting in the loss of 45 trillion gallons of water, enough to fill up Lake Tahoe. Clearly, reducing food waste is essential to preserving water resources. The good news is we have the tools to tackle these challenges. By continuing to implement sustainable practices and reducing food waste, we can secure a sustainable future. Let's prioritize resource management and innovative solutions to ensure a resilient food supply for generations to come. Thank you.
Ryan, you chose the most important topic, bar none. I don't think you can argue it, in our beef industry. And I appreciate you tackling that subject of our water footprint and how we're going to have to manage things better. And it goes well beyond the cattle. But I've been thinking how I want to word this to you. But how do you see the landscape of the Texas Panhandle that is dependent upon the Ogallala Aquifer as you described?
Yes, sir.
How do you see it changing in the decades to come? Like as we start to run out of that resource, how do you see the beef industry? So, is the Texas Panhandle predominantly a feedlot region or a cow-calf region?
Feedlot region.
Okay. So, what you thinking? Like, how are these feedlots going to support and draw enough water to support 100,000 head? That's a tough question, Ryan, but how are these feedlots going to meet that challenge? Do you think there are solutions to that where they don't have to relocate? Or do you think they're going to have to relocate? Give me your insight on that.
Well, first off, you have these established locations, so it's going to cost lots of money to relocate, go other places, build these places. And so it's finding, okay, what solutions are there to implement to where you can stay there. And so continuing to do your best with, I'm kind of going around the question, but just doing your best to sustain, the practice and ensuring that you are sustainable with your water usage.
So how do you think a feedlot can be a good steward of their water? How might they conserve water or better utilize water in a feedlot?
So by the feedlot specifically, with their management of their grains and, making sure you reduce food spoilage, making sure you're trying to, and, all of the, what you can feed cattle, it got to go to, the cattle being fed. And so, yes, you could try to use more sustainable crops, but then also, you got to have enough to feed all of them. And so, just trying to reduce feed spoilage and also just, reducing any leaks, any outdated equipment to, specifically that utilizes water.
Ryan, you did an excellent job, man. I asked you a very tough question. You handled it well. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, Ryan. Okay, Graham Hale from Santo FFA.
Would you believe me if I told you that a cow's stomach is like a bustling microorganism city with billions of inhabitants, all working 24/7 to keep the animal alive? Hi, my name is Graham Hale, and today I'll be taking you on a fascinating journey to one of the most complex and efficient systems in the animal kingdom. Unlike humans who have a single compartment stomach, steers are part of a unique group of animals called ruminants. Equipped with a remarkable 4-compartment stomach system, this sophisticated digestive factory allows them to do something we humans can't: extract nutrients from grass and hay through a process called rumination. Let's start our journey in the first compartment, the rumen. Picture a 50-gallon fermentation vat filled with billions of microscopic bacteria, protozoa, and fungi. This biological powerhouse breaks down tough plant material that would be completely indigestible to humans. The rumen maintains a consistent temperature of 101 to 102 degrees Fahrenheit and operates a self-sustaining ecosystem. Here, microorganisms break down cellulose in plant matter into usable nutrients, producing gases as byproducts, which is why cattle burp so much. Moving to the second compartment, the reticulum, nicknamed the honeycomb, for its distinctive lining pattern. It acts as a sorting facility. Think of it as nature's quality control department. Any foreign object like wire or nails that a steer may accidentally consume will be trapped here, protecting the rest of the digestive system. It also helps form small balls of partially digested food that the steer will later regurgitate and re-chew. This process we commonly call chewing the cud. Moving to the third compartment, the omasum, often called the mini piles, for its multiple fold structure. This chamber acts as a powerful squeeze press, removing water from the digesting material and grinding plant particles even more. It's nature's way of maximizing nutrient absorption efficiency. Finally, we reach the abomasum, known as the true stomach. This is the only chamber that is similar to our human stomach, producing acids and enzymes to break down proteins. By the time food reaches here, most plant material will have already been digested by the previous 3 chambers. This incredible digestive system is also a testament to evolutionary adaptation. Over millions of years, cattle have developed a complex system that allows them to thrive on low-quality forage, making them integral to sustainable agriculture in areas where crops can't be grown. In conclusion, the next time you see a steer peacefully grazing in a field, remember that inside that steer is an intricate digestive factory that allows processing plant material with the efficiency that would put an industrial engine to shame. It's a perfect example of nature's ingenious design. Turning simple grass into valuable nutrition through one of the most sophisticated digestive systems in the animal kingdom. Thank you.
Graham, you did an amazing job of talking about why cattle are amazing, and they're created in a way that's unique and delivers to us a really high quality, unbelievable, nutrient-dense food that you can't get anywhere else. So let's talk about those guys and its relationship into global warming. So that really intricate, complicated digestive system that God created for cattle, what is it that the industry is doing that's really focusing on that to be able to reduce the greenhouse gases, to make the actual beef industry be carbon positive, and what are they focusing on to do that?
Could you repeat that question?
So what is the beef industry focusing on to improve that digestive system? What are we feeding the cattle? What are we putting in the cattle to improve the efficiency of that system and reduce the number of gases that go out into the environment? It's a feed additive. You probably maybe had it in your feed.
Is it ADM?
So what is ADM? What is that?
It's a beef tray.
Yeah, so we have a microbiome that exists in there, correct? And so those additives like that, the different combinations of microorganisms, we put in as a probiotic. And so it helps that digestive system, and we can really do a lot of orchestration of that and really change that animal quite a bit. Your speech did a great job of outlining that. And that's why everyone in this room needs to focus on that, and our whole industry is doing a great job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Let's go to Reed Hawkins from Groveton FFA.
With the future of the cattle industry come new ideas. One of these new ideas is beef on dairy cattle. Unfortunately, with new ideas comes new problems. Hello, my name is Reed Hawkins with the Groveton FFA, and today I'll be informing you about liver abscesses in beef on dairy cattle. Beef on dairy cattle have become an ever-growing segment in the beef cattle industry. In recent years, calves born from beef on dairy have become a new addition to the U.S. feedlot. This trend has added much needed volume to the U.S. beef supply due to cattle herd numbers being so low. According to the National Association of Animal Breeders, units of beef semen sales have gone up 260% from 2017 to 2021. This shift is due to dairy producers wanting to capture more value for their surplus calves. Higher levels of liver abscesses in beef on dairy occur 2 to 3 times greater when compared to standard beef cattle. Mating beef bulls to dairy females provides opportunities for the producer to take advantage of increased performance, efficiency, and profitability. Beef on dairy calves enable the producer to take advantage of genetic traits for performance and carcass qualities. These calves have shown to have an improved feedlot performance compared to traditional dairy beef. These calves have also exhibited improved gain, feed efficiency, and overall productivity. This results in them having favorable carcass qualities such as marbling, tenderness, and flavor. Their carcasses also exhibit a higher dressing percentage, which is a desirable trait in the beef industry. However, one of the more pressing matters with beef on dairy is the concern for liver abscesses. According to the USDA Agricultural Research Service, economic loss associated with cattle under these conditions can reach higher than $400 million annually. Liver abscesses are a bacterial infection known to start in the rumen and cause ruminal acidosis, which spreads infection in and around the liver. Wounds, injuries, injection sites, and contamination from the environment are all ways liver abscesses can occur. A well-rounded nutrition plan entailing adequate protein, energy, fiber, minerals, and vitamins is a way to help reduce liver abscesses. In summary, crossbreeding these cattle helps benefit the beef producer, but we must acknowledge the challenges. Strategies to overcome these challenges include choosing the proper matings, monitoring herd health with early interventions, and developing a marketing plan that helps benefit both beef on dairy and beef cattle production and profitability. Thank you.
Reed, excellent. You attacked a great topic that we focus on a lot in our research program at Tech on the beef on dairy side. Hey, you did a pretty nice job describing physiology. What pathogens, this is a pretty tough question, what pathogens are most responsible for causing liver abscesses? Would you prefer another question? That's pretty tough.
Is it a fusobacteria?
A what?
Fusobacteria?
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's correct. Good job. Hold on one second. Hold on. Not done yet. Yeah, no, you did good. It's Bifidobacterium nigroforum is one of them, amongst many, and that's excellent. So, I want you to connect the dots a little bit more for me, though. Where is that pathogen coming from that eventually sets up shop in the liver and causes the infection? Where is it coming from? Where is it at in the animal's body, and how does it get all the way to the liver? Because you talked to me about acidosis.
So it starts in the rumen, and then if the infection gets bad enough, it can spread outside the rumen and even to tissues other than the liver.
Yeah, you're doing great. So it's in the rumen, and so you said I think if the infection spreads. All right, what do you mean by that? So how is that little booger getting from the rumen to the liver? How is it gaining entry? So it's got to go into the blood system. So you got to relocate it from the rumen into the blood system. What's allowing that? Do you think most of those bacteria are able to escape the rumen and get into the blood system quite easily, or is there something related to what you talked about that's causing an opportunity for that bacteria to escape?
Things such as an injection site.
Well, now you said acidosis, Reed. So explain what's going on with acidosis.
It's causing ruptures in the rumen, which causes it to spill out into the body.
That's right. Very nice job. You really thought yourself through that very good. Now I'm asking you some tough questions. Great job today. Yeah,
I'm sure glad you got that question, not me. Okay, let's go to Marley Lane from On the FFA.
Thomas Jefferson once quoted, "Agriculture is our wisest pursuit, because it will, in the end, contribute most to good morals, real wealth, and happiness." I believe this encompasses what most of us want to leave as our legacy for generations to come. But maybe at what expense? Think about it like riding a roller coaster. The climb to the top is exciting, but the plunge downward is terrifying. The ag industry, as rewarding as it is, also comes with some very dark times. Hello, my name is Marley Lane, and I am representing the Only FFA chapter. The first time I lost a livestock project, I realized death loss in feedlot cattle can have major impacts, not only on profitability, but could also be mentally brutal for the rancher. Ride for the brand, a powerful expression that speaks to loyalty, hard work, and commitment to a cause greater than oneself. It signifies deep-rooted values of taking pride in your work, honoring your responsibilities, and leaving a legacy that others will remember. I take pride in being part of such an industry and have been blessed by this community teaching and helping me along the way, but also on another forefront that I have not spoken too freely about: mental health, depression, and suicide. The ranching industry, while romanticized for its rugged independence, faces significant challenges, including the emotional toll of hard, isolating work. Depression and suicide rates within ranching communities are serious concerns, often intensified by these unique stressors. Yet it's essential to remember that strength can also be found in seeking support and connection. Just as the phrase "ride for the brand" emphasizes loyalty and unity, it's crucial to extend that loyalty to oneself and to fellow ranchers. Mental health is just as important as physical health, and no one should have to endure these battles alone. Ranchers are 3.5 times more likely to die by suicide than the general population, and males in the industry have a suicide rate more than 50% higher than other occupations. These jobs are demanding with many factors that are out of their control. Then throw on the stigma that they should be able to handle any situation by themselves. It's a storm in the making. My pappy is a man that I admire. He has overcome the obstacle of being unable to read or write, and he has not let that stop him. However, like many, he does not like to ask for help, and I truly believe that mindset has been passed down for generations. But as these statistics state, I urge all of us to rethink that state of mind. I personally can attest to how damaging it can be to keep it bottled up and try to fight my own mental battles. But let me reassure you, there is freedom in reaching out. You will never meet an unscarred champion. Scars remind us of where we have been, but they do not have to dictate where we are going. I want my scars to push me forward to prepare me to leave a legacy that generations will know and love. God put all of us here, and we all have purpose. We all have a story to tell and a legacy to leave. No matter what the dream is you have, live by God's word, and the blessings will multiply in your legacy's name for generations. To wrap up on what Thomas Jefferson said, I think real wealth maybe isn't valued on $1, but it's more about the wealth that can't be spent in a store and is found within family, friends, and community. Good morals are built by hard work, honest living, God-fearing, and loving big. And finally, happiness is determined by what we make of it and what we surround ourselves with. Happiness can't be bought, but you can buy cows, and that makes me happy. Just like on a roller coaster, squeal with joy and laughter together in the highs and hold on tight to one another in the lows. And rest assured together that God is in control. Thank you.
Marley, that was a great speech, outstanding, and I think that that's great in the cattle industry because we definitely have a lot of swings in the way things go. One thing I want to ask you more mainly is about your cattle and their weight. Do you think that they weigh enough?
They weigh a little too much.
Oh, okay. Well, how much is too much, and why is it too much?
My Black Angus Mott weighs 1682, and my Black Angus was 1600, so they are overweight.
One of the things I would ask, though, is maybe they were really efficient, and is that a good thing? Should we really push for having fast-growing, good-doing cattle like yours?
I think we should. My cattle grew extremely fast. They ate all their food every day, and I fed about 35 pounds a day, and I did not want to give them any more to make them gain much over to deduct more points for me.
Yeah, you did a great job. Congratulations and an awesome speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marley. That was great. Let's go to Hallettsville, Miss Abby Ressler.
Now that's a big number. And what if I told you that was the percentage of our population that is far removed from agriculture and specifically the beef industry? Howdy, my name is Abby Ressler, and I'm a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA chapter. Now, when I heard this, my reaction, as I can assume most of the people in this room, was shocked. How can we have a successful industry if 98% of people don't know what we're doing? After doing some research, I decided we needed to look into the advocacy of the beef industry. The beef industry has many well-established advocates, such as the BQA, the NCBA, and the Texas Beef Council. The BQA educates producers on practices that ensure cattle's well-being, safety, and beef quality. The NCBA advocates for the cattle and beef industry by improving the business climate, growing beef demand, and increasing the world's access to U.S. beef. And finally, the Texas Beef Council, funded by the Beef Checkoff, builds beef-loving communities by engaging consumers, chefs, health influencers, and more with demand-driving programs. But how can your everyday rancher advocate for the beef industry? This is where social media comes in, providing a large, easy-to-access platform to directly communicate with consumers has been a game changer. Ranchers like Tucker Brown at R.A. Brown Ranch have taken to social media to show the everyday life of a rancher. From posting about working his cattle to getting ready for sales, he shows people who may not be so
most to the industry what ranchers do. Small meat processors like Seth and Scott Perkins, better known as the Bearded Butchers, show the everyday life of a small meat processor by showing how they process and prepare retail cuts. The power and reach of social media even allows young people like us involved in FFA and 4-H projects to influence the 98% of people who are not involved in agriculture. I'd even like to suggest that we actually have more of an influence than bigger companies and organizations have because of our genuine, unfiltered, and honest stories about our involvement in agriculture. When we share our stories about our projects, our family businesses, and our daily agricultural activities, they are received as informative expressions from one person to another. Our social media expressions are viewed to consumers through the lens of a company trying to sell a product. And it really isn't so much what we say in our ag advocacy as young producers, but how we make people feel about this industry that will impact them most. Take advantage of your opportunity as a young agriculturist and be an industry participant. Use every means available to you when you have an opportunity to communicate with people. Don't be afraid that you might say something that won't be appreciated. Instead, have faith that people will appreciate your attempt to share the industry you love with them. I will leave you with this quote from Maya Angelou. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. If we can advocate for agriculture and the beef industry with this in mind, we can't go wrong. Thank you.
Abby, man, what a talent you have. You're a tremendous public speaker.
Thank you.
What are you going to major in one day?
I'm not sure yet. All options available.
All right, all options are available. What is your ideal career in the beef industry and why do you want to do that?
So my ideal job in the beef industry truly would just be to advocate for it and find a job that makes me happy and that I can help best with these cattle. And I think it's really important to have people who advocate for the beef industry, because if we don't have anybody selling this great product, what's going to happen? Nothing's going to happen is the answer. So that's kind of the job that I would be interested in the beef industry.
That's an excellent answer. So to get paid for advocacy, so for that to be your real job, it's everyone's responsibility, right, on a daily basis to advocate when we can, when the situation arrives. But what kind of organizations do you see as somebody that would just strictly employ you to be an advocate?
Well, like I mentioned, the BQA, the NCBA, and the Texas Beef Council, they advocate for this industry well, and I really think that they could be like a good job to work for.
All right, excellent. I wish you the best. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Thank you, Abby. We'll go to Nazareth FFA, Mr. Pierce Wilhelm.
Go big or go home. This is often used in situations where someone is encouraged to take a bold risk or fully commit. Last year, I fully committed to bringing the biggest steers that I could. And don't get me wrong, I heard the whispers about the contestant who brought the big boys that were maxed out. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Pierce Wilhelm from the Nazareth FFA. I'm back, and as you can see, I haven't changed my mentality much on raising local cattle. But I am experimenting with some different genetics. I stood here last year literally shaking in my boots as Dr. Rathman razzed me about their size and asked, "What do you think is too big, and why do you think yours are too big?" My response is that most packing houses were built in the 70s and 80s when carcasses were much smaller. And the ideal slaughter weight is around 1,400 pounds for steers today, but mine were just a little too big. I didn't come home a winner last year, but rest assured That long 7-hour trek back home had our whole family discussing the questions posed to me and ready to do my homework. I still stand firm that in raising larger cattle is the future of our industry and that packers need to be prepared. The idea of meatpacking plants first arose in the 1870s through 1890s as railroads were being established. However, it wasn't until almost 100 years later that the packers would really start to invest in the cattle industry and build their plants. Carcasses were much often smaller than 700 pounds in the 70s when the packing houses were built. And it's no secret, as each of us in this industry knows, that carcasses have been trending heavier for the past 40 years. So it's no longer an issue where Pierce Wilhelm just brings in a couple of head that they can't handle. It's a shift in the industry as a whole. You see, current packers have seen their costs for operations and labor rise significantly since the beginning of the pandemic. And yes, they have made historic per head profits. But due to rising construction costs, higher interest rates, and fuel costs, they are not able to afford upgrades to any outdated plants. The USDA tells us that with cattle numbers being at an all-time low, the only way to meet consumer demand is through larger cattle. So that means that packers better adapt to the increase in size. As livestock economist David Anderson says, packers will need more up-to-date facilities that can handle the size that cattle are today. I am just one producer who sees the value in cattle that produce large carcasses. So that means the packers better get ready, because we're ready to feed them up and get them big. Because the demand for beef is greater than ever. Bigger isn't just better, it's the future. Thank you.
Here, it was Doc's turn, but since you brought me up into your talk, I thought I need to ask the question. All right, so perhaps, yes, the industry is trending towards big boys, as you call them. Your cattle weighed 1635 and 1526. Do you think, so it's one thing to talk about the size of cattle that we need in the terminal phase, but it's a totally different thing to discuss what our optimal cow size is in terms of their mothers. So here's, what do you think the optimal cow size is in the United States?
Well, the optimal cow size is around 1,200 pounds, and this allows for producers to graze more cows and calves per acreage, and this can increase our cattle herd by small numbers, which leads to a big step in the future.
Hey, you nailed that. And so the follow-up question is, Pierce, I agree with you. 1,200-pound cow, that's great, right? Every environment's a little bit different. Some may be a little smaller, some a little bigger. But 1,200 pounds is a great average. Right now, probably I'd say the average cow in the United States weighs closer to 1,400. Probably 200 pounds too big. How do we get a 1,200-pound cow to produce a 1,600-pound steer?
That is all in the genetics of the bull, and bulls also need to be just a bit smaller because they're easier to maintain. But that would be somewhere in crossbreeding. You can breed with a Charolais, which has great muscle and frame score, and you can breed that with a Angus, and that'll help produce that large carcass, but also bring the quality.
Great job, Pierce. I congratulate you on the performance today and for studying and thinking about what you learned last year and applying it this year. Great job.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. One thing that I want to tell y'all is that hit me a minute ago. We are going to feed the kids. If you're worried about lunch and all the things, don't worry about it. I'll give you details in a little bit, but we are going to take care of the kids for lunch. There may be enough for beyond the kids in a little bit too. Okay, let's go to Jenna Beth Stevenson, Spring Lake FFA.
As I have watched the markets over the years, it has become abundantly clear that changes due to fear, because of lack of information,
causes undue stress on cattle producers. So as I was looking for a topic for this speech, I wanted to choose one that wasn't a top news line today, but has the potential to be. The topic I found for this was antimicrobial resistance, or AMR for short. The first thing that I thought of when I heard of AMR was antibiotic-free beef. And from there, my mind immediately went to resistant cells in the beef itself. But this truly isn't a resistance problem because you can give any antibiotic you want, and once you get to the packing facility, it turns into a residue problem, not a resistance problem. Any resistance would come from contamination. But even if there is contamination, this still has a simple solution, and that's cooking it. If you look at the studies, they show that the cell is resistant to the antibiotic that used to kill it, not high temperatures. So as long as you follow proper FDA cooking guidelines and don't buy beef tartare from suspicious places, you should be perfectly fine. The second problem because of AMR in cattle is it transferring from the second problem because of it is the pre-mentioned residue. And if you look at this problem as, oh no, we put it in there, it's always going to be in there, I don't believe you're doing it justice. Because thanks to programs like the National Residue Program, certain antibiotics are tested down to the parts per billion. That is nowhere near enough antibiotics to hurt anybody. We have the safest food supply chain in the world. Our consumers have no reason to worry. The third problem because of AMR in cattle is it's transferring from cattle to humans. And this is harder to combat because as long as we are properly taking care of them, we will always be in contact with them and there will always be risk for cross-contamination. So the way we have been and need to combat this is increasing our antibiotic stewardship. Whether this be from voluntary things like making sure our treatment intervals are right or keeping metaphylaxis to a last resort, or even non-voluntary things like the FDA changing all antibiotics to where they are prescription and not over the counter. These have worked so well that according to the FDA, the sales of medically important antimicrobial drugs used in food-producing animals was down 36% from 2015 to 2022. I believe that although we do need to keep gathering information and improving on this topic, I believe that cattle producers have been doing very well with the information we have and that our consumers have no reason to worry. Thank you.
Jenna, great job on getting the data because there's a lot of criticism, especially in Europe and worldwide, on antimicrobial resistance, and they try to blame the beef industry or the use of antibiotics in animal production. And so it's a great separation there. Really appreciate your cattle, and I wanted to ask you a question about what is your breed makeup of these two steers?
They're Jersey Angus crosses.
Okay, great. That is really good because, you know, Dr. Rathman and I missed that. And that's why I wanted to ask you that. Getting to your speech topic, let's ask a really good question about where did you find in your research that the majority of the AMR is coming from? Is it coming from livestock production, or is it coming from another part of where we use a lot of antibiotics?
It varies depending on which study you're looking at it, but most of the time it's either from hospitals because they use so many of them, or it's from other places that.
Yeah, it's mainly in the human, the way that we're using them that we see most resistance.
Yes.
Okay, great job, good answer. Thank you very much.
Let's go to Hadley Hemphill from Coleman County 4-H.
It's almost springtime. This means that many producers are preparing for the spring bull and heifer sales happening across Texas. As ranchers attend these sales, they have various tools at their disposal to help them make selection decisions. Some of these tools include EPDs and all of their numbers. Some producers, however, may not have the experience or the patience to wade through dozens of EPD numbers at a time. So today, we ask the question, is the Combined Value Index the easy button for animal selection? Howdy, my name is Hadley Hemphill, and I'm here with Coleman County 4-H. I am still a firm believer in attending sales and physically observing animals in order to evaluate feet, docility, and overall conformation. I also enjoy working through EPDs as a selection tool. For some producers, this may seem too complex or labor-intensive. So, the Combined Value Index may be a fantastic starting point. The Combined Value Index is represented by a $sign and then a capital C right next to it. In fact, it's often referred to as the $C Index, and it's located with the EPDs in most sale catalogs. It is often expressed in dollars per head, and it is factored in with traits that make up the maternal wean calf value and beef value indexes. In other words, the most important traits to your average cow-calf producer. These traits include calving ease, yearling and weaning weight, milking and maternal traits, heifer pregnancy, cow weight, foot angle, claw set, docility, marbling, ribeye area, and dry feed intake. That's a lot of traits. In relation to how your average cow-calf producer runs their operation, the Combined Value Index assumes that the rancher will retain 20% of his heifer crop as replacement heifers, and the rest will be sent off to the feedlot. The value of the $C Index typically ranges from 100 to the upper 300 values. On our operation, we only buy cattle with a $C Index of above 200. The difference in two animals' numbers is the projected difference between their progeny's value. For example, say that Bull A's $C Index is 200 and Bull B's $C Index is 260. Because of this information, we can infer that Bull B's offspring will be worth $60 more per head than Bull A's. Now this is considering if all other things are equal. So, is the $C Index the easy button for animal selection? No, it may not be. However, the simplicity of the $C Index combined with the long list of important traits that are factored in make it a fantastic starting point for seed stock selection. Thank you.
Hadley gave an excellent talk there. That was spot on in terms of making decisions on what bulls to buy. I've got two questions. First one, what do you think in today's market a good bull, and I'm kind of using that loosely, a good bull, right? Above average bull. What do you think that they're worth? What would you pay for it?
Oh wow, that's a good question because prices have been rising. My dad and granddad attended the 44 Farm sale later this year and the Bradley sale, and prices are really increasing. And so, on the lower end of things, I've seen, 2,500. But on the higher things, they can get all the way up to 500, like really high, maybe even higher than that. I'm not for sure, but yes, sir.
That's good. That's good, Hadley. So I always tell my students that you hear a lot of people say this, but that a good bull is worth 5 weaned calves. Do you have any idea what a weaned calf is worth? So say you wean off a 600-pound steer. What do you think that steer is bringing in today's market?
Oh, I'd say
like how much per pound?
Like Per pound?
Yes,
Or,
Yeah, like how much is he bringing per pound, and then we can multiply that obviously by 600.
oh, I was gonna give you that value. I would think, like, I'm not sure per pound. I could give you the, like, what it would sell for.
Okay, what do you
maybe.
think?
Like maybe 1,000 to like 3,000, depending on genetics and stuff.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Hadley, you did a great job today. I really enjoyed your speech.
Thank you.
Good job, Hadley. Let's go to Cameron Burton from Jones County 4-H.
I'm kind of drawn to wild things. Think about the paintings that grace the cover of the Western Horseman magazine. Like paintings by Charles Russell and Teal Blake. You can almost feel like you're in the Wild West with them, and the wild cattle from Mexico are being driven to the railheads up north. But to be honest, in my daily life, with 3 brothers and a wonderful little cow pony we call Honda, it's actually not too far from it. Well, we sure have come a long way to be finished street. And although we still have some pretty wild stories about our stuff, we work hard to keep our cattle gentle and for a good reason. Hi, I'm Cameron Burton. I'm 10 years old, and this is my 2nd year doing commercial steers. As much as I love to dream about the old days of fast ponies, handy cowboys catching wild longhorn steers, I can now appreciate the true value of gentle cattle. Not only do wild cattle tear up pins and equipment, but they don't gain as well, and the meat can have a tendency to get tough. In fact, I've got a funny and very applicable story to tell you, but it wasn't very funny at the time. When we first got our steers, we took them to the vet, and one of our steers decided to jump out of the pins at the vet and take off down the highway as fast as he could, away from the vet clinic. My mom was at home at the time, heard what happened, and was tracking my dad's iPhone up and down the highway for a really long time. The situation ended up with a frantic call to the local cowboy, who came and roped the steer and brought him back to us. That's definitely not how you want to start out with a new project. Interestingly, that steer, which happened to be my brother's, average daily gain was almost half of what mine was. Half. In my speech last year, I mentioned some helpful tips I learned to improve my cattle's attitude through their stress handling. One thing we don't want wild is our cattle. I can also appreciate the progress we've made as an industry in selecting breed types that are more docile than others. Since the old days, producers have constantly been breeding cattle that are more docile than others to trying not to remove the protective instincts against predators. It just so happens that docility in cattle is a heritable trait, which means if a calf's mother was gentle, then her offspring should be gentle as well. In conclusion, I'd like to leave you with a thought. In Jesus' famous Sermon on the Mount, he said, "Blessed are the meek, for they will inherit the earth." That word meek gets misused in our language to only refer to as gentle, kind, or easily pushed around. However, the Greek meaning for meek is pros, which means great power under control, like a well-rode ranch horse. Well, we want to raise meek cattle too. That means when they are big and powerful, they handle quietly and calmly. That type of steer is a powerful package of nutritious beef for our consumers in the most efficient way possible. And that is pretty wild. Thank you.
Thank you, Cameron, for a really awesome speech. And I wanted to ask you a question about beef. Is that a surprise?
Really?
Do you like to eat beef?
Oh, yes.
So what's your favorite thing to eat?
Chicken fried steak or hamburgers.
Chicken fried steak and hamburger. So what cut would you say would make the best chicken fried steak? If you had to pick from the chuck, the front end, the middle, or the back end? Where do you think most of the chicken fried steaks are coming from?
I think I do know that we make it with tenderized ground steak.
That's
and
exactly right. You then nailed it. That was outstanding. Why would we use round steak and tenderize it?
So it's more tender, and
Right.
ground steak, in my opinion, is one of my favorite cuts.
Great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Groveton FFA's Miss Hannah Page.
Good morning. My name is Hannah Page, and I am from Groveton FFA. Yellow gold, as some may call it, corn is the most valuable energy commodity grown in the United States. The U.S. has a large competitive advantage producing corn. Corn is one of the most calorie-dense per-acre crops that can be grown. But there are only so many ways to prepare corn, so we feed it to our livestock to turn into delicious protein. Corn is just one of many crops grown and used in livestock feed, such as soybeans, cotton, sorghum, grass, and alfalfa. About 41 million tons of livestock feed comes from forages and grains in the U.S. To you and me, forages and grains are just something we feed to our livestock, but what goes into the production of the crops we use for feed? A forage is a bulky feed like grass or hay for horses and cattle. The term grain refers to crops like corn or wheat. Fertilizers can be used to supplement crop needs for yields beyond what soil nutrients can provide. Generally, all crops require similar nutrients, except legumes, which can make their own nitrogen. The major nutrients supplied from fertilizer are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. There are many different types and sources of fertilizer to choose from, including chemical or organic and dry or liquid. When it comes to chemical fertilizer, nitrogen is like the fuel in the car. In other words, nitrogen applications are a primary factor in increasing yields. Nitrogen, among other things, is a key ingredient in chlorophyll, the compound plants use for photosynthesis. Modern nitrogen fertilizers originated with the development of the Haber-Bosch process in early 20th century Germany. Nearly 50% of the nitrogen in each of your bodies right now originated in the Haber-Bosch process. The Haber-Bosch process also produces a fertilizer product called ammonia, which is gas. Ammonia is heavily used in the Corn Belt and must be applied via tillage equipment called knives. Ammonia is the precursor of all nitrogen fertilizers and most phosphorus fertilizers. Nitrogen producers can upgrade anhydrous ammonia into products like ammonium nitrate, UAN, and urea. Ammonia is also involved in most of our phosphorus fertilizers because it is used to react with phosphoric acid to form granular phosphates. Phosphorus is also one of the major nutrients in crops and is involved in many compounds and processes in the plant, including regulating maturity and formation of RNA and DNA. Phosphorus is another one of the, potassium is another one of the major nutrients supplied from fertilizers. And we produce potash from underground deposits found in very few places around the world. Most potassium is in the form of potash and comes from either the desert in southwestern US, Canada, or Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Fertilizers are a great way to supplement your crops and soil, making crops better for livestock and meat better for us. In the same way that ammonia can be upgraded into other products, you need to take a good, hard look at what is being upgraded into the grain for your cattle. Thank you.
Nice job. Hannah, is nitrogen fertilizer expensive or cheap?
I'd say it's pretty expensive right now because kind of the price of everything is getting expensive because of the tariffs being imposed.
Yeah, very expensive. So, is there any side effects from a greenhouse gas standpoint to application of synthetic fertilizers?
So I would say during production, there's probably a little bit of release of the methane and carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, but it's not much.
Any others?
Ammonia gas.
Okay. Yeah, so one we talk about is nitrous oxide. And it's way more harmful than methane that we want to spend all of our time talking about. So if it's expensive and it also releases a harmful greenhouse gas, because a lot of times it volatilizes and we don't even get, the plant doesn't get to use it, is in your research, we'd be better off not using them. But obviously I understand why we use them. But the farmer's margins might be better if we could figure out a way to circumvent it and still get nice yields. In your research, is there any alternatives to using nitrogen fertilizers that are expensive to the farmer that could still provide nitrogen to the plant?
So I would say the compounds like UAN, urea, and ammonium nitrate would definitely be some.
All right, very good. Thank you very much, Hannah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Let's go to Holly Ressler from Hallettsville.
Imagine with me, you're in the middle of a long, hot day of ranch work. You take a break under a shade tree and drink a cup full of water from your water jug. The cool refreshment of that ice-cold water is just what you needed. You put it down and continue with your chores. When you come back, you notice that there's some dirt in your water. You're wondering how that happened and question if it was there when you drank from it the first time. Howdy. My name is Holly Ressler, and I'm a 7th grade member of the Hallettsville Junior FFA. Water is really important for your cattle's health. Today, I'd like to outline just why water is the #1 most important nutrient in the cattle's diet. The weekly chore at my house is to clean the water trough. As you all know, cleaning the water trough takes a lot of time and energy. And if you're like me, you never complain about having to clean the water trough. Okay, maybe that isn't totally true, but it is very rewarding when you know that your steers will stay nice and healthy. Water needs are influenced by the temperature outside, the stage of production, and the weight of your animal. Your steers need more water when it's hot rather than cool. It is estimated that steers drink 2 gallons of water for every 100 pounds of body weight, which means my steers are drinking around 26 gallons of water every day. Your steers drank less water when you started feeding them because they were smaller and lighter. But as the feeding period went on, they got bigger and heavier, so they drank more water. Now let's switch gears. I'm sure some of y'all have ponds that you have at home to use as your water source. You might find that there are a lot more bugs there than you would want to have in your glass. But did you know some bugs can indicate if your water is healthy or if something is unusual? Some bugs have really low tolerance for pollution, which can be in the water that they depend on, while others can survive in almost anything. If you notice some creepy crawlers, such as leeches, slugs, snails, beetles, and even some flatworms, you might have a problem, because these guys don't usually appear in clean waters. In clean waters, they are normally outcompeted by those good bugs. Good bugs include dragonflies, mayflies, and many more. Something that ranchers can do to improve their water quality is to install aerators. These are machines that pump oxygen into the water and encourage the good bugs and insects to outcompete the bad bugs. Water is really important for all living things. We want to make sure that our steers always have access to clean water to reach their maximum potential. So the next time you take a drink of water or clean a water trough, think about how clean it is and remember, the most important nutrient is water. Thank you.
Holly, love you and love the speech you gave. You just did an awesome job. I want to ask you a couple questions that I think will really be right in your speech category. So how many gallons of water do you think the steers drink a day? What do they need? What do they usually drink?
About 2 times, probably around 26 to 28 gallons of water every day.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's an awesome answer. It's right in the range of what they need. So a typical feedlot would have around, say, 50,000 head of cattle, 40 to 50,000 head of cattle in the Texas Panhandle. So how many gallons of water do you think the entire feedlot would need a day? If you said 30 gallons, we'll just round it up.
Probably at least maybe 1 million.
Yeah, you're right. So we need 1 million gallons just to water them for one day. So that means your typical feedlot, because you wouldn't want to just have 1 day storage, probably has to have storage capabilities of 1 to 2 million gallons a day just for one feedlot in case they needed to, have an accident or something happen. So we do all that. Cattle drink a lot of water, and then you go buy your steak. What percentage of that steak would be water? So what would be the percentage of water that makes up food?
Probably most of it.
Yep, that's a good answer. It's the biggest proportion. So I'll give you an option. 60%, 70%, 80%, or 90%. One of those 4. Pick one.
80.
That's a good guess. It's 73%. You're close. Good job. It's a good answer.
Good job, Holly. So 26 years ago when we started this show, we needed a sponsor. We needed help starting this show. And Lissy and Eckel stepped up. 26 years later, fast forward to today, and Lissy and Eckel has been our primary sponsor for all 26 years. Charles Eckel has joined us this morning. Charles, thank you so very much. Charles is going to be with us for the rest of the day. He's got goodies for y'all this afternoon as a snack to tide you over after lunch. And I urge you all to come and visit with him. Find out why Lissy and Eckel loves you guys so much. Do that for me. Let's take a quick break.
Study, practice.
So that means test will move the
That's when I answered it, and then he was like, no, trying to get the liver. Let me try to call him back. He was like, he said, accident. How does he get the liver? And I was like, oh yeah, it rocked. Rupture, infection, just kind of do it. All these beautiful steers, and he turns around and they're not in there. It was the first one. He goes, it's like he's like staring back.
gentleman. It's a live stream, Taylor Ford.
I was going to ask you, when it comes back, promote anywhere where we can see it as an outside world, you know, like that is pretty cool. To watch the speeches and what's going on.
So you can watch it on the live stream too. Give me your phone and I'll pull it in, and then you can share it. People can share it. Can you just look up San Antonio livestock stream? Okay. It comes up.
Really? Because I was thinking of some bigger population here, you know? It's too bad they don't advertise more for this big industry and cattle and the kids, and they're doing it some commercial steer programs. What a good promotion that would be to be able to watch it. So what do I have to put on my phone? It's over there. It's San Antonio commercial steer. You type in all the lights
for every year.
Really? Oh my God.
Okay, kiddos, head back to the table. Okay, let's get started again. Okay, let's start back with Bellevue FFA's Kaylin Johnson.
Feed conversion is how well a steer turns its food into weight. Just like when we eat our favorite food and feel energized, steers do the same. The better they convert their food, the more delicious meat we can soon enjoy. Howdy everyone, my name is Kaylin Johnson. I'm in the 5th grade with the Bellevue FFA. There are key factors in feed conversion. First is genetics. Some breeds like Angus and Hereford are better at growing. Farmers often choose these breeds because they want their cattle to grow faster. Next is nutrition. Protein. Soybeans for protein. And the right. Vitamins is for essential. farmer or someone who enjoys a good burger, knowing about feed conversion is important. Thank you for listening.
Kaylin, you were fine. Is this your first year to do it, or did you do it last year?
No, this is my second year doing this.
And how much do you enjoy getting in front of an audience and public speaking?
I really like it. It's just I forgot some of my speech.
Yeah, it's fine. That'll happen. No big deal. Sweetie, you did a great job. I know you prepared hard, and so very, very proud of you. And I want you to talk about your calf. So you were starting to talk about feed conversion. And so you're the first person to, maybe have one that looks like he's a straight bred Hereford out of any of the cattle that have come through the ring yet. Why did you choose the Hereford? What do you like about this calf, and what do you think why do you like the Hereford cattle? And tell me about their feed conversion.
I really like Herefords and Angus because they grow better. They're really good at growing, and they're just really good cows.
Well, you did wonderful. Congratulations, Kaylin.
Good job, Kaylin. All right, Navarro FFA, Baylor Brown.
Antibiotic. When you hear the word antibiotic, what do you think? It's what all the doctors give us, so it must be safe, right? Well, what if I were to tell you that it could be the reason for more sickness? Would you believe me? Good afternoon. My name is Baylor Brown. I'm a sophomore at Navarro High School and a member of the Navarro FFA chapter. Antibiotics are used to control symptoms, cure disease, and prevent infections from happening in the first place. However, in agriculture, antibiotics can be used to get quicker and more efficient weight gain of livestock. This is where the controversy stems from. Critics feel that the use of antibiotics in animal feed is a major cause of antibiotic resistance and should therefore stop being used for unnecessary purposes. On the contrary, regulated necessary antibiotics must be used to ensure the health of both the animals and, most importantly, the consumer. Antibiotics started being used for production purposes around the 1940s when producers noted that when small doses of antibiotics such as penicillin and tetracycline were fed to their livestock, it promoted growth. This growth curve was especially favored because it maximized profits on their operations. In 1954, the FDA approved the first antibiotic that could be used for extra weight gain known as diethylstilbestrol, or DES. And in 1969, the scientists began to discover evidence of antibiotic resistance. The FDA charged that due to loosely regulated use of antibiotics in animal feed, the world was seeing an increase in resistant bacteria, which was affecting not only the animal population, but the human population as well. The World Health Organization referred to this antibiotic resistance as a global health security threat, claiming that simple infections that were once treatable were now life-threatening to anybody that contracted them. Now, would completely antibiotic-free meat be safer? Not necessarily. In fact, it could pose an even greater health risk to consumers. Though the use of antibiotics is creating resistant bacteria, consumers are not receiving that resistance from the meat they're eating. The antibiotics that are fed to livestock are not primarily used to maximize growth and weight gain. They're used to keep the animal healthy for future consumption. If the producers are following proper regulations, the animal's carcass must go through a withdrawal period, which ultimately rids the carcass of any residue at the time of slaughter. There's room for both opinions on this subject, and I feel the answer is somewhere in the middle. If you want completely antibiotic-free food products, grow your own crops, hunt, clean, and process your own meat. Thank you.
Baylor, that was the second topic we had, or second speech on that topic, and so I'm going to go a different route with you. The WHO is an organization that has labeled livestock feeding as a culprit in creating antibiotic resistance, correct? That was in your speech?
Yes, sir.
And so I wanted to ask you, what did the United States do in relation to being part of the WHO in the last, say, 90 years?
Can you repeat that question?
So is the United States a member or part of the World Health Organization? Yes or no?
I believe so.
Do what?
I believe so.
Okay, we used to be, but we just pulled out of it. And so I wanted to ask, really focusing on when we start looking at data and we start citing people and saying things, where do you need to get your best sources for that? Should you get it from social media? Should you get it from, whatever you can find, on the internet? Or where do you need to get really credible sources that can give you the truth on any issue, not just in a global existence?
When you go to find your resources, I tend to look for newer articles that have people that are from the from organizations that that are credible and that are reliable, and they have statistics and stuff in them to where you can really look at it and understand what you're looking at.
Vador, that's exactly right. We're really in an era where we have so many sources, like which one do I believe? And you nailed it. We really have to stay with some that are in a very good science refereed, independent, and credible resources, not just what we can get off of the social media and the internet. So with that being said, why do you think was the major reason why the United States pulled out of the WHO in the past 60 days?
No, I'm not real sure.
Well, just guess, because you're so smart. I know you're going to come up with a good guess.
Maybe they found other research that proved them wrong, so they kind of pulled away from them to pursue their own research or something.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It comes down to the fact that there's some times where maybe they weren't using the best research or the best information in a lot of the recommendations, and so that's why we took a separation for a little while. Doesn't mean we may not go back, but you did a great job in your speech, and I think it's a really important topic for the cattle industry. And as advocating for the cattle industry, we have people over here sitting at that table that are judging your speeches. That's one of their biggest jobs, is to make sure that we have access. And so I'm sorry to take a little longer with you and ask you those tough questions, but it's a really big topic. Thank you very much.
Good job, Baylor. Let's go to Brock Sartwell from Falls City FFA.
Prime Choice Select. Each of us here today are anxiously waiting for our steers to enter this ring. The judges up there will most likely give them one of those 3 quality grades. And if they say prime, well, you're smiling all the way to the bank. Last month at the Karnes County Youth Show, I stood in front of these 2 steers. For the first time in 7 years of feeding commercial steers, I did. The grader called one steer prime and the other choice. Let's just say I'm still smiling. Howdy, I'm Brock Sarwell. I live in Campbellton and am a member of the Falls City FFA. After my prime excitement wore off a bit, I thought about beef quality grades. I wondered who developed them, why, how long ago, and as a 5th generation Brahman breeder, I question, how well do we estimate grades on the hoof? The history of grading beef carcasses dates back 120 years. In the early 1900s, folks were concerned about the safety and the quality of their meat. So in 1906, the Meat Inspection Act was passed under President Teddy Roosevelt. In 1916, the first national classification system was developed with 7 quality grades, with grade specifications evolving over time. Today, USDA has 8 quality grades, and cattle can be evaluated on the hoof, like we are doing now, or on the rail by trained professionals and machines. Value of cattle is determined by the buyer's perception of how that animal's carcass will grade when finished. Certain traits like hide color, or whether cattle have been treated with implants or antibiotics, have added value. But past these easily seen traits, cattle prices on the hoof still come from a person's best guess on how that animal will grade when finished. For more than a century, my family has been raising Brahman cattle on the Gulf Coast and the brush country. Cattle uniquely matched to their environment. When we ship coal calves, Brahman, or F1 steers, they take a pretty good hammering at auction because everyone in the room can identify what they are. It's true that high percentage boss syndicates have to stay on feed longer than boss tours cattle to finish. But that doesn't explain why our cattle sell for 60% of what clean-fronted steers like these behind sell for. Numerous Brahman breeders across the Gulf Coast started feeding and processing their own calves for sale to the public. Most of them can't make enough beef to satisfy demand. My family hasn't done that yet, but we have retained ownership of our cattle all the way through the feedlot for years, accepting lots of risk just to avoid that beating. Grades are grades, and they're pretty colorful. There are ample closeouts of high percentage Brahman-fed steers that hang 60% plus choice or better, sometimes better than 80% choice and prime. I've heard that perception is reality. Everyone here can see that these steers behind me will grade. My reality is to find a way to have graders perceive my home operation cattle in the same way. Thank you.
Brock, nice work, brother. Hey, before I ask you a question, you got a nice set of calves, and they're real gentle, easygoing. They got a nice kind eye on them. My father-in-law says that. I don't even know what that means, but they got a nice cheek on them. They're just a good set of cattle. Hey, so you're talking about quality grade distribution?
Yes, sir.
Approximately, what proportion of cattle in the United States today grade choice or prime?
I'd say about, not a whole lot, I'd say about around 75%.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer, bro. Yeah, I'd say it's probably 80%.
Yes,
yeah,
sir.
I'd call that a lot. That's the majority.
Pretty close to it.
Yeah, no, it's good. So if you go back in time to when you were born, what time is passing here? What year were you born, bro?
2009. 2009.
Well, maybe back then, Doc, what do you say, 60-40? Is that fair? 60%? All right, so Brock, you're how old?
16.
So in 16 years, we've moved 20 plus percentage points in terms of the proportion of cattle grading choice or prime. How have we accomplished that as an industry?
All throughout the years, we've made significant advances in technology using AI, and we invented implants, and that just really skyrocketed our cattle through the years. And I think we're just going to continue getting better and better over the years as we continue feeding out steers.
Excellent. Well said. Good job, Brock.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brock. Let's go to Tanner Puska from Hallettsville.
There's nothing like a good pair of boots when working cattle all day. Just like that good pair of boots can be key to that good day of work, the same is true for cattle's feet. Cattle need good feet to be productive. Howdy, I'm Tanner Puska from the Hallettsville FFA, and this is my first year raising commercial steers. Good feet are crucial, but often an overlooked aspect of cattle health and performance. When we think about how well cattle perform, we usually focus on things like their genetics, nutrition, and management practices. While all these are important, the condition of a cow's feet can significantly impact its overall well-being, longevity, and profitability. Studies show that 90% of lameness in cattle come from foot problems. In fact, feet are the foundation of a cattle operation. Cattle spend most of their time on their feet, whether grazing, walking, or standing. Their feet are under a lot of pressure, so problems with their feet can cause pain, lameness, and decreased mobility. A lame cow is less efficient in its feed conversion and weight gain and may have trouble reproducing or need to be culled earlier than planned. Healthy hooves start with having the right structure in their legs and feet. By choosing cattle with the right foot angle and strong legs, we can avoid problems like overgrown hooves, paw disorders, and infections. Environmental factors also play a role in hoof health. Cattle need a clean, dry place and should avoid standing on hard, rough surfaces for too long to reduce the risk of infections like hoof rot. Lastly, a balanced diet that includes essential nutrients like biotin, copper, and zinc promotes strong, healthy hooves and prevents cracks and weaknesses. Why does this matter in a beef operation? Healthy feet mean healthy cattle, and healthy cattle perform better. They gain weight faster, reproduce better, and stay healthier while reducing excess cost. Good feet are key to good performance in beef cattle. By prioritizing hoof health through a proper selection, management, and nutrition, we set our cattle up for a longer, healthier life, and we set ourselves up for a more successful and profitable operation. Thank you.
Fantastic. How important is that hoof and health with regard to your cattle gaining weight?
So your cattle need good feed so they can easily walk to the feed trough to go get feed, and then it'll help them gain weight and fill out.
Yeah, it really does. And so let's talk about how important those feed are when we harvest the animal. What do we do? What do the packers do with the feed off those cattle?
I don't really know, but if I had to guess, they make them into some kind of...
So a lot of people, have some pets, and a lot of those pets like those to chew on. And then around the world, there's a lot of people that take those and really make them into some gourmet dishes in their own nation. So take a look at that. It's pretty exciting. I know most of the crowd didn't know how important feed were, but they're really important, not only for eating and taking care of good cattle, but also on the marketing and the sales side. It adds a lot of value to that beef management. Good job.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Brazier Joy is up. Graham, FFA.
I'll admit, I have many weaknesses. That's right, Mom. You heard me. And my biggest one is my love for firearms. Let's just say it's consumed just a little too much of my time. However, I've realized that in order to be successful, I need to have a healthy balance between my faith, school, work, and my hobbies. Hobbies that very much include guns. Howdy, my name is Brazier Joy, and I'm a member of the Graham FFA chapter. Growing up in the beef industry and staying relatively up to date on current issues, I've heard one word that seems to be on repeat: sustainability. The discussion over climate change keeps this word in the crosshairs. The conversation often ends with, "This is not sustainable." I ask, "What is not sustainable?" The response is, "Well, we just can't keep doing this. It's not sustainable." I think that's where my mom questions my obsession with guns. Buying guns, shooting guns, talking about guns. Y'all get the idea. She and I may differ on this analogy. However, it wins to the point that the failure to identify what is truly unsustainable is what keeps the conversation going in a circle. The problem is, sustainability is difficult to accurately define, depending on who is asking and on who is answering. In a beef research publication titled, "Why is Sustainability So Difficult to Define?" it states, if you ask 10 people what is sustainability, you're apt to receive 10 different answers. The definition of sustainability generally encompasses 3 different aspects of production: environment, social, and economic. This simply explains that sustainability does not have a true definition, but in fact is actually a principle that guides our decisions. Take, for example, grain-finished and grass-finished beef. There are pros and cons to both products, and each operation must make decisions based on environment, social, and economic sustainability. There's a purpose and a place for these products in our industry, and each operation is sustainable because they suit the need of the problem at hand. In a subsequent beef research fact sheet, it states, beef production occurs in nearly every geographic region within the United States, each with different environmental conditions. The impacts of a production system or conservation practice in one area may be completely different in another. Simply put, beef production in Wyoming will look totally different than it will in Florida. There is no one size fits all. According to beef research, the United States produces 19% of the world's beef, with only 6% of the world's cattle. We are doing more with less and producing a higher quality product at the same time. That is what I consider sustainable. Sustainability is not based on formulas, but on key principles. Principles that guide the decisions for our operations. Decisions for the long game that provide for the present without decreasing our ability to provide for the future. The Bible, through its laws, narratives, literature, and wisdom, provides guidance on stewardship, care for God's creation, and moral obligations we hold towards those who come after us. Wikipedia simply says that sustainability is a social goal for people to coexist on Earth over a long period of time. Beef is doing just that. Now, as that all relates back to me, and my problem with firearms, my social, economic, environmental metrics do slightly differ than hers. So you can see I'm not nearly as optimistic on the outcome of that conversation. I anticipate repeated reminders which will prompt that, yet again, this is not sustainable. I'll just have to gently remind her that every man's operation is sustainable when it suits the needs of the problem at hand. Thank you.
Fraser, you're an impressive young man here. I love your confidence. I like your conviction. Your moral compass seems very, very centered. Before I ask my question, what are you planning on doing?
After I graduate?
Yes, sir.
I'm planning to attend West Texas A&M and pursue a degree in ag business and come back home to farm and ranch.
Excellent. Well, we need more and more young people to take that challenge to come back to the family operation and be in production ag, right? I mean, that's what we're doing. And we got to have. So I applaud you. Do you think that practices that promote environmental sustainability and conservation are favorable or antagonistic to economic sustainability?
They can be favorable and antagonistic. For example, if we're looking at factors such as rotational grazing, that can be beneficial to the environment as well. It can be beneficial to the economic side. My dad and my granddad have always been great mentors to me. They've always told me, if you take care of the land, it'll take care of you. And I believe that saying to be true.
Hey, you might also want to consider being a politician.
No, thank you.
Oh, thank you. All right.
Nice. Okay, let's go to Penelope FFA, Mr. Eric Dudick.
You'll never guess what I just learned. I just realized that it is insanely easy to become bilingual. I'm Eric Dudick of the Penelope FFA chapter. That's right, I'm a country kid whose English is often hard for others to understand. From a town too small to have a public library, and yet I'm standing here telling you that learning multiple languages is a piece of cake. Well, at least as far as the language in the cattle industry is concerned anyways. The breed of these fine specimens behind me is Bronby. Certainly not the most common cattle breed in Texas, and also not the easiest word to spell. So, when I first heard them, I had questions. First, what kind of word is that, and where did they come from? It turns out that Bronby is a German word. So, are you ready for your first language lesson of the day? Get ready, because this is going to blow your mind. It turns out that Bronby in German translates to brown cow. It gets worse. Anybody know what the oh-so-popular Wagyu breed of cattle means? For today's Japanese lesson, let me let you in on a fun fact. Wa means Japanese and gu means cow. So Wagyu literally translates to Japanese cow. Finally, some of you may have seen the similar Akushi beef in restaurant menus lately. Any guesses what Akushi means? Ushi is another Japanese word for cow, and Aka means red. So Akushi translates to nothing fancier than red cow. Congratulations! Now we all know multiple bovine languages. The seemingly unfancy things aside, these breeds are current trendsetters in the United States, and people really want to eat them, and are willing to pay big bucks to do so. And biased opinions aside, I think these brown cows could be just the next big thing to rival the Japanese Wagyu and the red cows on the restaurant menus. Let me start by explaining why the Japanese Wagyu and counterparts like the Akushi are so popular and so expensive. Wagyu beef has an abundance of marbling, resulting in rich, tender, and highly flavorful taste. In fact, 90% of Wagyu or Wagyu influenced beef is prime grade, as opposed to just 3% of traditional American beef. And remember, it also has a really cool name. But you know what else has a really cool name? Won't cost you an arm and a leg, and also has some pretty special benefits, yet is still a pretty well kept secret just waiting to explode onto the retail scene. You guessed it, the Braunby. I was actually persuaded to search out Braunby steers upon some advice I received right here a year ago by a member who told us the Braunby were a breed often overlooked but had great potential in a commercial operation. Being the studious, growingly bilingual individual I am, I once again needed to know more. What I found is that not only are Braunby cattle one of the most docile breeds, you can also expect quality grades of choice or better in at least 80% of carcasses, and are more feed efficient than many of the more popular breeds fed commercially today. In fact, Braunby sire steers have consistently received top carcass awards at the Great Western Beef Expo in Colorado, Beef Empire Days in Kansas, and Texas A&M Ranch to Rail program. In my project, my numbers were found to be an average daily gain of 3 pounds and a feed conversion rate of just 70 pounds. After looking into the background of Wagyu beef, how they are raised, and what has made them the hot ticket item of today's restaurants, and compared that to all I have learned through both research and personal experience of my project, I see no reason why Braunby cattle cannot just be the next big it thing for customers. After all, it already has a really cool name. Thank you.
Eric, outstanding job. I was going to ask you a question or two. You had some really good feed gain and 3 pounds a day. What was their daily intake?
About 45 pounds of feed per animal.
Okay. So how important is intake in their relationship to how much they gain?
That can vary. Like they eat more feed, then they can obviously gain more, but also also water, if that also affects the amount of gain the amount they gain every day.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. So on these 2 steers, how much additional weight do you think you need to put on those to get them where you think they're optimal market for them?
These steers are kind of light, so I would think about 300 or 400 pounds to get them around 1,300 to 1,400.
Yeah, no, that's
14,
great.
1,500 pounds.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Doc, he caught calf with the calf scramble last night too. How about that? Yeah. Okay, let's go to Borden County 4-H, Case and Cribs.
Hi, my name is Casey Cribbs from the Borden County 4-H chapter, and today I want to talk to you about the newest line of joy for cattle, EIDs, or electronic identification, as well as the new rule recently mandated by the USDA and the pros and cons that go along with it. This rule states that certain classes of cattle traveling across state lines must have EIDs that are both visually and electronically readable. First, what is an EID? EIDs, also known as RFIDs, or radio frequency identification, are small button-like tags that are placed in the ears of cattle and made to last for their entire lives. These complex tags use air coil antenna systems inside of a small modified female tag. This setup helps the transponder withstand bad conditions in its environment. Each tag uses a unique 15-digit number printed on the back of it that can also be read using the EID reader. These unique numbers identify each animal, all of their information, and their movement throughout their lives. This information will be used to find out where cattle have been in the event of a disease outbreak, in hopes to find the origin of and neutralize, or at least contain the outbreak. There are many benefits to these tags, such as being able to record any information about an animal that seems fit. The individual performance records allow for quick and easy access to records without the need for handwritten files or notes. Being able to easily record individual health procedures and issues makes it easy to stay up to date with withdrawal periods and entries. Better access to weight changes can add more efficiency to adjusting feed regimens and hitting target weights. Easy recording and access to genetic backgrounds can make it easier to improve on herd performance. Another benefit is the efficiency EID tags can bring to feedlots just from the ability to record individual records. Of course, all of this can be done on paper, but with EIDs, they're more efficient and can all be found in one place on one small tag. Where there are benefits, there are also disadvantages, such as the many concerns coming from producers. Producers feel that mandatory EID tagging is an invasion of privacy and are concerned about how their data and information will be used, even though the government and USDA has reassured them that their personal information will not be taken. Producers are also concerned about the cost of these tags and a fear that they will not be as efficient as current technologies. On average, these tags cost about $3 a piece, and the ones to read them about $1,500 to $2,500. While the USDA is offering financial aid in purchasing, it is not clear for how long and if more money will be added to the fund when it runs short. Another disadvantage is human error. A service report showed extremely low participation rates and extremely high rates of error when recording data, rendering it as an ineffective tool. The USDA estimates that this new mandate will cover approximately 11 million head of cattle that will all endure both these benefits and disadvantages, causing people to be iffy about where they stand. While these tags are meant to be used for a good purpose, producers are still concerned that the outcome will not be what the USDA is hoping for, causing this topic to be widely debated among the cattle industry. Thank you.
Okay, so we were discussing some of the things we were saying. Sorry, it was a good talk. Hey, your calves are a little, well, they're unique relative to the rest of the cattle that have been, been put through the block here. They're framey. They're a little lighter muscle. They're a little toned up around their tail head. What is cutability? What does that term mean? I want you to define that first for us.
Cutability is basically how well you can cut it and how much meat you can get from the cut.
Okay, so what three tissues are found in a beef carcass?
Muscle tissue, fat tissue, and...
You're doing great. Starts with a B.
Bone tissue?
Yes. All right, so when you talk cutability, we're talking, as you said, we're talking about, well, bone really doesn't change. It's about 14 to 16% of the weight of that carcass, right? So what we're talking about is that ratio of muscle to fat. So if you're like a yield grade 1, what percent muscle is a beef carcass?
Usually when you're yield grade 1, the muscle ratio is higher than the fat ratio because you want more beef produced from your carcass, so the higher the yield grade, or the better the yield grade, means you're getting more beef for your carcass, and the fat isn't as much, even though there's still some.
Okay, very good. Nice job.
Real good. Let's go to Stephen Page from Groveton FFA.
Hey everyone, so today I'm talking about something that seems a bit moving, but is quite important. Cattle vaccines. We all know that beef cattle are key to our burgers and steaks, but did you know that they need shots just like we do? Yep, vaccines help protect them from diseases that could ruin your next barbecue. My name is Stephen Page. I'm an 8th grader at Groveton ISD in junior high, and this is my second year showing commercial steers at the San Antonio Livestock Show. In cow-calf, stalker, and feedlot operations, managing disease loss is a key factor in protecting profits. A well-developed vaccination program, proper use of drugs and insecticides, and effective disease treatments all work to minimize the impact of illness. Sick cattle are not productive in herd, leading to profit loss for every day the animal remains ill. Death loss not only results in loss of initial investment, but includes the cost of treatment and unrealized profit. Viral, bacterial, parasitic, and fungal infections can all cause illness and cattle deaths. Bacterial infections are treated with antibiotics, but antibiotics are ineffective against viral infections. Some bacterial and viral infections can be prevented with vaccines, which are administered subcutaneously, intranasally, intramuscularly, or orally. By preventing diseases, vaccines help reduce the need for antibiotics in the first place. An example of a viral infection is bovine viral diarrhea, BVD, which is the most common respiratory disease in cattle. BVD can spread through direct contact with infected animals and contaminated objects. Proper vaccination is essential. If done incorrectly, the vaccine may be ineffective, wasting time and money while leaving the animal vulnerable to infection. Common symptoms include respiratory issues and fever. A bacterial infection example is blackleg, which is caused by Clostridium chovi. Blackleg can spread through contaminated needles, and the bacteria can live in the soil for years. Signs of blackleg include lameness, muscle swelling, and sudden illness leading to rapid death. Unlike the current market setting, profit margins are typically small. Illness and death loss can turn an entire operation into a financial loss. To be successful, the cattle operator must invest significant time, effort, and funds into maintaining the health and well-being of their herd. In conclusion, cattle vaccines are key to keeping herds healthy and profitable, preventing diseases like BVD and blackleg. So next time you enjoy a steak, remember the role vaccinations play. Thank you.
Stephen, outstanding job. What vaccinations did you give to these guys?
They've been vaccinated for BVD and blackleg.
Okay, and how long do you think you would need if you had a cow or something that was going to get older? How often do you need to revaccinate?
So all purchased animals should be vaccinated for BVD at least once and possibly twice, depending on the vaccination history. And if they, as they get older, their immune system kind of decreases, so that causes the vaccine to kind of have a defect of losing its effectiveness.
You did a great job. That was a good answer. Thank you very much.
Woohoo! What I tell you, Stephen, that was awesome. Good job. Way to go. Okay, let's go to Ezelia King from Robinson FFA.
Beef cattle, just like humans, have stress. Now, my beef cattle, I don't know about y'all, but mine were pretty crazy when we first got them. They broke through our fence 3 times. Not only do we have our stalker cattle on the other side, but man oh man, that was a hard thing to do to get them back in. Now, my name is Isela Kane, and I'm here to talk to you about a maternal substance called therapies. Sorry, it's a hard word to say, but it is a stress reliever substance that you pour in between their nose and behind their ears. Now, we haven't used it on my commercial steers, but we've used it on our stocker cattle, and it's actually worked. We've had studies that have shown that it's worked on other steers around the world, and it just helps relieve their stress before they leave the stockyards. And if I'm being honest, if we used it more, then our cattle wouldn't be dying over stress. Because whenever we had to go out into our pasture and go get my cattle back on our four-wheelers, I know for a fact my cattle were about to drop dead. But luckily they didn't. Now, they're okay, but the other stocker cattle might not. I've had a great experience here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. I show pigs and swine, and this is my second year doing commercial cattle, and I've learned so much. Last year I talked about, just blabbered on actually, and this year the therapies that we have learned about actually has worked tremendously. And I'd be great to know that hopefully sometime we can use it more than just on a few stocker cattle like we did. Thank you.
Azalea, did I pronounce your name right?
Isela.
Isela?
Yes.
Okay, very good. Nice job. I use the Therapies product as well. I had put it on, I guess, Kinley show steer before he left the house to try to, I like it with, they take the transport just a little bit better. So, one of the questions I have for you is, how long of a duration does that product have an effect on the cattle? Is it hours, days, weeks?
Well, whenever we did it on our stocker cattle, it lasted about 2 days because they stayed calm for a while as we put them in our pen before we let them out to our pasture. So it just kind of helps them get everything and like circulate everything, make sure that they're calm before we just let them out into a big area.
Okay, and do you think there's a good return on investment for that product? What does it cost and what are you expecting to get in return from an economic perspective?
It costs, I believe it was around $95. I might be wrong about that.
Per head?
Not per head, per the bottle.
Okay, so how much like per application? Like per head?
I'd say $5.
Okay.
But
I haven't calculated it. If you show steers, you don't want to do calculations. Yeah, totally different in this situation. But, if it costs $5, what do you expect? So I understand they're going to be calmer, right? But
Yes,
how does that manifest itself in terms of an actual economic return? Can you explain that?
It helps because it helps with the meat because if the cow is stressed, then it can get respiratory bovine disease, and it can lessen the meat quality, and it's not as good whenever you're taking your cow to the auction.
Yeah, great. You did an outstanding job. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Real good. Thank you, Zella. Okay, let's do Cash Cribbs from Borden County 4-H.
Hello, my name is Cash Cribbs from the Borden County FFA chapter, and today I'll be talking about the cattle industry. Now, I know there are endless things to talk about in the cattle industry, so I'm going to sum it up for us today. The first part of the cattle industry I'm going to be talking about is the cattle part of the agricultural commodities. cattle represents around 17% of the $520 billion in cash receipts from agricultural commodities. That makes cattle the largest section out of all the agricultural commodities. Now, not only is cattle a huge part of the agricultural commodities, but commodities are a huge part in cattle feeds too, including corn, cottonseed, canola meal, and soybean meal, which, may I add, plays a huge role in cattle health, growth, and productivity. The next part of the cattle industry I'm going to be talking about is the topic some of us cattle ranchers have been talking about recently, and that is the declining herd numbers. Cattle numbers are at the lowest level they have been in over 6 decades. As of January 1st, 2024, there were 87.2 million head of cattle in the United States, which is a 2% decrease from the previous year. Now, when you hear 2%, you think, oh, that's not that much. But that 2% is really 1,744,000 head of cattle less in just 1 year. That sounds like a lot to me. Now, let's talk about the largest part of the cattle industry, the beef cattle production. With steers being the largest segment of the production, the dairy industry also contributes to the beef supply, with finished dairy steers and finished dairy heifers both contributing to the total beef harvested. Now, the U.S. is the largest beef producer, primarily being grain-fed beef. However, the U.S. is a net beef importer, purchasing the lower value grass-fed beef. Now, don't get me wrong or anything, but I'll always prefer grain-fed over grass-fed any day. The cattle industry is also divided into 2 production sectors, the cow-calf operations and cattle feeding. Cattle feeding is dependent on the feed grains, so grain supplies and prices can affect the beef production around the world. Lastly, what is the cattle industry? It accounts for the production, management, slaughter, and sale of many bovine animals, which are farmed for their meat, dairy, hides, and other cattle-based commodities used regularly by most people. Thank you.
Cash, outstanding. And on the cattle cycle, we had a decrease in the cow herd. How many years normally do we see that happens that it takes to do this cycle of the cattle? Where we see those numbers go down and then we see them rebuild. Any idea about how many years that on the average usually is?
No, sir, but I just know that with the 6 decades of the decrease, let's just hope that it's coming pretty soon.
That's great. I love that answer. You did a great job.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Cash. Kiddos, let's eat. We've got fajitas over here and cupcakes over here. We're gonna, hang on a minute, whoa, don't go anywhere yet. We're gonna start with the back row, okay? I want y'all can get up, but I wanna start with the back row and come forward. And the reason I wanna do that is because we're gonna get started pretty quick. You guys have already finished, y'all can keep eating, and that's why y'all are getting served last. Parents, we'll see what's left at the end, and there may be some left over for us. Okay, back row, y'all come on up.
Okay. What about y'all? Y'all went out? No, I don't think so. Where did y'all go? You look for Mark? Well, a friend of mine sees himself in there, and then my superior. I think yeah, we used to. That's very good. We only go by that probably 80 years. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah, no, we kind of have the same focus on genetics. They're around.
Okay, back row's done. Second to back row. Y'all come on up.
Yeah, we could. We could. We can take a look at that. They don't have any platform neither. How much do you need?
I'm going to take
Okay, third to the back row. Y'all come on up.
If you ever need assistance, like stuff there, you know, sometimes people buy online, they want to buy some that. Every time we vaccinate cows, we have to weigh every calf at perfect target. We give it a piece of that. I mean, I just yeah. Not overly. Oh
Okay, y'all can keep coming. Just keep coming forward on the rows. Stay in line.
So that's our plan. What time did you get here?
9:45. I had duty in the morning after school.
Okay.
Till 8:30. And then I talked to my
Yeah. I had to go to work. I wasn't planning, but I had to go because I had some stuff the guys needed in my truck. And then I went and got chairs from the trailer. Because yesterday I didn't bring chairs. Those chairs are not very comfortable. I need to learn from these people. They've been the game longer. Okay, so just spend the night here.
Yeah, I do most of it.
Hey, Wigan, how are you? Good, how are you? What do you think?
Yesterday, he was helping me study asked me a question. You're not going to know this one. 2015, what is the highest rate of marbling? He's like, how am I supposed to know that? I'm like, that's what I said when I took the test. I got to get it right.
How's it going? Good, how about you? How you doing? Good. You ready yet? How you doing? Are you done?
Glad to be here.
Where are you? Where are you? I think you're still high school. Okay. Okay. But you they're not bringing the cattle into the Hello. Good, good, good.
That's all memory.
Good, how are you? Back in my truck, I just go over there and get Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, there's like, so I think the doctor and I was like, well, yeah, so and I asked to go before lunch.
Thankfully, I've got a friend who's here. Well, that's what I was afraid of. I don't know what she would have told me. I did for sure.
Mark, I'm right next to me.
Yeah, I will say our goat numbers are no, my dad mentioned it, that's for sure. He talked about like we can't move as fast as they used to. He's like, man, those tires are getting heavier and heavier on this He really wanted to get that CDL. Got that. So I got it too. I got my CDL. Driving license, so I can do it drive. I didn't realize how many restrictions they have. All this hoops we have to jump through, drive a school bus. And it's just a pain in the butt to like let it go and try to get it back up. That was one of the main reasons my dad wanted to get that video and drive stuff. He ain't getting none of it. The TAG teacher program right there. Yeah, well, so she was doing originally the ag. And so that's what Mary Lee was offering. What's the goal to run? Then this past year, we went in for the like, our ag numbers went over there now. Middle school, legal guard. And it's just like, well, we can't do that. So she's still trying to figure out all that. That's what she's going to do. Absolutely. Yes, and so, fortunately, I think there's for sure some procedures that helps out a lot. But from what I've heard, there's not really a lot of communication with your higher administration in the district, which is very common. We'll see. She likes to do the full design. Kind of get away from the CC has an art credit. And so you can double dig to get some extra ads. I think also art credit is required. And so a lot of them look at small ones are getting rid of art classes and ag classes. So it works out. It's all about the program number. So what I do is I teach all the freshmen, and then I teach the advanced students on So that's what I study for the broadening contest for FFA. And I co-train the teachers. I'm hoping to kind of do that again at St. Marcus. I was at Marion, so I was at Marion, so I co-taught with Wayne Donald, and they won state. And then they were the gold ranked team in that. I'm hoping to bring St. Marcus the first state of the team. I'm hopeful.
Kiddos, we're going to get started here in about 5 minutes.
That's exciting to hear. We're hoping to kind of get that going. You know, if we can at least be for sure in the top 10 for rock right, it's not a whole lot of units. There's about maybe 30, 18 states. But I mean, it's hard to find material. That'd be hard to find. And there's only 2 practice companies out of the whole. And you've got your state. So that's the tough part, is finding exposure for those kids. So they at least know like what they're doing and how to concentrate on that forward. We'll see. I'm thinking about starting an ag issues meeting. Once you start one, try to have another one so much on your plate. It is. It is. Absolutely. Well, at Marion, when I was looking at, I also kind of helped my livestock study. They got structured out that they had just won the nationals the year before, so they learned an 8th grader. And there's some other teams that the freshman team, we didn't get past the area, but they started. We should be on rally. I think they're about to start. They had good coaches and everything. There's kids that are doing it for 12 plus years. They have to pay like some coaches a little bit before that's part of it. We'll see what the rest of the year holds for sure. We had said it a few times. Yeah, we kind of covered a few things, but not much. We had already kind of outlined.
We're going to start in just 1 minute.
Yeah, she's at 4. I haven't heard of her being here.
Your pen, like on the wall for something. I didn't, that's your right.
Kind of bad. On health insurance. Yeah. This year, it's so hard to find to go out. I was looking, David texted me like, hey, you know when he goes. Yeah, we got a kid. Yeah, what is he up Oh, there you go. Right. Living together, have babies, but no ring. Where's he living at? You know? In Kylesville or? I didn't realize he had kids. If not too old. I wasn't sure if he was still at A&M or what his plan was. Starting to change that. hard worker. David Waldron picked you up as well. Well, he'll find some older people. They help out a little bit, get home they hard workers. They don't really know all they do, but for these cities, they have a lot of young people, but they're at all these shows, and that's what makes it hard. You got kids here on the fair on Saturday, and you're out helping, and typically they line up their pictures with this week for whatever reason. Chase, yep. Over in Stockdale. Which is nice. Yeah, it's only been out there. That's what I was doing, all that. Man, I really wasn't out of it. As I look back
Okay, let's get back started. We're going to go to Chisholm FFA, Kadrian Snell.
Today I'd like to talk about livestock growth production, LRP programs in the beef cattle. LRP programs are an important tool for beef producers to manage the financial risk associated with the price fluctuations in the cattle market. These programs provide a form of insurance that helps safeguard producers' investments and ensures the stability of their operations. In times like these, when the market's fluctuating daily and the knowledge that someday the market is going to fall, LRP is an extremely beneficial tool I use on my commercial steers. First, we need to understand what LRP is. LRP programs, or Livestock Risk Protection, is a federally subsidized insurance program designed to protect cattle producers from unexpected declines in the market prices. By purchasing an LRP policy, producers can lock in a minimum price for their cattle. If the market price falls below the insured price, the policy compensates for the producer for the difference, limiting the financial impact of a downturn. After lots of consideration, I chose to enroll my steers for the San Antonio LRP program, where I locked in a price around $1.75 for my steers. With the presidential election in an unpredictable market, with never before seen high prices during the feeding period, we felt like that was a good idea, a good spot for me to guarantee I wouldn't lose everything if the market took a turn for the worse. Looking at the price of fat steers, though it was not needed this year, in the future it may be beneficial. With feeder cattle staying high during the purchase period and potential of a significant drop in the market for live cattle by the time of the contest each year, I will always have an LRP program on my steers from now on. In conclusion, livestock risk protection programs are a central resource for beef cattle producers. They offer a reliable way to manage risk, ensuring the producers can maintain their livelihoods even in the face of price volatility. By participating in LRP programs, producers can safeguard their investments, promote the stability of their operations, and contribute to the overall resilience of the beef industry. Thank you.
Cadrian, is that how you pronounce it? Cadrian, okay. How you kind of had a rough beat back there, huh? The calf getting hurt. How did that go down?
Well, he was fine when he stepped off the trailer, but I think maybe when they were pinning him, he may have slipped and fell. So
He'll be a little slick back there in a few spots, I'm sure. Well, I enjoyed your talk here on LRPs. Very, very important subject matter. And so it's just the subject matter of price risk management, right?
Right.
So do you think price risk management is more important for a cow-calf operation or more important for a feedlot?
I mean, probably the feedlot, but both, because if the price tanks, then you lose everything. So
Yeah, either way they're vulnerable, huh? Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
a great response. Good job today. Sorry about your kid.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Cadrian. Next is Cassidy Dudick from Penelope FFA.
Good afternoon. This is my first year doing commercial steers. It was a whole year ago when I told my daddy I wanted to pick my steers. I simply stated, I wanted a black or white one, like Snoopy. He laughed. What kind, Cassidy? Do you want a Brangus, Angus, Holstein, Longhorn, and Oreo one? What? All black and white ones aren't the same? Hi, my name's Cassidy Dudick, and I'm 9 years old. I'm here to tell you why color clearly is not the best way to choose steers, and what's the proper way to select cattle. Did you know there are over 250 breeds of cattle? And did you know that most 80 of those can be found in the United States? And over 15 of those can be black? Color comes from DNA and a thing called genes. There are 3 colors that can be found in cow DNA: red, white, and black. 2 alleles come together to make the hide color. Cattle today says black color is a dominant gene to the red and white. So that's why there are a lot of black cattle.
Most cattle breeds follow a simple rule, but some make it complicated with others. Ask any rancher what type of cattle you should get and you'll get multiple different answers. That's because everyone has their own reason for owning cattle. Milk producing, draft, slaughter, or raising calves. What you need it is for the number one consideration when selecting cattle. I need steers for slaughter. The beef industry breaks up by quality grade, yield grade, and carcass weight. I need to find which breed was the best for our beef production. Going back to the breeds my dad mentioned before, Holsteins. Holsteins are generally used for milk producing, so not them. The Belted Galloways or the Oriole ones have a small carcass size, usually 500 to 800 pounds. Longhorns are similar in size and have a great depth of prime, but they mature slowly. Both of these breeds are few in numbers in the United States and not ideal for slaughter. Most black cattle are Angus. Angus cattle are known for high quality, warm marble beef. That's why they call it prime Angus beef. This makes them a good contender, but their flavor it's going to produce is in a great carcass weight that is 600 to 800 pounds. Brangus are similar to Angus. They are a crossbreed between Brangus and Brahma. They have all the marbling and a beef quality of an Angus, but a frame of Brahma. Brangus carcass weight is usually over 800 pounds. I choose Brangus Angus crosses. So the next time I'm at the sale barn with my grandpa, I need a page to more than just color. I want a good, calm, maternal, beefy cow. Thank you.
Ashley, are you sure this is your first year?
Yeah.
It's hard to believe. That was amazing. You did a really, really good job. Can you handle on those Oreo cattle? They have really good icing in their ribeyes. I'll just kidding. I think that you know more about breeds than most of our freshman animal science students. And that's just amazing the way you did all of that. So if you had an opportunity to pick some cattle that were different than black, why would you pick and what would you pick? What color would you pick if you didn't have black?
The Herefords.
You'd like to pick a Hereford? And why would you do that? Why would you pick a Hereford?
Because they have better marbling.
Okay, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Groveton FFA, Mr. Jasper Dude.
I live in a small town of 900 plus. On occasion, my dad and I would go eat at the local county seat cafe before school. On any given day, you can find all the local cattlemen gathered here. On this particular day, there was a younger fellow sitting at the table with the local cattlemen and farmers. The younger fellow was schooling the older men on what they should be doing and not doing with their different cattle operations. After the young man had finished his lengthy discourse on what they should be doing or not doing with their different cattle operations, he left. About 15 minutes later or so, one of the older men said, and I quote, "You know, you can go to Harvard and become a lawyer in 4 years, or come to Texas and become a cattleman in 40. Hello, my name is Jasper Dew, and I'm here today to tell you what I've learned from the San Antonio Commercial Steer Contest in the last 3 years. These 6 things are some of the most important topics: selection, purchasing, health, feeding, record keeping, and marketing. My steers were purchased from the Winston 8 Ranch in Lufkin, Texas. These were my choice of steers because of their operational procedures. I purchased these steers in August of 2024. They were given the respiratory vaccination 2 times in earlier life. This vaccination helps by preventing or helping a calf get over BVD, PI3, BRSV, and IBR. They were also given a 7-way Clostridial vaccination 2 times. If you are selling directly to a feedlot, these vaccinations are essential. They were also on creep feed to teach them to eat. Nobody wants to buy a calf that is going to get sick and die. After we selected these steers, we talked to the rancher about how much he wanted for these steers. Before going to the ranch, I researched several places to see what feeder cattle were bringing at the time. After consulting with several order buyers, I had a pretty good idea what they were worth. In the end, I got my steers bought for the right money, so I was pleased with that. After we got the steers home, I grazed them until it was time to check them in for the contest. When I checked them in, I dewormed them with an anthelmintic and a milbomycin dewormer. We also gave them another Clostridial shot and a Revelar XS implant. Then, bam, opened up that feed barrel, and believe me, there is more in there than just corn. Feeding is a science. I fed an LNC 13% protein custom ration consisting of cracked corn, beet pulp pellets, and soy hull pellets was served as my energy source. Corn distiller's grain and corn gluten pellets served as my protein, while cottonseed hulls were my roughage source. Fortipel was added as a trace mineral and a vitamin supplement, and Rumensin, which is an ionophore, was included to help with weight gain, feed efficiency, and help reduce acidosis. I fed the steers 2% of their body weight daily, ensuring that they ate at the same time every day. This routine helps by reducing acidosis and other digestive issues. Water, which is the most essential nutrient, was always accessible to aid digestion and temperature regulation. Record keeping is one of the hardest and most tedious jobs in the cattle operations, but it is a very critical. You can tell your parents really loved each other after the record keeping part of the contest. Dad is tough out in the steer pens, but Mom is just as tough while you're sitting at the kitchen table working on your running numbers. The trip costs $3 per mile to haul the steers here, so you have to figure that into your break-even cost. Slaughter cattle are bringing $203 per hundredweight, so when I add everything up, my break-even is $176 per hundredweight. Thank you.
Jasper, that was a very dense summary of your entire project. I thought it was dead on. You did a nice job. So you're talking about your health protocol and your vaccination schedule that you implemented on those cattle. You did a nice job listing out the different pathogens that you were trying to protect them against. What is a 5-way? What is a 7-way? And apply that to what you did with the cattle.
So a 5-way, like Pyramid 5, that covers your respiratory vaccinations, which is BVD, PI3, BRSV, and IBR. Your 7-way, that covers your Clostridial diseases, which is like black leg, Black's disease, red water, gas gangrene, enterotoxemia, and enteritis.
How many hours have you spent studying for this?
About 30 minutes.
So you're just like a natural genius?
I wish, but not really.
Hey, you know your stuff. You're well prepared. That's very impressive. So, what do you think is a bigger risk then? The Clostridial group, do you think that's a bigger disease threat when they enter in the feed yard, or do you think your 5-way that's protecting you against the BRD complex? Which do you think is a bigger threat?
Probably the respiratory ones, but the black leg can do more harm, but shipping fever is more common in the feedlot.
Excellent. Fine job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jasper. Let's go to Macy Puska from Hallettsville.
A tender, juicy ribeye steak. That's my choice every time. We have a little tradition in our family where every year on your birthday, you get to choose whatever meal you want for your birthday dinner, and my dad will cook it. Every year for my birthday, I choose my favorite. A tender, juicy ribeye steak, baked potato, and salad. My dad can grill the perfect medium rare steak that just melts in your mouth. Howdy, I'm Macy Puska, a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA. Have you ever wondered what is in that tender, juicy steak? Beef not only has great taste, but is also a rich source of several essential nutrients. These include protein, fat, vitamins, and minerals. Beef is renowned for its high protein content, which is crucial when building and repairing enzymes, producing hormones, and supporting overall body function. The proteins in beef are complete, meaning they contain all the essential amino acids the human body needs for growth and maintenance. Beef contains both saturated and unsaturated fats, which helps to add flavor. Unsaturated fats, particularly omega-3 and omega-6 fatty acids, are beneficial for heart health. Beef is also a rich source of B vitamins, including B6 and B12. These vitamins play a crucial role in energy metabolism, red blood cell formation, and maintaining healthy skin and nerves. Lastly, beef provides valuable minerals such as iron, zinc, phosphorus, and selenium. Iron, in its heme form particularly found in beef, is highly bioavailable and crucial for oxygen transport in the blood. Zinc supports immune function, DNA synthesis, and wound healing. In a food market with so many options, consumers are increasingly demanding healthier products that provide a more natural source of vitamins and minerals. High-quality beef meets that demand by providing essential nutrients that support overall health, prevent nutrient deficiencies, and promote a balanced diet. Beef is an important part of our food supply chain and continues to attract customers both because of its great taste and nutritional qualities, thereby increasing market demand and economic value. By continuing to provide consumers with great high-quality products, beef will continue to be what's for everyone's birthday dinner. Thank you.
Way to go, Mason. That was so good. I have to have you come talk to my class. I think that you really have such a nutritional depth that you do really good. Helping my non-majors class. I teach a class to students who have no ag background. And so the one thing that we really try to focus on is, are there good foods and bad foods? And so would you say, some of them say that beef is a bad food. And so tell me what your answer would be to them.
So beef is not a bad food because it does have all these nutritional aspects to it. And it is a great aspect of a diet because it can provide you with so many vitamins, minerals, and things that you need to eat to keep your body healthy and functioning properly. So beef is, I would say to them that beef is not a bad food product.
Yeah, that's a great answer. It's also a food that makes you happy. And I think that you hit that in the very beginning of your speech where you said it's about having a happy birthday and the beef as well.
Absolutely.
Great job. It's an awesome speech.
Thank you.
Thank you, Macy. Okay, let's go to San Marcos, Miss Penelope Soto.
The beef industry. What changes are expected to come? And the question that we've all been wondering, how will the new administration affect us as beef producers? Hi, my name is Penelope Soto, coming to you from San Marcos, Texas, proudly representing the San Marcos FFA chapter. Today I would like to talk to you about how the new administration is going to affect the beef industry. Now, before you start picturing conspiracy theories and environmental crusades, let's dive into the specifics. Robert Kennedy Jr. has been a longtime advocate for environmental protection. His administration is expected to push stricter regulations on big processing companies to reduce their environmental footprint. This means more stringent controls on greenhouse gas emissions, better waste management practices, and a crackdown on deforestation linked to cattle ranching. For the beef industry, this translates towards a necessary shift to more sustainable practices. While some might see this as a challenge, it is also an opportunity for the industry to adapt these greener methods. It is likely for the new administration to support local farmers and the farm-to-table movement by providing incentives and subsidizes to small and medium-sized farms, Kennedy aims to level the playing field. This could lead to a resurgence in local beef processing, promoting a healthier, hormone-free, antibiotic-free product. Consumers will start to benefit off of these healthier products, and communities will start to thrive as people invest into the agriculture sector of their own community. In local beef processing, there is transparency and consumer rights. Robert Kennedy Jr. has been a longtime proponent of transparency in food production. His administration is expected to enforce stricter labeling laws to ensure the consumer knows exactly what they are buying. These labeling laws can include where the beef comes from, how it was raised, and what it was fed. For us producers, this could strike an increase in compliance costs, but in the long run, will build trust and loyalty among consumers who are increasingly concerned about where the origins of their food comes from. In conclusion, the new administration is set to bring significant changes to the beef industry. These changes, focused on sustainability and transparency, will challenge the status quo, but pave the way for a healthier, more consumer-conscious beef market. Thank you.
Penelope, I remember you from last year, and you made a similar impression this year. You're such a talented public speaker.
Thank you, sir.
You know, sometimes I think we get busy, patting ourselves on the back and say, man, we're doing a heck of a job here in the beef industry. But we also need to continuously make improvements. So that everything you've learned through this project and your observations of the beef industry, where do you think we still need to make the greatest strides to improve, to improve how we raise cattle and the safety of that food and the quality of that product that we deliver to consumers?
As beef producers, we know what's going into our meat that we are putting into consumers' bodies, right? We're all consumers. I suggest that we all eat meat, just like me. So I would suspect that everyone would try to use clean practices, and I would enforce in the future that us producers will know what we are putting into our animals so that the consumers will know, as we are being transparent with them, to build trust among consumers.
Nice job, Penelope. Okay, let's go to Lillian Dudick from Penelope FFA.
Good afternoon. Before I begin my speech, let me ask a couple questions. Who was here last year? I'm glad you all came back. Now, who returned home to herd, whether to be yearling, cow-calf operation? Me too. Like many of you, I gave my speech, left without the steers, and went home. Things were normal. It wasn't even a week after I returned home that the Smokehouse Creek fires began lasting over a month and burning well over 1 million acres in the Texas Panhandle. Dr. David Anderson, A&M professor, said, even a fire, as big and terrible as it was, is a relatively localized thing if we think about cattle production over the whole United States. Texas has 12 million cattle, ranking it number 1 in the nation, and nearly 85% of that is in the Panhandle. So what can impact the cattle industry more than catastrophic fires like the Smokehouse Creek fires? Hi, I'm Lillian Dudick, and I'm going to talk about the devastating powers of drought and how to manage your herd. Drought is a deficiency in precipitation over an extended period and is different from aridity in the desert. Precipitation varies by area and seasons, so a drought can occur in different areas and at different times. It is a complex phenomenon which is difficult to monitor and determine its length of time.
The first sign of drought is visible in the rainfall totals. It can take months or even years to be noticed in the water levels and vegetation. The ultimate effect of drought is decreased forage and lack of feed for cattle. Texas has seen a drought since 2020. This ceaseless drought is wreaking havoc on pastureland. Pasturelands that depend on 1 to 1.5 inches of rain a week are being depleted, even with ranchers following proper grazing strategies. While ranchers are rotating pastures, not overgrazing and supplementing forage, the land is struggling to recover. Some states have seen pastureland shrink by a third. Cattle is a land business. It takes quite a bit of land to do what we do, says Kevin Boos, owner of Champion Feed Yard. Lack of proper nutrients can lead to problems such as reduced pregnancy rates, loss of body conditions, and lower milk supply. Droughts place economic hardships on farmers and ranchers as they provide costly supplements and replenish the herd. The USDA provides financial support, like the Livestock Forage Disaster Program, to help farmers. But because the end to a Texas drought is hard to predict, it can definitely limit our return on our investment. Who here hopes to return to normal soon? Thank you.
Lillian, fantastic. Really appreciate your addressing one of the biggest issues down in Texas is we either didn't rain or nothing for a long time. And that's challenging when you're in the cow-calf sector. I was going to ask you about your steers. What do you think you'd want to change about the two steers? One's a little larger, one's a little smaller. What would you change about them? What would you like to see to maximize their efficiency and their sustainability growth?
I probably would have tried to put them in separate bins, and maybe they'll eat the same amount of food, because the big guy likes to eat all the food.
I think the big guy was a little bit more aggressive. Thank you so much. That's an awesome answer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Let's go to Cole Davis, Boys Ranch FFA.
Imagine owning a ranch where every heartbeat counts, not just for cowboys, but for cattle too. Picture this, a singly healthy herd grazing under the sun, but hidden within, a silent threat looms: bovine congestive heart failure. This condition, often undetected until it's too late, can be devastating to livestock and livelihoods, leaving ranchers with significant losses. Hello. My name is Cole Davis. I'm from Channing, Texas, and attend Boys Ranch High School. Today, I would like to shed light on bovine congestive heart failure, a critical issue affecting cattle, and explore how we, as ranchers and caretakers, can safeguard our herds and ensure every heartbeat continues strong. First, let's talk about the causes of CHF in cattle. Congestive heart failure can result from a variety of factors, such as nutritional deficiencies, lack of essential vitamins and minerals, like selenium and vitamin E, can weaken the heart. Infectious diseases, such as bacterial endocarditis, can cause severe heart damage, leading to heart failure. Genetic predispositions, with some family lines or breeds being more prone to heart-related issues. Another contributing factor is environmental stressors, extreme weather conditions, and especially heat stress. In fact, a study conducted here in Texas found that cattle exposed to prolonged heat stress have a 20% higher incidence of heart-related issues. For ranchers, the impact is not just physical, but financial. Congestive heart failure can lead to decreased milk productions, reduced weight gain, and death, turning a thriving herd into a costly burden. Recognizing the symptoms of CHF early for prevention and treatment is crucial. Common signs include difficulty breathing, rapid or irregular heartbeat, persistent coughing, and swelling in the limbs and abdomen. Early prevention is crucial, and timely veterinary care. Research shows that early prevention can increase survival rates up to 50%, emphasizing the importance of swift action. In conclusion, recognizing these symptoms will help your investment and protect your herd. Thank you.
Cole, that was a great talk. I think a lot of us don't know a ton about congestive heart failure, and I appreciate what you said. So you said some breeds may be more vulnerable than others?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in your research, Cole, and I don't know necessarily the answer to that, can you expand on what you found in terms of what breeds are more vulnerable?
Yes, sir. Through my research, really, the biggest breed was Angus cattle. And I think that's because that's mostly what we have in our feed yards and just feeding out more.
Very good. Cole, you did an excellent job, brother.
Thank you.
They sure did. Austin Newman from Fannin County 4-H is next.
Have you ever heard the saying, there's an app for that? What if I could tell you that there's an app for your cows? Howdy, I'm Austin Newman from Fannin 4-H. Now, when I say that there's an app for your cows, you might be thinking of the virtual fence lines or even any technology that crop farmers use to detect early changes in weather or their crop growth and health. But what am I talking about? We're in the cattle industry, so what do the crops have to do with this? Well, this is just some of the technology that we have in agriculture. Today I'm here to talk to you about an ear tag, but not a normal ear tag that's just a set of numbers or even a brand so you can identify your cattle. This ear tag is brought to us by Merck, who I'm sure you've heard of before. It's an ear tag that can track your cattle's gut health, their estrus cycle, and even their heat cycles. How it works is you have one central hub, ideally placed within 1,100 feet of any water source. As long as the cows walk within that 1,100 feet once a day, it'll send a signal to the hub that then sends a signal back to your phone that can again give you information about their gut health, their estrus cycle, their heat cycle, when it's ideal to AI or even perform an embryo transplant. Something like this is ideal for a small herd manager as myself that mainly performs AI. But it's not only for small farmers. It can also be used on large operations for, again, monitoring their gut health, seeing when they're going into heat, their estrus cycle, when they'll have a calf, and when it's ideal to put them with a bull. But not everyone only runs cow-calf. A lot of people run feedlot operations. Merck has also released a feedlot program too. It essentially works the same way. Place the hub within 2,000 feet of any water source, and the tag cows that walk within that within a day will send the same signal of gut health, any weight changes that may happen, and any temperature changes that could happen within that day. So, whether you own a cow-calf operation or a feedlot operation, this is a revolutionary changing form of technology for our industry. Thank you.
Austin, I love your speech. I had Jessica Fink in my class last spring talking about all these technologies that Merck is developing, and they're acquiring those, and it's really coming fast. And so thanks for giving us a great introduction, and you had all the right substance in there. I was just going to go back to Penelope's speech, and could you maybe think, and I know this is a tough question, but how could all this technology that you just talked about be able to help the cattle industry to really be transparent, to be able to show what our cows are doing to the public in many different ways? There's an entire area of our industry that could get exposed out there and make it pretty popular.
I would have to say that it'll show like what we do with them and how they're raised, and kind of that it's not so bad. Because I know a lot of people out there see that like the cattle industry has a lot of animal abuse and stuff like that. But I would say that it really puts out there how much we put into it and how much we really care for it.
Fantastic answer. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Good job, Austin. Okay, let's go to Lincoln Bond, Falls City FFA.
Have your nostrils ever done a happy dance? Picture this, a perfectly seared steak, the kind that leaves a smoky trail of flavor in the air, teasing your senses before it even hits the plate. It's like the girls' version of a jazz concert, rich, bold, and oh so sweet. You close your eyes, inhale deeply, and suddenly your taste buds start doing the cha-cha-cha. Hello, my name is Lincoln Vaughn. I am in the 6th grade at Falls City Elementary and a part of their junior FFA program. Today, I want to talk to you about, can you smell how beef tastes? According to Chris Kurth, PhD, Associate Professor of Meat Science and Muscle Biology at Texas A&M University, there is indeed a science behind the relationship between smell and how beef tastes. For example, when you smell a steak cooking, Kurth explains how you are smelling the volatile chemical compounds that it emits in reaction to the heat. Some of these smells and odors, like girl flavor, result in positive responses like I'm hungry and I want to eat this. While taste buds on the tongue detect basic tastes like salty, sweet, bitter, and sour, the aroma of beef is carried to the specific receptors in the nose that send information to the brain. When beef is cooked, it undergoes the Maillard reaction, a chemical process where smells and odors react under high heat, releasing hundreds of compounds. These compounds are released as aromas, creating the distinct smell of cooked beef. Our brain combines these sensory inputs to create the full experience of beef's flavor. This is why the smell of a juicy steak sizzling on the grill can evoke an mental anticipation of how it's going to taste before it even reaches your mouth. In essence, smell doesn't just complement taste, it is a fundamental part of how we perceive the flavor of beef. Now, I know what you're thinking. What in the world is this kid talking about? But let me ask you this. Have you ever caught the whiff of a juicy steak sizzling on the grill and thought, wait a second, I'm not just smelling it, I'm tasting it too? It's like it's entered your taste buds, taken them on vacation, and set up camp right there on your tongue. So next time someone asks you, can you smell how beef tastes? Just tell them this, yes you can. And let me tell you, it's a beautiful thing.
Lincoln, you got me real hungry, even though I just ate fajitas. Ready for a steak now. How do you order your steak? What degree of doneness do you like, and why do you choose that degree of doneness, and how do you think it influences your experience?
I really like to order medium rare. I like the juiciness that it still gives out and how it's still a little bit chewy. I like to work my jaw.
I like to work your jaw. I like it. Great job today.
Good job, Lincoln. That reminds me of the Old Testament references to an aroma pleasing to the Lord. I just kept thinking of that the whole time he was good job. Okay, let's go to Olivia Crawford from Chisholm FFA.
Good afternoon. I'm Olivia Crawford from the Chisholm FFA chapter, and this is my first year bringing commercial steers to San Antonio. I'd like to take this opportunity to speak about BRD, or bovine respiratory disease, in feedlot steers. BRD is one of the most significant health challenges in the cattle industry. This leads to lots of economic loss. Understanding and managing this disease is crucial for the success and sustainability of feedlot operations. BRD is a complex disease primarily affecting the respiratory system of cattle. It is often referred to as shipping fever because it commonly occurs after cattle are transported to feedlots. The stress of transportation, commingling with other cattle, and changes in diet and environment can weaken the animal's immune systems, making them more susceptible to infections. BRD is caused by a combination of viral and bacterial pathogens, including bovine viral diarrhea, infectious bovine rhinotracheitis, and other bacterial infections. The impact of BRD on feedlot steers is significant. Infected animals often exhibit symptoms such as coughing, nasal discharge, fever, and reduced appetite. These symptoms can lead to decreased feed intake and poor weight gain, directly affecting the profitability of feedlot operations. BRD can also result in increased medical costs due to the need for veterinary care and antibiotics, as well as higher mortality rates. Effective management of BRD involves a combination of preventive strategies. Prevention starts with good management practices, including proper vaccination protocols, minimizing stress during transportation, and ensuring adequate nutrition and hydration. Early detection is also critical. Regular monitoring of cattle for signs of illness and prompt treatment can help reduce the severity and spread of the disease. Once illness has been found, antibiotics are commonly used to treat bacterial infections associated with BRD, but it is essential to use them carefully to prevent antibiotic resistance. My steers had already had 2 rounds of vaccinations against BRD when I purchased them, which provided them with ample protection against disease. Neither one of my steers had any sickness during the feeding period due to this, which helped prevent any loss due to illness. This is proof that protecting against BRD is vital to a successful feeding program. To wrap it up, BRD is a major challenge in feedlot operations, but with proper management and preventive measures, its impact can be significantly reduced. By investing in good vaccination programs, early detection, and treatment, we can improve the health and productivity of feedlot steers, ensuring the sustainability and profitability of the cattle industry. Thank you.
Olivia, I really liked your speech and your first one.
Yes, sir, it is.
You did a great job. And so BRD, when you received your calves, did you know they were vaccinated?
They were vaccinated when I received them, yes.
Okay. Did you vaccinate them again?
No, they had already had 2 rounds when I got them, so there was no need to do it again.
Okay, so they had already had 2 rounds.
Yes, sir.
Why would we give 2 rounds?
I'm not sure. I guess that's just why it was a modified live, so that was just, it's more fast, and it's they just think it's more efficient to use 2 than just 1.
Yeah, no, that's a good answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Okay, let's go to Burleson County 4-H. Mr. Balin Kasurik.
I love working out, and in my time of working out, I've found that it's more than just weightlifting and cardio. It's about diet. Hi, my name is Balin Kasurik, and I'm here to tell you about the nutrition facts of beef that help you physically, from an athlete's perspective. And I know what you're thinking, not another football speech, because you probably remember me from last year. But no, I assure you this gives you both beef science and athletics mixed. So, to get us started, I wanted to talk about this because it's not just something you can go search on Google. Ask the people at the Beef Checkoff program that researched this. They use the $1 per head of cattle that they get to research and promote the beef industry. That's one thing that I found interesting about this. There's another article that I found on while researching this. Is called Big Man, Big Nutrition. And there's 2 things that caught my eye while I had this article pulled up. Number 1, I'm a big man, clearly. And number 2, it's coming from an athlete who plays the D-line in football, like professional football. And if you don't know what the D-line is, it's basically just the defense that's closest to the quarterback. But now that we have that cleared up, in the Big Man, Big Nutrition, it talks about the individual 10 factors that beef has on your physical health. And I'm only going to talk about the main one, which is protein. It has a 51% DV, which is the daily value of nutrients that you need. And the protein, when you consume the protein from the beef, it breaks down into protein spores, which are used to grow your muscles. You might be wondering how these get to your muscles, because you've heard of protein spores all day, right? But you've not heard the science behind them. Well, so when you work out or when you move at all, there's microscopic tears in your muscle that the protein goes to fill in, and the protein takes that spot and increases the size of your muscle, which, yeah. So that's basically it. Thank you for your time.
Baylon, you did great, buddy. You and I are...
Thank you.
Yeah. You and I are totally different people. You like to work out. I do not. You're stout. I am not. But,
I'm still in 7th grade. You're not. I'm sorry. That was mean. I'm sorry.
Baylon, are you suggesting you want more of a 7th grade level question?
No.
This guy here, he's crazy. But Baylon, you talked a lot about beef and how that can provide essential nutrients to an athlete's body.
Yes, sir.
And this guy's running around here like an athlete. So I would like you to tell me a little bit about the nutrient requirements for your cattle. Whatever you want to share. I just want to know what you know about the nutritional requirements of beef cattle.
So nutritional requirements for beef cattle, you need like protein and, not protein, sorry. You need energy like corn and roughage like, let's say hay or cottonseed. And then I think, yeah, protein you do need because it's beef whole. Beef whole. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's great. A couple of very good examples and good examples of feed stuff. So I'm real proud of you. You did a great job today.
Thank you.
Attaboy, Baylon, good job. Next is Ashlyn Puska from Hallettsville.
Imagine going to check your cattle, only to find that a silent, invisible invader is taking down your herd. Pneumonia. It strikes without warning and can devastate entire herds before it's even detected, robbing ranchers of their profits and threatening the very foundation of our agricultural industry. Howdy, I'm Ashlyn Puska, and I'm a proud member of the Hallettsville FFA chapter. As you probably noticed, I only have one steer here today, and that is because this silent killer took down my other steer before I even knew it. So, what are the hidden dangers of this deadly disease? And more importantly, how can we stop it before it's too late? Pneumonia, also known as bovine respiratory disease, or BRD, is one of the leading causes of illness and death in cattle worldwide. It not only affects the health of the animal, but the profitability of the entire operation. BRD is primarily caused by a combination of viral and bacterial pathogens, including bovine respiratory syncytial virus, infectious bovine rhinotracheitis, and Mannheima hemolytica, among others. These pathogens can invade the animal's weakened immune system,
often triggered by stressors such as weaning, transportation, or environmental changes, factors that are common in beef production systems. When an animal's immune system is compromised, these pathogens can invade the respiratory system, leading to inflammation, reduced lung capacity, and damage to airways and lungs, which can often lead to secondary infections. When an animal's in the short term, affected animals show signs such as coughing, labored breathing, nasal discharge, fever, lethargy, and reduced appetite. In the long term, impact on productivity can be devastating. If an animal survives pneumonia but suffers from lung damage, its growth potential is often impaired, leading to lower quality meat, reduced feed efficiency, and ultimately lower market value. Pneumonia can develop quickly and spread rapidly, affecting entire herds and devastating beef productivity. So, what can be done to prevent and manage pneumonia in beef cattle? The key is a combination of good husbandry techniques and proactive veterinary care. A vaccination program that targets the most common causes of pneumonia can help reduce the incidence of disease. Stress management is also crucial. Ensuring proper housing and ventilation and minimizing transportation and handling stress can help reduce the incidence of disease in your herd. Regular monitoring and early detection of respiratory symptoms is essential for prompt treatment and minimizing the severity of outbreaks. Pneumonia in beef cattle is a major challenge with both health and economic consequences. Although it is not possible to eliminate the risk entirely, the impact of pneumonia can be minimized through careful management, early detection, and prevention strategies. By prioritizing the health of our animals, we are not only improving animal welfare, but safeguarding the financial stability of beef production. Thank you.
Ashlyn, you did amazing, and it's obvious that you're really intelligent, you're really smart. You learned a lot about PRD. So, first question, if you don't mind, I'm going to take the liberty to ask you a few more questions because you have such a knowledge on the subject. What's an acceptable death loss in the feedlot?
Well, usually around probably like 2 head per day die each day, probably because of respiratory diseases or other factors which could be caused from heat stress or transportation stress, and that's what the mortality rate would be.
Okay, thank you. So it'd be really low.
Yes.
So you vaccinated your steers, or they've been vaccinated twice, correct?
Before I received my steers, they were given Bovishield Gold 1 shot for respiratory vaccination.
And so how do you explain, and this is where we're going into the educational part, how do you explain that you still had a steer die of pneumonia when you had him fully vaccinated and had him in as good a place as we could possibly have a steer? How do they still get pneumonia? Where did that come from?
Well, considering that my steers had been transported and then changed their diets, and they're in dirt pens with the humidity and heat of Texas, that pneumonia was probably already established in them before I see them. And then once all that happened, it just flared up, and it was too late before I could stop it.
That's why we ask you these tough questions. You did a great job. Awesome answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Quanah Dudley from Leon County 4-H.
Imagine standing in the middle of a vast pasture. Behind you, the sunset paints the sky in hues of gold and crimson. You're watching your big, stout, red Angus prime cattle graze, unaware of the challenges that lie beyond the fence line, the challenges that can shape the future of our industry. Howdy, I'm Quanah Dudley from Leon County 4-H. And today, I'm here to talk to you about 2 forces that influence the future of our industry, GIPSA and the Chevron deference. They may sound like complicated legal jargon, but their influence is very real on our lives and livelihoods. GIPSA, or the Grain Inspection, Packers, and Stockers Administration, was established to ensure a fair market and protect producers from unjust practices. It was intended to be a shield, ensuring that any producer, no matter how small or young, could compete on a fair playing field. However, recent deregulations and rule changes have thrown GIPSA out of balance, leaving these producers vulnerable to market manipulation. Without robust GIPSA protections, our markets face the potential to be influenced by larger processors such as JBS, Cargill, Tyson, and National Beef, which can dictate terms and remove our ability to bargain and overall reduce our purchasing power. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, Quanah, what's the Chevron deference? The Chevron deference is the leeway federal judges give government agencies, like GIPSA, to interpret the verdicts they administer when a dispute arises. However, the 2024 repeal of the Chevron deference means courts no longer have to stick to these definitions given out by these administrations. This causes a sort of regulatory imbalance because now these courts can interpret these rulings as a different way than these agencies originally intended. And here's why this matters. The enforcement of any regulation or law is based around how it is defined. And since the definition of these courts can be different than the agency's intentions, that means these laws can be enforced as just about any way they need to be, or subsequently, not at all. You see, if courts were to start favoring corporate interests, what could happen is they could start defining these laws and regulations more loosely, thus in turn allowing for more predatory market practices and further decreasing the purchasing power of young producers like us. But it's not all doom and gloom though, because we have a voice, one which we can use to rally us and our fellow producers. And by engaging with our policymakers and advocating for fair markets, transparency, and opportunity, as well as opening the gateway for young producers like us to further get into cattle, we can ensure the future of our industry still stands. And at the end of the day, it's not all just about legalities. It's about the future of our industry. It's about ensuring that the next sunset over my prime steers will be seen by the next generation of cattle producers. Thank you.
Quanah, thank you for your suggestions on grading your cattle.
You're welcome.
I did have them down as prime. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hey, they were like two walking meatloafs over here. They're just blocky and thick and well-fed and well-finished. Do you know who Paul Harvey is?
I believe I've heard the name, but I can't place who they are.
Well, you didn't look his voice up. Well, not look his voice up. You did a search online and listen to him talk. You kind of have a lot of similarities in the way you speak to Paul Harvey. He's a famous radio announcer. That's a compliment. I know.
All right, thank you.
But anyways, check it out.
Thank you.
Quanah, I don't know how to follow up on what you talked about necessarily, so I'm gonna turn a little different direction.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Okay. In our industry today, is a cow-calf operation profitable in today's economic climate?
I would say that depends on who owns the cow-calf operation. Like, for instance, my grandfather doesn't believe in vaccinations. He doesn't believe in deworming. He just turns them out to the pasture, lets them roam. And so I think the cow-calf operation on his end might not be as profitable compared to someone who's a bit more proactive with their managing efforts. Like if someone like me were to take over and do the cow-calf operation, I'd be much more interested in vaccinating and deworming, making sure our cattle are a little bit more healthy so that way when we take them to the sell barn, they can be fetched a little bit more, and so that way I can get the return of costs that I have. Yes, sir, thank you.
And now you know the rest of the story. Woo-hoo! Nice job, Quanah. I got another funny thing about Quan I gotta tell you. I fussed at him a couple of years ago about his test. He didn't do so hot on his test. He did real good on everything else, but he didn't do so hot on the test, and I fussed at him. And his daddy's been fussing at him since then about being the first one to finish the test. And so last night, I left before Quanah even finished the test. He was allowed, I don't know if he finished the test yesterday or today, but Quanah, good job. Good job. Okay, let's go to Caden Joy from Young County 4-H.
Aren't you all tired of hearing about greenhouse gases, global warming, and global cooling, and that fewer cattle is the solution? Well, I certainly am. Hi, my name is Caden Joy, and I am from Graham, Texas. First of all, why do climate activists always get both sides of the argument? They complain when we face the prolonged drought, we should change everything for climate change. And then when God blesses us with abundant rains, they complain about global warming once again. And what do they believe is one of the leading causes? Beef. According to the United States EPA, or the extremist pulverizing agriculture, all livestock production in the U.S. accounts for only 4.2% of emissions, and cattle make up less than half of that. We cannot emphasize enough that even government agencies that usually act against the beef industry admit that the beef industry contributes less than 2%. When reviewing worldwide emissions, U.S. cattle production makes up less than 0.5%. That's right, the U.S. provides 1/5 of the worldwide beef supply, with less than 6% of the world's cattle, which is impressive in itself, all while contributing less than 0.5%. When comparing individual cattle, it requires 2.92 Brazilian or 2.66 cattle sourced globally to be equal to 1 bovine found in the U.S., making Brazil less efficient than the U.S. was in 1945. When comparing per pound of protein produced, the U.S. produces 10 to 50 times lower emissions. If the world can meet the standards of the U.S., we would double global beef production while reducing the herd worldwide by 25%. Time and time again, climate activists attack the beef industry all in the name of climate change. The issues with their continued attacks on the beef industry is that they use it to push their agenda, which spells disaster for the whole beef industry if they get their way. We need to counter these claims against our industry with facts and prove through our actions how sustainable and efficient we are, protecting the world we live in and preserving it for the next generation of agriculturists. By persistently sticking to the facts, we'll squash these attacks so far in the past, we will never hear them again, protecting the beef industry and allowing us to produce the greatest product in the world for the American consumer, beef. Thank you.
Caden, I have to have you come and talk to my class. That's a huge, great speech. And could you give me the acronym for EPA again?
Extremist pulverizing agriculture.
Okay, I had to record that. That's really, really good. Love the innovation that you have. So when we start talking about beef production, being efficient, and how we're producing more beef on way fewer cattle, you did a great job of putting that combination together and how it reduces our impact on global warming and on the carbon footprint. So in your estimation, what would you do to be able to even accelerate your cattle more? And this is a tough question. To be able to have them grow faster on less feed and to get to their final market weight. What technologies are available that you could use?
In our current industry, there are many technologies that have come out. One of the most significant ones, especially in the past 40 years, is implants that greatly increase feed efficiency. Also going on a grain-finished diet helps a lot with that because unlike grass-finished, although it's more, some consumers prefer that, it actually decreases the time, decreases the methane because the rumen function is altered whenever switched to corn-based diet. And finally, also things such as high energy diet, which I already mentioned. Things such as that will reduce the carbon footprint even more, making the beef industry even more sustainable. Things such as this, since 1970, has reduced our impact climate since 9 to 16%, which is very significant, and we're continuing to improve.
Outstanding answer. Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. Great job.
Thank you.
Good job, Katie. Hey, I want to introduce a couple of super busy fellas to you guys. I want to introduce your livestock committee leadership right here. Chairman Ryan Coble and Vice Chairman Terry McFadden. They're the guys that make all of these stock show events happen. And Ryan is also a sponsor. He's doesn't just lead the livestock committee, but he's also a sponsor of our show. Thank you so very much. Guys, thank you for all you do. They're still standing after the last, what's it been now, 12 days, something like that? Just a few, 16, a few to go. But thank you guys, both of you, for coming. Okay, let's go to Haven Creel. Are you ready, kiddo? Okay, let's do it.
It's cattle processing day at Prophet, Texas. Howdy, my name's Hayden Creel. I am 9 years old from Young County, and I will tell you about a day in the life of processing cattle of my family. Picture this. Dad's in the hydraulics, I'm deworming, and my big sister True is branding and giving vaccines. My mom is implanting, ear tagging, and serving as the General Chaos Coordinator. My baby brother Rooster is serving up a heaping pile of that chaos. If you've ever worked cattle with a feral raccoon, you get the idea of what it's like with the hip shoot side. Our processing jobs vary, but are all important. With cattle and most things in life, you have to begin well to finish well. To achieve our goal of creating an efficient, quality beef product that is safe, healthy, wholesome, and desired by the consumer. I like to do a good job, and I am a consumer too, so I take my work pretty seriously. There are a few things to consider to get cattle off right. I could go on and on with tips and tricks to success. I don't have time to talk about them all, like the rules of receiving cattle, economic benefits of implanting, sound vaccination programs, key management factors that affect beef quality, or the added value preconditioning offers cattle producers, or the need for parasite treatment and prevention. There's a lot to this biz, which means there's a lot of opportunity to do it well and a high risk of just really messing it up. My family has an unspoken agreement that we adopt sound practices and do a good job. Anytime we leave the livestock show, contest, or just any day at work at the pens at the barn, my mom asks us, "Was that your best?" Before I answer, I pause to contemplate if it really was the best I could do. On cattle processing days, that's an important question to consider. Not doing our best has consequences, and sometimes those consequences are bigger than others. If Dad doesn't pay attention, he could catch a hip and cause a wreck. I could waste pharmaceuticals. True could cause an injection site blemish, or we could hurt ourselves. My mom could crush an implant and put money down the drain. And Rooster, well, he's a whole other liability. For us, it's bigger than the shoot side consequences. My family loves what we do. Raising cattle and wheat is a privilege. My dad's favorite Bible verse reminds us to keep the main thing the main thing. Colossians 3:23 says, "Whatever you do, work at it with all your heart, as working for the Lord, not for human masters, as you know that you receive an inheritance from the Lord as a reward. It is the Lord Christ you serving." When it comes to beef production, I want to do it well, to protect the picture that I see in my heart and my mind when I think of a day in a life of processing cattle with my family. Thank you.
Haven, your cuteness factor is completely off the charts. It took me a second. I thought you had a feral raccoon, but that's just your little brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I was going to have to ask you all about your pet, but... all right, you said your job is worming. Is that correct? Can you tell me all the different ways that we can worm cattle, like how we can apply it?
You can apply it orally, topically. Topically is when you apply it down the back.
normally on the thinnest part of the hide, and then that is for external parasites. You can also use, this is for internal parasites, is Safeguard paste. You apply that orally and it helps remove or prevent internal parasites.
All right, that was perfect. I hope somebody recorded your speech today.
Thank you.
That was excellent. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Good job, Hayden. Let's go to Jed Arbuckle from Groveton FFA.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jed Arbuckle, and today I will be informing you about New World screwworms. Now, I know when you heard about the topic of my speech, you were probably thinking, wow, this will be the most exciting thing I hear all day. Well, don't worry, you're not alone. I too was filled with absolute joy when I first learned about New World screwworms. But by the end of my speech, I promise you that you will find these critters just as fascinating as they are infuriating. Now imagine a tiny, hungry worm setting up shop in a cow's womb. It's like the worst Airbnb experience ever. No Wi-Fi, no snacks, and definitely no good reviews. But let's get into it, because while it's a real pest for cattle, it also poses problems in research for animal health. The New World screwworm has a very diverse and gory way of harming cattle. A female New World screwworm lays her eggs in the cow's womb. When the larvae hatch, they burrow deep into the cow's flesh like a screw driving into wood. These maggots feed on cattle tissue, causing the wound to grow the longer that they are in there. In 1966, we eradicated the original screwworm flies using the sterile insect technique. The USDA released sterile male screwworm flies into the wild, which mated with wild female screwworm flies and failed to produce offspring, which eventually led to the screwworm flies dying out in the U.S. and only being found in a handful of South American countries. On November 22nd of 2024, New World screwworms were found in southern Mexico, which raised red flags for the U.S. and halted live cattle trade. Once in Mexico, it is easy for screwworms to travel north and end up on our border, in our southern border. Live cattle trade with Mexico will only resume with established mitigation protocols, the holding of Mexican cattle on Mexico's side for treatment preventions, and being checked multiple times by veterinarians on both sides of the border. In conclusion, while New World screwworms still pose a significant threat, we have come a long way in understanding and preventing these flies from coming into the U.S. Thank you.
Jeff, that's a really big topic and a great job on your speech. And I would like to ask if you could just go ahead and expand beyond the screwworm. What other major threats do we have by having a good, strong, and secure border for livestock importation? What other threats could we have for the beef industry?
Like, that can come across the border?
Yeah, it could be brought into our cattle population that's not here.
I'm not real sure.
Well, that's a good answer. I mean, it really is. So let's talk about your cattle. What would you suggest would be the breed makeup of your two steers?
My steers are made up of Black Angus and Naylor.
That's a really good, popular breed in southern hemisphere. And what do you think the advantages of the Nelore would be?
The Nelore have very excellent marbling and have a very big carcass, which allows my steers to grow and be able to have be able to be bigger and still look filled out.
Yeah, that's a great answer. I was just in Puerto Rico and they're trying to do some beef on dairy Nelores because of what you just answered. So great job, and that explains why they have some pretty decent frame up. Really good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's go to Bridger Etheridge from Nacogdoches County 4-H.
"42 cows. Check. Cows moved into the next track. Check. All from my seat here at the San Antonio Livestock Show. 310 miles away from home. And Dad, you'll be proud of me. I know I closed the gates. And Mom, those video games you thought I was playing was actually me checking and moving the cows. Good morning. My name is Bridger Etheridge. I'm a member of the Nacogdoches County 4-H. And these are my steers, Uno and Dos. Even though I was joking with my parents about the gates and video games, checking my cattle half the world away is a reality. My cattle are fitted with a virtual fencing collar, a precision agriculture technology. This technology allows for the automation of rotational grazing in real time. Virtual fencing allows for more sustainable and profitable livestock production. In the last 10 years, fencing costs have increased over 100%, while virtual fencing has become more affordable. Virtual fencing uses GPS technology to establish boundaries with the inclusion and exclusion zones. These zones can be moved daily or even hourly to adjust the rotational grazing pattern of cattle. The most cost-effective nutrient source for cattle operations is grass. A research study indicated that cow-calf operations on rotational grazing had a higher forage production and utilization. The limitation to rotational grazing is the cost of infrastructure and labor to implement. Virtual fencing allows for the automation of rotational grazing in real time. Another study indicated that cattle on virtual fencing paddocks achieve the same forage utilization and energy intake as cattle on electric fencing paddocks. The virtual fencing technology is being rapidly advanced and can be used on farms and ranches all across the world. Virtual fencing allows for more sustainable and profitable livestock production. Producers interested in this technology can work with their local USDA or NRCS offices about cost-sharing programs. And Mom, remind me to check the cows later. Thank you.
Bridger, nice job. Hey, compare and contrast for me rotational grazing versus continuous grazing. What are the advantages of rotational grazing versus the advantages of continuous grazing?
So the advantages of rotational grazing compared to continuous grazing. Rotational grazing, those cattle are forced to eat all the grass and forage in that area. So then the next time, say you move it in an hour, well the next hour they eat that next spot. But by the time you get around to the other spot, say it's 20 days later, if you're moving them daily, that should have enough time to regrow and have enough product there.
Very good. Thank you, Bridger.
Good job. Okay, let's go to Fayette County 4-H, Adeline Corrales.
Imagine sitting at your dining table with your family about to dine on the most delicious cut of beef. But can you picture yourself in Mexico about to eat the tastiest barbacoa
made from U.S. beef head, roasting in an underground fire pit, or warm up with menudo made from U.S. beef tripe. Can you picture yourself in Egypt about to eat U.S. liver chopped up and fried with bell peppers, chili, garlic, and other spices? Or in Japan being served the highest quality U.S. beef tongue? Good afternoon, San Antonio. My name is Adeline Cross, and I'm 12 years old and part of the Fayette County 4-H. This is my second year competing at the best show on earth, the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show. I am so excited to discuss the importance of beef at every dining table across the globe and how exporting beef helps us, the American beef producer. I know at my dining table we demand ribeyes, strips, tenderloin, and brisket. But what happened to all the other cuts, variety meat and offal? Before we get to that question, what exactly are variety meats and offal? Variety meats and offal are edible internal organs of an animal, like hearts, kidney, lung, tongue, intestine, brain, and the Rocky Mountain oysters, testicles. But across the oceans, there is a great demand in countries that are willing to pay a premium for high-quality U.S. beef products. This year has been the highest price cow producers have ever sold their feeders and fat cattle for. The one I'm going to discuss today is the ability to sell the entire carcass and take an advantage for export demand for all the cuts. The U.S. Meat Export Federation, along with the National Beef Checkoff, uses those dollars as efficiently as possible to help us, the American beef producer. The most recent research from Cornell University shows that for every dollar you spent, beef producers get over $13 back. The steak cuts like ribeyes, strips, and tenderloins are loved by the whole world, but only could be afforded by some. Where the opportunity lies is finding which part of the areas are willing to pay the most for specific cuts that are not usually at our dining table, like hearts, liver, tongue, and navels. And believe me, this adds up. The U.S. beef producer would not be able to take this advantage of this opportunity if the USDA did not keep their utmost standard for wholesomeness and food safety. Exporting beef is not easy. It takes time, effort, and money to get it done. We are better served because those people have put effort into logistics of getting their customer what they're asking for and willing to pay for it. Did you know when the United States imports beef, it pays the same rate as the beef checkoff? This not only contributes to our beef promotion, but also expands the value of fat trim, which we have more than any other country. This helps us fill in the demand for burgers and ground meat we consume here in the U.S. Texans and Americans sure love their burgers. I know I do. So, to answer the question, where do variety meats and offal go? The United States beef supply is known for safe, high-quality, wholesome, and nutritious beef. These countries will pay a premium for the delicacies that are demanded by different cultures. I am a proud American beef producer, and I know we do a great job bringing beef to every dining table. Beef is lunch for dinner at my home. I know beef will stay on top and will continue to be king of the meats. Thank you.
You have a great speaking skill, and congratulations on such a great speech.
Thank you.
And especially part of the beef industry that no one really talks about is where the money's at. And that's all the things except for steaks and roast. Can you tell me what would be the most valuable byproduct in a beef animal?
The most valued beef product will be
all the cuts are not usually at our dining table, like
Yeah, we take all those byproducts, the offals. Which one causes the greatest value? Which has the greatest value?
maybe the liver.
Okay, that's as good an answer as anybody could come up with, probably. And what else would you say that really, when you start looking at it, is really important for the beef industry? It's become a very big market in offals we don't talk about that are non-edible for people. Where are we added the most value to the beef animal since COVID happened in 2020? And I don't expect you to know the answer. Well, it's a great opportunity for us. We ended up having people adopt about $55 million. And so right now, we're in a bad part of the cattle cycle, and packers are losing a lot of money. But that pet treat industry, the ones that come from all the other parts of that bovine animal, is adding more value than all the others put together. And thank God for that. Your speech was so dead on, and I really appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adeline. Let's go to Gareth Rawson from Chisholm FFA.
Today I would like to share some information about radio frequency identification ear tags and why I think they can improve the benefit of the commercial feedlot program. I will refer to the ear tags as RFID. RFID ear tags are small wireless devices that use radio waves to communicate data to a reader. The tags are placed inside the animal's ear with a unique ID number. These tags in a commercial feedlot would allow the tracking and management of the livestock. This would provide a more efficient, cost-effective way to maintain the production process. One way that the RFID tags would improve the tracking of livestock would be that they would provide real-time data on the health of the animal, which is important to a feedlot. In today's modern world, monitoring of animal health requires hands-on manual inspection, which is time-consuming and sometimes results in human errors. With the use of RFID ear tags, the tracking would automatically provide information regarding animal movement, feed intake, and behavior. This data can help identify any early signs of injury or illness. This can help cut down on the spread of diseases throughout the feedlot. Research has shown that RFID technology can reduce the cost of vet care and welfare and provide an early diagnosis and treatment for the herd's health. These ear tags would also improve the traceability and food safety. Consumers want to know what they are eating these days. The tag provides a digital journey of the animal from birth to slaughter. The information gathered would help to reduce foodborne illness and can quickly be tracked back to the source. This would help promote food safety and consumer confidence. RFID ear tags would allow for the improved management of feedlot resources, which would result in cost savings. Commercial feedlots are a complex place where efficient feed and water distribution is important to making a profit. The monitoring of the animal's feed intake and weight gain will allow for the operators to adjust the feeding program. Studies showed that the RFID data allowed for improving on feed rations, feed efficiency, and reducing the cost of feed. These are usually the largest expenses of a feedlot operation. The RFID technology also would simplify compliance with government regulations. These regulations continue to focus on making sure that the welfare of animals in commercial feedlots is a top priority. The RFID system would automatically record the data of what medicines were used, growth rate of the animal, and what health inspections have been done. This would allow for the operators to more fully comply with the regulations and avoid costly fines. I think the RFID tags offer a lot of benefits for commercial feedlot programs. It helps to improve monitoring of animal health, provides traceability and food safety, improves overall feedlot management, and simplifies regulations that have to be followed. The current world we live in is constantly moving towards more advanced and data-driven practices This should also happen in livestock industry. The RFID technology would play a big role in making sure that feedlots are more efficient, sustainable, and profitable. Thank you.
Karen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You did great. Hey, your cattle, this one here, he's a little worked up, but I was trying to figure out what they were. When they first come in, you thought, well, here we got another pair of Red Angus cross cattle. But one of them's got scurs. Give me a little background on your cattle. What is their breed background?
They're Red Angus.
They're Red Angus, okay. So, but this one right here has got scurs, so how do you think he ended up with scurs?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think that dehorning is a sensible practice? Like, do you think that, I mean, it's probably painful for the animal. Do you think it's a justified management practice? What do you think? Why do we dehorn cattle? Do you think it's justified?
Yes, I would say that we dehorn cattle just because it can really take a toll. Because if they get into a fight and one of them gets a horn into another one, you're out a cow, and it wouldn't be good for you.
You're out of cow. All right, very good. Good job today.
Next is Emma Seiler from Bronx FFA.
Personally, my favorite subject in school is science, more specifically, biology. How life grows, how it changes throughout the multiple stages, how can it affect their DNA? What DNA strands code for their black fur rather than white? Technological advances have allowed us to better understand and even slightly change it. What else would the naturally curious minds of us humans do other than combine the two? I give you biotechnology. My name is Emma Seiler. I'm a freshman member of the Bronx FFA chapter. For starters, what exactly do I mean when I say biotechnology? Well, biotechnology is harnessing the power of biological procedures through engineering. However, the exact definition of biotechnology differs based off of what industrial branch we are focusing on. I'm going to focus on the cattle industry. Biotechnology in the cattle industry commonly refers to AI, artificial insemination, ET, embryo transfer, and IVF, in vitro fertilization, which are used for breeding. While gene knockout and cloning are commonly used to improve growth rates, disease resistance, and overall productivity of cattle. There are many benefits to the use of biotechnological procedures in the cattle industry. One of these benefits is the increased efficiency of beef and dairy products. For instance, genetically modified cattle, or GMO cattle, are being designed to grow faster, allowing them to reach market weight at faster rates than average. Additionally, recent advances have allowed cattle to become more resistant to diseases like tuberculosis and foot and mouth disease, which can cause significant economic losses to the industry. Another area where biotechnology makes a difference is improving the nutritional profile of cattle. Scientists are constantly researching genetic modifications to make cattle more efficient in converting feed to meat, allowing the environmental footprint of cattle to be reduced. Improving the feed-to-meat conversion rates will help biotechnology to reduce the carbon footprint of beef production, a critical issue given the environmental concerns associated with the cattle industry. Moreover, biotechnology can also help improve animal welfare in some ways. For example, genetic modifications can be used to create cattle that are more resilient to heat stress, a condescending issue as global temperatures rise. This could reduce the need for extensive farming practices such as cooling systems or confining animals in crowded feedlots. Additionally, through biotechnological methods, cattle can be bred to have fewer health problems, potentially improving their overall quality of life. However, the use of biotechnology in the cattle industry is not without its challenges or concerns. While biotechnology can help reduce the environmental footprint for cattle, such as improving feed efficiency, there are still concerns about the long-term consequences. For example, the introduction of GMO cattle into the ecosystem could have unpredicted effects on local biodiversity. If these cattle were to escape or be released into the wild, they could disrupt natural populations and create ecological imbalances. Ethically, the idea of modifying cattle also creates significant concerns. Many people feel uncomfortable with the idea of altering an animal's genetic makeup for human benefit. Some argue that this crosses a moral line, especially when it comes to issues like cloning, where animals are created with identical genetic profiles. There's also a concern that these technological advances could lead to the intensification of farming practices, where animals are treated more like commodities than living beings. Another challenge is the potential mistreatment of animals in pursuit of biotechnology. For example, cattle that are genetically modified for rapid growth could experience health problems such as joint issues or metabolic disorders. If these modifications are not carefully regulated, they could lead to suffering rather than improvement in animal welfare. Health concerns also cannot be overlooked. While biotechnology promises healthier, disease-resistant cattle, it also carries the risk of inadvertently introducing new allergens into the food supply or causing unforeseen risks for consumers. Additionally, the widespread use of growth hormones and antibiotics in cattle farming could contribute to the development of antibiotic and resistant bacteria, which poses a serious threat to public health. Finally, consumer perception remains a major barrier to the widespread adoption of biotechnology in the cattle industry. Many people are wary of genetically modified foods, and the skepticism extends to beef and dairy products. Concerns about the safety of consuming genetically altered animal products and the ethical implications of such practices are leading to increased demand for labels that indicate whether products contain GMOs. This lack of consumer trust shows that even though biotechnology may provide benefits for farmers in the industry, the public's acceptance is a critical factor in determining how readily these genetic modifications will be adapted. In conclusion, biotechnology offers significant potential for the cattle industry, with benefits ranging from increased productivity and disease resistance to improved environmental sustainability and animal welfare. However, these advances are counterbalanced by concerns related to environment, ethics, animal welfare, health risks, and public perception. As biotechnology continues to evolve, it's crucial for policymakers, ranchers, and consumers to work together to ensure that these technologies are used responsibly, transparently, and in ways beneficial to the industry and the society as a whole. Thank you.
Emma, you did your homework. You did a great job of presenting both sides of the argument. So in my class, the meat we eat, we have all people in there that have no ag background, and so we make them debate this topic. And we have students that get on one side of the fence and the other, and you just did that in your speech. You did a wonderful job in everything you presented. So I guess the question I want to ask you is, the scientific evidence, is there a basis for it, for claims of all of those things that could possibly happen? Or is it just speculation? And should we, if it ends up, because right now we know that everything is research and it is FDA, USDA approved, should we let the marketplace decide whether people want technology or don't? That's the question. So should we let people buy what they want and just produce as much as people want to buy? Or should we regulate it with laws and government regulation?
I believe it needs to be carefully regulated because although genetic modifications can be good, there could also be the moment where tuberculosis is able to counteract antibiotics and vaccines and any other genetic modifications to where it carries off not only from the cattle but also into our food. And if we are eating diseased food, it is not exactly the best thing to have. And if multiple people are buying it and eating it constantly without knowing that it is in fact infected, it could potentially harm their health and anybody else's health who eats it.
Thank you very much. Great job.
Thank you, Emma. Okay, let's take a quick break. And then we're going to come back and push through all the way to the end. We're almost there. Kiddos, that wonderful man Charles Eckel that I talked about earlier has brought y'all mid-afternoon snacks. There's bags up here on the tables. Just come and get you one.
You haven't done it 15 card, have
finish the final leg. We got 16 left. Well, a whole long time ago, there was a family that walked in here with a couple of boys and a couple of little old bitty kids from Throckmorton, and they participated in this competition for a long, long time and lots of years. Their oldest boy is Mr. Luke Hale, and he's sitting up on the bench there with your judges. And Luke has now finished college, has finished law school, and yet he comes back every single year on his own dime and helps us. Luke, thank you, thank you, thank you. And then I got an email not here too long ago from Dr. Rathman and Dr. Miller talking about a kid that they were awfully fond of named Miss McKinley Corbin. And what a delight and pleasure it has been to have her with us this week. Thank you so much, dear. Would not have done it without both of you. Okay, here we go. Final push, starting with Kaylee Scoggins from Lorena FFA.
What would you do if somebody told you the exact amount you were allowed to have for your cattle? What would you do if somebody told you how you're supposed to raise your cattle? Good evening, everybody. My name is Callie Scoggins from Lorena FFA chapter. Today, I come to you with a cautionary tale, one I believe our industry can greatly benefit from hearing. Today, I will discuss a period of time known as the Chinese Great Leap Forward and how its profound impact on agriculture and the beef industry serve as a stark warning for future economic and social policies. The Chinese Great Leap Forward was introduced by Mao Zedong in 1958. According to Harvard University, he aimed to rapidly transform China from an arrogant society into an industrialized nation. However, this plan was often based on radical communist ideologies rather than practical agriculture knowledge. Farmers and ranchers were forced to abandon traditional practices in favor of unproven techniques, and unrealistic expectations were set. As a result, agricultural productivity plummeted. One of the most widespread consequences of the Great Leap Forward was a widespread famine that followed. As a result, according to the USDA, 15 to 75 million people died of starvation and malnutrition. The removal of traditional farming methods combined with poor management and harsh weather conditions led to a catastrophic failure in food production. The Great Leap Forward serves as a grim reminder of the dangers of implementing radical policies without considering their implications. Now, you might be wondering, Callie, this is not history class. Come on, let's get to the good point. Well, us as future leaders of the cattle industry must stay vigilant on the ever-changing political landscape we are living in. Just last year, Congress pushed to amend the long-standing Pockyards and Stockyards Act, which protects the competitiveness of our industry. The changing of this amendment would have taken away our rights for fair and just payment of our cattle. Now, you might be like, okay, that's not a big deal. Okay, let's sit down. Let's go to the auction barn. You're sitting at the auction barn and there's a cap. Your cattle can only bring this much, and you're only allowed this much. That is what happened in communist China. We can't let that happen here. In conclusion, the Great Leap Forward's effect on agriculture highlights the significance of careful evidence-based policymaking and critical thinking. Now, I ask you, what will you do? Thank you.
Callie, in a auction barn setting, how is price determined?
Price is determined on weight. Many times before they walk across the stage, cattle will be weighed, and based on what is the average right now, it's about $1.60 in Waco, Texas. That is how much they'll start at, and then the bidding will start, which is my favorite part. It gets pretty aggressive in there. You got to see what the cattle will bring eventually. And that does kind of weigh on whether the cow is sound structurally or whether it looks ideal.
So for like maybe a calf market, they're buying feeder calves to be placed in the feed yard. How do you think those buyers make a decision on what they think that calf that's standing in that ring is going to, what they're willing to pay? What kind of factors are going through their mind?
Great question. They're going to look at the frame size of that cow. They're going to see how much weight we can put on that cow to see how much profit we can get on the long haul. You're going to use a little bit of livestock judging there, some principles that on structure, soundness, frame size. You don't want a big frame cow that you can pack a lot on there to put on the rail with a lot of weight.
Excellent job, John.
Thank you.
Wow. Nice job. Thank you, Katie. Let's go to Aiden Martinez from Boys Ranch FFA.
Raising my independent commercial steers has underscored the importance of staying involved in current legislations and regulations. Envision this with me. It's a typical Saturday morning, and as you're attending these commercial steers, you encounter a worrisome sight. One of them is clearly battling conjunctivitis. What would you do? Usually, you rely on trusted medicines like LA200 or terramycin, but much to your dismay, your supply is depleted. What was once a straightforward over-the-counter solution now warrants for a veterinarian appointment, and unfortunately, the vet clinic is closed today. Not only does this add pressure to your budget and schedule, but also poses an overall challenge to the health and welfare of your livestock. Effective June 2023, crucial antibiotics, once readily available to our industry, have undergone a significant transformation and now fall under the direct oversight of veterinarians. This change may result in reduced capacity to address sick animals promptly, elevated risk of controlling disease outbreaks in smaller cattle operations, and notable economic impacts on our producers. My name is Aiden Martinez, representing the Boys Ranch FFA chapter. I would like to inform you on a range of approaches we should consider as we navigate this new landscape in our industry. Combating restrictions in our industry has encouraged producers to explore alternate ways to help improve overall animal health, such as incorporating natural remedies. Studies show that up to 80% of cattle producers are interested in using essential oils as natural alternatives. Oils like tea tree, lavender, peppermint, and eucalyptus have all been utilized for this purpose. For example, tea tree oil, known for its antimicrobial properties, can help treat respiratory diseases, while lavender serves as a calming aid and can help boost immune functions. Sounds surprising, right? Yet, a study from Colorado State University found that feeding essential oils to cattle resulted in a 15% improvement in feed efficiency and a 50% reduction in respiratory diseases. Essential oils, also referred to as plant extractions or phytobiotics, have a long history of use, stemming from the recognition that many plants have the potential to promote healing and offer other health benefits. Like essential oils, herbal remedies are also gaining traction in the commercial beef industry. Studies by the University of Illinois found that herbal remedies can reduce the incidence of respiratory diseases in calves by up to 50%. Garlic and oregano are two popular herbal remedies with antimicrobial and immune boosting functions. The recent regulatory changes and availability in cattle producers has presented challenges that require innovative solutions. The misuse of antibiotics have presented serious risk, including threats to human health and the potential to promote and the integrity of our food supply chain. By contributing to the rise of antimicrobial remedies, given the limitations on access to essential medications, it is essential that we adapt and strategize to protect the health and welfare of our livestock. Thank you.
Aiden, I'm going to ask you about your cattle. You did such a great job on your speech, and it's really innovative to talk about other alternatives to being able to improve animal health.
Yes, sir.
So I want to ask about yield grading your black and white steer. What do you, first of all, what breed do you think makes them better?
So he's a mix of Charolais and Black Angus.
Okay. And what do you think his yield grade is?
I think maybe a 3.
Okay. And what about the black steer?
Probably give it a 2.
Okay, great. And you have any prediction on the quality grades?
Not really, no.
Well, go ahead. You have multiple choice there. Just pick some. Prime, choice, select.
Probably the white-tailed and stuff is probably just a select, and this black one probably would be a high choice.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Really appreciate that speech. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aiden. Let's go with Carly Ammons from City View FFA.
Today, you get to meet two of my new best friends, Phineas and Ferb. Hi, I'm Carly Ammons from the City View FFA and Wichita County District. 4 years ago, I thought I would have to be a professional sports player. I didn't know what FFA was. But my freshman year, on Meet the Teacher Day, FFA was thrown into my life. I started my journey through chickens, rabbits, and being one of the 2 girls in the AgMet competition. With chickens, I quickly figured out that was not my strong suit. I enjoyed learning them and handling them, but I needed to explore something bigger. As for rabbits, I have done them for the past 4 years, earning a rabbit showmanship bubble and a lot of learning opportunities. For AgMech, being one of the 2 girls, one of my best friends, we knew we wanted to do a project together. That project just happened to be a sheep and goat stand, which we got first at county and champion of our division. But that made me wonder, what if I showed sheep? Which I did my sophomore, junior, and senior year, totaling around 6 sheep. Yes, that's a lot. And yes, there are highs and lows to that. Learning about deficiencies, diseases, and deaths. I also have shown swine my sophomore year, which the one thing that I took from that was that different breeds get different personalities, which also makes it harder for you to learn your livestock. So now I'm a senior. I've shown sheep, rabbits, chicken, and swine. Not everything at my school until this year. I added on a goat, which was one of the best things I could have done this year. Rounded off the edges, and now I can proudly say that I've shown everything that my chapter gives away. At the beginning of the year, we got a new ag advisor over the sheep and goat farm. The one thing that I learned from him, he is a huge cattle person, which is why I'm here today, showing my very first set of commercial cattle. They have gained around 3 pounds each per day. They started off weighing 630 pounds and 650 pounds, now weighing 1,155 pounds and 1,060. Also averaging 6,000 pounds of feed fed throughout the year. 4 years ago, I wouldn't even stand in front of a classroom to tell them my favorite color is blue. But now, let alone be here, talking about my passion for FFA, my future career, and leadership. Thank you.
Brother Ray, you made it. And I applaud you for all the different projects that you've done to make yourself well-rounded and step outside your comfort zone and learn something about a species that you don't know. That takes a lot of initiative, and I'm proud of you. So, Carly, you're from City View. FFA, where is that?
It's about 6 hours. It's closer to the Dallas area.
Okay. Well, I asked you that because I was trying to put into context where you're at from a, eco-region standpoint in Texas. Your cattle have quite a bit more ear in them. So when a cattleman says that, they look at your cattle, well, those cattle got a little ear in them. What do they mean by that? Got any idea? Okay, so what I'm talking about is their Brahman characteristics, right? So they got a little bit more sheath, a little bit more dewlap, a little bit more hump. So what does that advantage bring them? What does that Brahman characteristic bring to those cattle in terms of what types of traits might they excel in that non-Brahman cattle don't?
I'd have to research it.
Okay, fair enough. You did a great job today, brother. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you, Carly. Okay, let's go back to Hallettsville. Mr. Jay Kressler.
I just wanna grow up. I know every kid in America has said these words at one point or another. We just want to be adults and do adult stuff. From driving a car to owning a house, we think that we can do it all. But how? Howdy, I'm Jake Ressler from the Hallettsville FFA chapter, and I think I can answer that question for you. So, you think you want to be an adult? And you want to get into the cattle business? Where are you going to get the money to do that? I think we all know what comes next. The kid looks back, shrugs, and says, I don't know. If any of you are like that kid, look no further than right here for your answer. The single most important piece of the puzzle when getting started in the cattle business is money. Where you get that money? From the bank. Every rancher's best friend is his banker. So the first step is forming a good relationship with your local banker. This means you need to bring all the necessary paperwork and information that is required by the bank. You need your financial statements, lists of your assets and liabilities, and your business plan. After all, why would the bank want to lend you money if they don't know how you're going to spend it or if you're even going to pay them back? The next step is determining what type of loan is right for you. The two most common options are operating loans and revolving lines of credit. Operating loans are simple loans that are used for the purchase of land, cattle, and equipment. They're a one-time use loan that gives you all the money at once. And from that point, you pay your principal and interest monthly for a set amount of time. For young, growing producers, like many of us here in this room, this option is viable as it allows you to access all the money at once in order to make large purchases. For example, it allows you to make expensive purchases that are common when getting started, such as tractors, plots of land, or big loads of cattle. On the other hand, revolving lines of credit allow you to borrow money up to a specific limit, only paying interest on what you actually use. Think of it kind of like a credit card, but with a lower interest rate and a higher borrowing limit. This type of financing allows you to borrow money, pay it back, and then use it again until you decide to close your account. Another difference from operating loans is that revolving lines of credit can be used to make a variety of purchases instead of one specific purchase. Your line of credit has no fixed schedule for repayment, so you can pay what you owe after you sell your cattle. This method is useful to established operations as it helps with the yearly operational costs associated with the beef industry and is a popular option for cow, calf, and stocker producers. Choices, choices, choices. So which option is right for you? The answer, as it tends to be, it depends. An operating loan may be best when you're getting started, but once you're established, you may want to make the switch to a line of credit. For example, when raising my first commercial heifer project for our local show, I used an operating loan to finance my heifers. I chose this option because I needed to make one big purchase to kickstart my project, and I reached an agreement with my lender that allowed me to pay back the money after I sold my cattle. The moral of the story is that growing up is tough. If it was easy to get in the cattle business, everyone would do it. But just as in life, there is no step-by-step how-to guide. But if you equip yourself with the knowledge and skills necessary to be successful, then you'll turn out just fine. Thank you.
Jake, really appreciate your speech. I think financing in the beef industry is the biggest part, just like you said. And so one thing I wanted to ask you is, what are some programs that you could use as a young person to be able to get some financing in an area that's not necessarily from the bank? To start up in the cattle industry, to buy some land, and be able to finance your cattle on your cattle.
So the main thing, and we all heard about it yesterday, stuff that people like us here can get financing to get started in the beef industry is from places like Capital Farm Credit. They talked about their Ag Vista programs and their other programs like that that allow young producers like us to gain access to these loans that give us money to get started in the beef industry. And like the two men that spoke yesterday said, they're specifically for rural and youth to get started in the cattle business, and that is a big part of the beef industry as a whole, and lending and financing that part of things. That Capital Farm Credit is a really big part of that, and that's important for us to be able to access that money so we can get more youth and more young people into the cattle business easily through finance.
Thank you, Jake.
I know that. Real good. And what a applause for Capital Farm Credit. Thank you for doing that, Jake. Okay, let's go to Dewey Preston, Chisholm FFA. Boy, Chisholm FFA, thank you so much for all the support this year. This is pretty great showing from y'all.
ADG, RBIs, and QB ratings, all things that are important to me. Maybe RBIs and QB ratings are important when me, my dad, and I want to Texas Aggies football and baseball team. but they're just like ADG and WPDA because they're stats that relate to our good teams are like how good my steers are. Howdy, my name is Dewey Preston, and I am 9 years old, and a member of the Chisholm Junior FFA chapter. ADG stands for Average Daily Gain. This is important because steers with high ADG will gain weights faster and should make more money. ADG is genetics because can also be influenced by feed, weather, and how calm these steers are. I have noticed since I fed my first pair of steers for Houston last year that my calm steers, my commercial steers, gain better than the other one of these steers. I have is more calm and he gained better and as I wrap it up. Let's hope for high ADG, high numbers of RBIs, QB ratings for the Texas Aggies. Thank you.
Dewey, do you know that young man? That's your little brother? Your associate? You have laser focus. Doesn't matter what's happening, you're just focused on what you need to get done. Dewey, is this your first year?
Yes, sir.
Were you nervous to give this speech today?
Yes, sir.
Are you glad it's over?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than the speech, here comes your associate again. Other than your speech, what did you enjoy the most about your project this year?
Coming here, feeding them, and just having fun.
Attaboy. Yeah, you gotta have fun. You gotta enjoy what you do. You did a great job today. I'm really proud of you.
26 years, that's the first time that's happened. That was awesome. Good job, Dewey. Okay, here we go. Let's go to Palo Pinto 4-H, Seth Hale.
Are you guys busy with stuff to do? I know I sure am. Playing basketball, football, baseball, showing pigs, commercial steers, hunting and fishing. There's no time for anything else. But I figured I could just squeeze one more thing in, livestock judging. Hello, my name is Seth Hill. I'm 11 years old and I live in Santo, Texas. Feeding these steers has been challenging, but I have learned a lot. My brother and I met up with a nutritionist at Red Chain Feeds, and he taught us a great deal about protein, fiber, and fat that made up my feed ration. And the other great deal about this is that I got to miss a couple days of school. Today I want to speak briefly about livestock judging. This is my first year to do livestock judging, so I'm still trying to learn the basics. And since we're looking at cattle here today, I figured I could talk about the main priorities of market steers. There are a lot of different terms used when discussing the quality of market steers. I've decided today that I will just talk about the main 6 of these categories. I think of them in the following order: structure and movement, muscle, volume and balance, correctness of finish. Structure and movement is at the top of my list. When I see a steer, I want him to be big boned and wide tracking. When he walks, I want him to track out so I can see his level top and square hip. If the steer is properly structured, if the steer has proper structure and movement, then that should set him up to then he should be able to support a good amount of muscle. If the steer is wide tracking, then that should set him up to have a muscular wide loin. If the steer is big boned, then he should be able to support a wide full rump, but he also needs muscle through his shoulder, lower quarter, and stifle. Volume and balance are very important as well. Again, if the steer is wide tracking, then there is a good chance he will be wide bodied. But he also needs to be deep bodied and have a good spring of rib. Hopefully the steer will have all of these so that he is balanced and proportionate. Correctness of finish is another big one that people are talking about today. I think of the 6 areas to focus on. The brisket area, down the loin, cover over the ribs, pones the tailhead fat, flank area, and cod fat. Hopefully my steer will have enough to reach a choice grade. Thank you for your time today.
Seth, great job. You are going to make a great livestock judge. You're already good on the mic, and I think that you have a bright future in that category of beef evaluation. I was going to ask you about the quality grade. You said you hope they make choice. What do you quality grade the two steers?
What, sir?
What quality grade do you quality grade the two steers? What do you think? What's your quality grade? You go ahead and quality grade for Dr. Raffin. Go ahead, give them a quality.
Choice and choice.
Okay, I like that. I like that. And what would you call them? Low choice, or are they upper 2/3 of choice?
I think there's one that is high choice and one that is average choice.
Great answer. That's a good call, and we really appreciate that. Awesome speech.
Thank you.
Good job, Seth. Okay, all the way from Dalhart FFA, Mr. Baden Beavers is next.
What is the meaning of value? According to Merriam-Webster.com, value means the relative worth of something. So knowing this, how can we add value to whatever we are doing? Now, this may seem like a simple question, but it has a much larger meaning. For example, I really enjoy running. During the months of preparation, I ask myself, how can I add value? I do this by running with a purpose. Hello, my name is Baden Beavers from the Dalhart FFA chapter. Now you may be thinking, how can you add value to the beef industry? Well, my answer is Charolais Jersey Cross cattle. Hold on. Aren't Jersey cattle dairy animals? Well, yes, but they can add a lot of value to the beef industry as well. Charolais Jersey Cross cattle are highly valued in the market due to the growth potential and muscle mass of the breed. Beef on dairy programs are constantly looking for ways to increase the value of their animals. Charolais Jersey Cross cattle are highly known for their muscle marbling, durability, and performance in hot climates. So, how is value added through the Charolais? Charolais cattle are originally a European breed. Some advantages of the Charolais include adaptability and rapid growth. Charolais cattle are adaptable for a couple of reasons. Number one, they can survive in any climate, from harsh winters to hot summers. Where I come from in the northern panhandle, we exhibit both of these extremes. These cattle are adaptable to these conditions and thrive in this area. Another reason Charolais cattle are adaptable is because they fit into any feeding system, like grass-fed or grain-fed programs. They also grow very fast. They put on a lot of weight in a shorter amount of time compared to other common breeds. These attributes are excellent when adding value to the beef industry. Nonetheless, the Charolais breed does have some downfalls, like high feed requirements in a grazing environment and lower marbling or quality grades. So, how does the Jersey add value? Jersey adds quality to the animal. You see, Jersey cattle put on fat from front to back, top to bottom, and inside to out. Jersey cattle, when mixed with a beef breed, are typically higher in the market. Jerseys are originally a British breed, which are known for having the best quality. They're also very efficient grazing animals. They can survive in various climates, which contributes to the adaptability of these animals. These are beneficial when adding value and helping producers maximize profits in challenging conditions. However, it is important to acknowledge potential challenges. For example, the Jersey's smaller frame size, fat distribution, and slower growth rates could decrease efficiency. By crossing these breeds, we create an animal that incorporates its best traits, adding tremendous value to the beef industry. Our goal is to improve the Charolais in quality and the Jersey in growth. The muscling and growth of the Charolais enhances yield, while the Jersey contributes by adding marbling and tenderness. This combination can produce beef with a superior eating quality, something consumers increasingly demand. This animal's moderate frame size makes it ideal for many markets, from grass-fed beef to premium retail cuts. The adaptability of these animals makes them more efficient in the Texas Panhandle. Sometimes adding value can be a challenge. However, I found in my research that a Charolais Jersey cross can be efficient, adaptable, and beneficial to the market. By crossing these breeds, we create an animal that grades well in yield and quality. Thank you.
Good job, Hayden. Hey man, in all the years that Doc and I've been doing this, I don't think anybody's ever brought a set of Char Jersey crosses to the table. So, man, I applaud you. That's a nice pair of cattle. They're quiet. Their composition's excellent. Good job. So, when we crossbreed cattle, we create heterosis. That was a question that was asked earlier. What is heterosis? Give me your definition of heterosis. I'll start there.
Heterosis is when you incorporate the best traits into an animal to create a better breed.
Okay? I would call that breed complementarity. So, heterosis, we get a little better response than the average of the parents. Like better than we anticipated. Like it's not just the average of the two, they actually perform a little better. That's what heterosis is. And so, not all traits respond to heterosis equally. So, you know, can you tell me the difference between lowly heritable traits and highly heritable traits? Can you give me some examples, or do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't really know. I'm not really.
Okay, let me lead you a little bit. So lowly heritable traits would be like reproductive traits, so like fertility, or health-related traits like vigor, or just staying healthy, living longer. And then some of your more highly heritable traits would be carcass traits, so that like what we're doing, we're grading their quality grade and their yield grade. So when again, they're not equal in the response to heterosis. And so do we get a better advantage when we crossbreed on those lowly heritable traits like health and reproduction, or do we get a better advantage and improvement in carcass-related traits?
I think we get a better improvement in the carcass-related traits.
Okay, you did an excellent job. I enjoyed your talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, baby. Okay, now we have the calmer, more sane sibling of the Busby kids. This will be Cammie Busby from Hill County 4-H.
It's corn, a big lump of knobs. It has the juice, it has the juice. I can't imagine a more wonderful thing. Woohoo! I love corn and my steers do too. Howdy, my name is Cammie Busby from Hill County 4-H. Today, I want to talk to you about a food product that I love and that my steers love too. Whole yellow corn. Did you know that corn is the #1 fuel crop in the United States? It leads all the other crops in value of production. The United States often produces more than 10 billion bushels of corn per year. One single corn farmer will provide enough food and fiber for over 100 people in 1 year. However, it is not only Americans that are enjoying corn grown in the USA. Corn exports are a critical market for American agriculture, and nearly 1/3 of our corn crop exported to other countries. Corn plays an important part of cattle having a healthy diet. It is not only about cattle having a healthy diet. It is also a part of corn not only helps provide a well-balanced diet for the cattle so that they can grow healthy and efficiently. It is also a pretty inexpensive grain source. This allows producers to have a lower cost per pound of grain. And the high energy content in corn is a great way to prepare cattle for slaughter. This is what I've done in feeding these 2 steers here today. My 2 steers have been fed a ration of whole corn. They each ate 25 pounds of corn, along with the room-degradable protein source. This not only increased the amount of protein you need, but also help prevent digestion issues such as bloat and acidosis. These steers went from an average starting weight of 780 pounds each to an average finishing weight of 1,400 pounds each. This means that in my feeding period of 154 days, these steers had an average daily gain of 4.05 per pound per head per day at a cost of $1.08 per pound of gain. I think that my steers think corn is a woohoo wonderful thing too. Thank you.
Way to go, Cammie. It was awesome. So you guys, your family raise corn?
We fed corn with all the years that he's done it.
Okay, great. Did you put anything else in there besides just the corn?
We also put hay and beef maker, beef tray, and soybean.
Fantastic. Well, you did a great job. Thank you.
Way to go, Cammie. Good job. Okay, let's go to Bradley Corbin from Sanger FFA.
Consumers are more concerned than ever about where their food comes from. They are not only making their concerns widely known on social media, but they're also editing their shopping list based on these concerns. as consumers shift towards locally grown wheat. Consumers, in fact, a survey by Utah State found that most consumers would prefer to buy local raised meat because, let's face it, farm fresh just sounds way tastier. Although we as beef producers know all beef is safe, wholesome, and delicious, these trends should make us rethink how we market our cattle. While my cattle have a designated destination following the commercial steer contest, I couldn't help but wonder what my own direct-to-consumer beef business might look like. Hi, my name is Riley Corbin from the Sanger FFA chapter, and I'm here to talk about one of the juiciest trends in the beef industry. So what caused this trend to gain popularity? Well, a survey conducted by Kansas State University found that 61% beef producers said their direct-to-business marketing increased in 2020 and 2021. These trends were mostly affected by COVID-19, as well as a recent shift in consumer interest for locally raised products. Consumer trends have as consumers visited their grocery stores and were unable to find the beef they love, a major question for food security arose. As a direct result, the Supreme Court passed the CARES Act, allowing government funding for smaller local production facilities to improve supply chain resilience and further encourage local markets. As consumers are more concerned than ever about where their food comes from. They're not only making their concerns widely known on social media, but they're also editing their shopping list based on these concerns. As consumers shift towards locally grown, locally made, and locally sourced products, pasture-raised beef has gained momentum. When thinking about the sustainability of my own cattle business, marketing future steers as beef would be a viable economic option. In this contest, we assume there is cattle feeders. We are subject to the producer or feeder cattle price at the beginning, cost of commodities during, and the fat cattle price at the end of the contest. Having another avenue to market beef would only enhance my versatility and risk aversion. By developing a direct-to-consumer marketing strategy, I could create a more resilient and profitable business model while also meeting the growing demand for high-quality, locally sourced beef. After all, if people are willing to pay extra for Fiji water, why not premium farm fresh beef?
Riley, I'm going to stick with the market questions, and as you compare across the different segments of the beef industry, at the cow-calf level, then the stocker, then the feedlot, and the packer, currently in today's market, who's making the most money and who's making the least amount of money? Who's having the toughest time based on where we're at in the cattle cycle?
The one probably making the most money will probably be the feedlot, and the one making less will probably be the calf operation.
Okay, defend your answer just a little bit more. So, what do you think's driving? Do they generally make the same amount, or is there generally like one's doing well while the other one's not doing as well?
I think there's generally one's doing well and the other one's doing well.
Okay, so why would you speculate that is?
Because the market is ever changing, so it's always a different kind of, I don't know how to word it.
Fine. You did a great job today, Riley.
Thank you.
Thank you, Briley. Next is Gage Burton from Jones County 4-H.
Imagine, life is good. Calves are big, grass is lush, and the cattle market is strong. You have grown your herd nice and healthy. That is, until an ugly, headless monster, also known, shows up, wiping out over half your herd. That monster is also known as Cochleomia hominivirax, aka the New World Screwworm. Suddenly, everything begins to fall apart, and your livelihood suffers. How can a single worm cause all this misery and tragedy so fast? Well, I'm about to tell you. Screwworms come from a fly that is slightly larger than the size of your normal housefly and lays eggs around the wound of the animal. In just a couple hours, the eggs hatch to larvae and start to burrow into the wound of the animal and tear at the muscle, creating a larger wound. Then, after a week of feeding, the larvae fall off and burrow into the ground to pupate. In a week, the pupa hatch into a fly and go lay more eggs. Sounds pretty nasty, right? You may be wondering how that. In 1933, they were identified as a growing threat to the industry. I've heard old cowboys talk about those days and how those cattle had to be constantly checked and roped to treat the winds. I'm not gonna lie, I actually like the idea of roping wild cattle. I've even heard that if there was a silver lining that came from this, it would be probably making good cowboys and good horses. At its peak, ranchers in the southwestern U.S. endured financial losses of $50 to $100 million per year. In an effort to put that into perspective, that's about 200 times the value of the steers in this barn behind us. This led scientists to research ways to sterilize the species in an eradication effort. The sterilization effort was a tremendous success. By 1966, we had established a buffer zone along the southern border. Although keeping the buffer zone effective still resulted in periodic outbreaks in the 1970s. So, Mexico teamed up with us to drive them to the southern border of Mexico in 1986. If you're like me, you may be wondering how this is relevant to us today if we solved the issue in the 1980s. Well, did you know that last fall a New World screwworm was detected too close to our border and sent shockwaves through our markets? Thankfully, this is a well-understood problem that we could get ahead of quickly. In fact, the USDA announced that it would release $165 million to aid the effort. As ranchers, we understand there are risks around every corner. This one happens to be a biological risk. I'm grateful to have taken the incentive of this commercial steer project to push me to study the past a little bit more. I also like to say that I appreciate more the resiliency of our ranchers and can understand how small things can turn into big problems if left unaddressed. Fellow exhibitors, will you join me in staying vigilant against threats to our industry? Whether it be biological issues, misinformation about beef production, or public policy issues. We must not let small things turn into costly devastations. Thank you.
Great job, Gabe. You do quite a great job of giving speeches. I think you like it.
Yes, sir.
You seem to really be into it and really enjoy what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about cattle a little bit and talk about, do you like to eat steak?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. So what would be your favorite steak?
It would probably be a ribeye.
Why?
Because it probably, to me, I feel like it's the most high quality or cut, and it has a lot of marbling, and I just like how tender it is, and it's got some good fat on there and good taste.
What would be your least favorite steak? What would you never order?
Well, probably some of the stuff in like the stuff they usually grind up, kind of like chuck or
Yeah, that's right.
roast and stuff.
If you go to a restaurant, what would be your least favorite steak there? One you'd never order.
I'm not really sure. I would maybe say it's a great question, but I'm not sure.
Probably your answer, you just answered it as none. Because you
Yes,
really
sir.
like steak.
Yes, sir, I do.
Great job.
Thank y'all so much for
Good job, Gabe. Okay, Mr. Ethan Hemphill from Coleman County is up.
As a future ranch owner and operator, I believe that the issue of invasive species taking over our grasslands and us maintaining our grasslands is a commonly overlooked issue. Hello, my name is Ethan Hemphill, and today I will be talking to you about invasive species of plants, what they can do to your ranch land, and how we can prevent them from doing so. First off, what are invasive species? Invasive species are plants brought over from other areas of land and put into other regions of land where they are not commonly grown. One of the main problems that they pose to non-native areas of land is they take resources from the native plants. These are things like water, sunlight, and nutrients from the soil. What can we do to prevent this? There are two categories in which we can use to prevent this: chemical and machinery. For your machinery category, you have your things such as excavators, bulldozers, and skid steers. For your bulldozers, these are commonly used for large, flat areas of land where you can work quickly and efficiently to take out a large amount of invasive species. For your skid steers, this would be more used for rougher terrain such as steep hills and narrow pathways. For your chemical category, you have your things such as helicopters, ATVs, and on-foot operations. For your helicopters, this is similar to your bulldozer option, except you would spray chemicals from the helicopter on a wide open area of land where you can use it efficiently and quickly. For your ATV option, this would also be similar to your skid steer option where work in rougher terrain. Also, for your on-foot option, this is generally used in smaller areas of land where you can walk around and pick out invasive species to prevent it from taking over. All these options will depend on what types of situation you're in and how severe the situation is. Thank you.
Ethan, you kept talking about invasive species. Can you be more specific? What species are we talking about here? Talking about mesquites or what?
Yes, sir. So the main species of plant that we fight on our ranch is the honey mesquite tree. And throughout the recent summer, we have rented and bought a skid steer that we use to pick off this tree, mainly the smaller ones that the skid steer can handle. And this has greatly contributed to our workforce.
Ethan, you seem to be like I was when I was younger. I was taught to believe that the mesquite tree was the devil, and we should spend all hours of the day during the summer eliminating it from our ranch.
We believe in the same thing.
Okay, well, since then I've probably changed my mind. Do you think that there are any upsides to having mesquite on your ranch? I'm not saying it should be covered, but I'm saying, do you think every mesquite ought to be eliminated off of that rangeland that you live in there in Coleman County, or do you think there's benefits to keeping it?
Okay, so I see your point. So you don't want to clear out every single mesquite tree in sight because you don't want an extreme flat area of land, because clearing out all those trees would affect the wildlife that live in that area and cause certain species to die out.
Do you think there's any? I agree with that, the wildlife. But Norman and I, we don't argue about it. I agree with him. Most of these NRCS programs that pay for supplementation of elimination of mesquite want you to basically just scalp your land. It's retarded. They want you to go to less than 10% canopy. He thinks we ought to be at about a 30 to 40% canopy. You understand what I mean by canopy?
Yes, sir.
So what other benefits are there to the mesquite tree? There's something unique about it. You ever notice that there's more green grass growing around a mesquite tree than there is maybe out in that bare ground?
Yes, sir.
So why might that be?
I don't know the answer to that question. Sorry.
A mesquite is a legume. What is a legume?
I don't know the answer to that either.
That's fine. That's tough. You go look that up and watch your research on this a little bit. I
will do that.
Next year. All right.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
Good job, Ethan. Okay, let's go to Navarro FFA, Bratton Brown.
Have you ever wondered how the weather can affect cattle? Good afternoon. My name is Brighton Brown, and I am a member of Navarro Junior FFA. Managing cattle in extreme temperatures, whether it is the hottest or coldest time of year, requires planning. Keeping an eye on the weather forecast and developing a plan for days of high or low to extreme temperatures. In the summer, it is the responsibility of the producer to be well prepared for hot weather and ensure the welfare of their herd. This would include forward planning to ensure the farm or range infrastructure provides shaded areas with good ventilation to maximize heat loss. Cattle need to be checked often for signs of heat stress, along with making sure cattle have access to plenty of water. Extreme heat causes significant stress on all cattle. If the weather is very hot outside, a cow will most likely seek shade, reduce feed intake, and spend more time standing. Heat can also increase the cattle respiration rate and heat stress. Signs of heat stress are panting, increased water intake, and loss of appetite. Under these circumstances, the best action a producer could take is the provision of clean, cool water and shade. Making sure water troughs are large enough and designed in such a way that cattle have easy access to water. The number of water points and flow should be increased if a large number of cattle are kept together, also considering the risk of smothering. If insufficient shade is unavailable for livestock, there is a risk of cattle crowding together under the shade, resulting in smothering. To avoid overheating or the risk of smothering cattle, you need shelter alternatives such as constructed shelters, trees with large canopies, shelter belts, or forestry blocks. Producers would also want to avoid handling and transporting the cattle in the hottest parts of the day as early as possible or as late in the evening. Preparing your cattle for severe winter weather is equally critical on the other end of the spectrum. Cattle work to maintain a core body temperature of 101 degrees Fahrenheit during the winter months. The need to maintain their body temperature becomes a challenge and can cause cold stress. Cold stress in cattle is when their body temperature drops because their body's natural metabolic processes plus the insulation provided by a heavy winter coat are not enough to keep them warm. If the cow has a dry, heavy winter coat, she can withstand temperatures below 20 degrees Fahrenheit before feeling any cold stress. There are precautions that a producer can take to avoid cold stress in cattle. Acclimation is a factor for cattle to survive cold winter temperatures. Cattle expected to live outside in the winter should remain outside in the winter to allow them to acclimate to the changing conditions as winter approaches. This will allow the cows to grow thick winter coats and condition their body to cold temperatures. Windbreak is another critical factor for the success of your cattle riding out severe winter weather. Cattle will often seek out windbreak and prioritize getting out of the wind ahead of food and water in severe winter weather. Body condition is another factor to overcome cold temperatures and come into calving season healthy. Cattle with a BCS score of 5 or higher have a good layer of fat that would keep them warm. Leading to the next point of feed. Cattle require more calories to maintain their body condition and stay warm. Last but not least, water. Often forgotten, water is a key element to the health of your cattle. During severe winter weather, water access can be compromised and should be checked daily in the winter months. Without adequate water access, cattle will not eat as much and will lose their body condition. In conclusion, there are challenges producers face at any time of year, spring and fall included. Also, depending on what part of the United States you live in. Obviously, no two situations or circumstances will be exactly alike. Learning how to pay attention to your forecast and your situation adequately is extremely important for your farm or ranch to be a good steward and maximize your bottom line. Thank you for your time.
Good job. And stress is really important on our cattle. In Navarro County, what would you think would be your biggest stress? Heat or cold? Thinking the whole year, what do you think might give your cattle the greatest challenge? Heat stress or cold stress?
I think here in Texas, heat stress would be the main problem because it's really hot and I know it can get really hot. So I think that can cause.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And you did an awesome job. I love your speech. Good luck.
Thank you, Brighton. Let's go to J.C. Christian, Jacksboro FFA.
chose to compete in the San Antonio Commercial Steer Show because it closely correlates to my upbringing and my future aspirations. My passion for beef cattle started at a young age, spending summers in the feed truck and working cattle alongside my grandfather. While some might find it surprising to see a little girl working a cattle chute, for me, it was almost second nature. One question always lingered in my mind when I was little. What happened to the steers from our ranch after we took them to the sale barn? Hi, my name is JC Christian, and I'm representing the Jacksboro FFA chapter. For this competition, I selected Black Angus steers because they represent high-quality carcass traits and excellent intramuscular fat, which contributes to superior marbling and grading. Having access to steers from my family ranch gave me a unique advantage. I got to monitor their growth from the very beginning and select the best candidates. I specifically chose steers that displayed a strong appetite, a mild temperature, and uniformity in size and structure. Since this contest has a required weight limit, I knew that it was going to be important to have steers that consumed feed eagerly to have success. Once I purchased my steers, I began the essential process of vaccination, worming, and implanting. Vaccination is a crucial step in the beef production process because it makes sure that your steers maintain health through the entire feeding period. Implanting is a crucial step because it helps improve weight gain efficiency. I started my feed program with Purina Precon because it aids in immune system development and nutrient restoration after weaning. I transitioned them to a 12% wool developer ration with chopped corn with free-fed coastal hay, which corn plays a key role in beef production by providing high energy levels that enhance marbling, a trait highly sought out for by consumers. I balance it with the developer ration, which incorporates necessary nutrients and forage. As I introduced the feed, I gradually increased the amount by 2 pounds per steer each day until I noticed they were leaving crumbs in the trough, signaling that they were satisfied. Once I determined their optimal intake, I slowly replaced a portion of the mixed feed with corn, eventually achieving a nearly equal ratio. For the majority of my feeding period, my steers consumed 20 pounds of mixed feed to 30 pounds of corn. After 153 days on feed, they achieved an average daily gain of 3.7 pounds per steer. Through this contest, I have gained a deeper understanding of the feeding process in the beef industry. Every detail from selection and health, management to nutrition, and record keeping plays a crucial role in producing high-quality beef. Learning how to properly balance feed for optimal growth while maintaining animal health has given me valuable insight into what it takes to be successful in cattle production. The commercial steer show closely mirrors the real-world beef industry by providing younger generations to hands-on experience to the beef industry. In large-scale feedlots, cattle are raised on high-energy diets, carefully monitored for health, and kept in clean, well-maintained facilities, just as this contest requires. By exposing the next generation of agriculturalists to these industry standards, We help foster a deeper understanding and appreciation of beef production. One of the greatest challenges facing the beef market today is shifting consumer preferences and the rise of plant-based and lab-grown meat. As fewer people understand where their food comes from, misconceptions about the beef industry continue to spread. However, by promoting the truth about beef production, its efficiency, quality, and benefits, we can work to rebuild consumer trust and strengthen the market for future generations. This contest has reinforced my love for the beef industry, and I hope to be part of from years to come. Through proper education and advocacy, I believe we can ensure a bright future for the beef industry, one that continues to feed the world and upholding the highest standards of quality and care. Thank you.
Lacey, you did super. I really like the calves. You picked out a really nice set of calves. I noticed they're both double ear notched.
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get them, and what was the purpose for them being ear notched?
These are homegrown cattle, so these came straight off of our family ranch. They're double ear notched. I think that's just kind of what we'd like to do, and I don't exactly know the answer to that, but that's just something that is probably something we're fond of doing.
Okay. Hey, so you said at the beginning, Jason, you kind of reiterated at the end that this is what you want to do in the future, right? Your aspirations to be in the beef industry. So what career, if you had your ideal career in the beef industry, what would you do?
I know that I want to stay in the beef production side and with business and stuff, but I don't exactly know what avenue to go down yet.
I'm sure you'll find your calling. You did a wonderful job today. I'm proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Casey. Okay, folks, hold on to your hats. This is the other Busby sibling, the less sane, Cade Busby. Come on up, bud.
Have you ever woken up on a humid Texas summer morning, feeling like you're on the verge of passing out? The heat is unbearable, the air is heavy, and breathing is a daily struggle. The last thing you want to do is eat or drink. It feels like a Mack truck is sitting on your chest. That's exactly how these cattle felt in mid-August. The Texas heat had settled in. No rain or drop in temperatures forecasted, and it was time to collect the steers from the cattle broker's yard. Howdy, my name is Cade Busby from Hill County 4-H. Today, I want to discuss the most common and costly disease impacting the American beef cattle industry, bovine respiratory disease. This disease is responsible for 75% of feedlot sickness and 50 to 70% of deaths. The economic losses associated with BRD are staggering, with an estimated $800 to $900 million lost annually due to death, decreased feed efficiency, and treatment expenses. Bovine respiratory disease, other known as BRD, shipping fever, and pneumonia, is most commonly linked to the transport and commingling of recently weaned calves in the feedlots. Another risk factor is extreme weaning conditions. BRD is caused by a combination of three main factors: stress, viruses, and bacteria. The interaction of these stressors and infectious agents causes cattle and feedlots to be more susceptible to the disease. When cattle develop BRD, it leads to a vicious cycle cycle of reduced feed efficiency, lower average daily gains, higher costs due to medical treatment, and ultimately death if not treated quickly. This is why it is our job as cattlemen to do all we can to protect our herds and our pocketbooks. One key prevention strategy is ensuring cattle are in optimal health before transport. This includes vaccinating cattle against common respiratory pathogens, minimizing stress factors such as overcrowding and sudden environmental changes, as stress weakens the immune system and increases susceptibility to disease. Despite our best efforts to prevent BRD in cattle, it doesn't always go as planned. In those cases, we shift from prevention to swift treatment. The first step is to identify affected cattle early, looking for signs such as coughing, nasal discharge, and decreased appetite. Once an animal is diagnosed with BRD, it's essential to administer appropriate antibiotics and antimicrobial treatments as prescribed by a veterinarian. In addition to medication, supportive care such as reducing stress, improving environmental areas, and offering a low-energy ration can aid in the animal's recovery. Regular monitoring of treated cattle is necessary to ensure they are responding well to treatment. Any animal showing signs of worsening should be reevaluated to adjust the treatment plan if needed. When I collected my steers from the broker's yard, they all appeared in good health. It was the stress of transportation, a new environment, and the extreme Texas heat that got them. Within 10 days of having them at my feedlot, I noticed a few of them beginning to cough, having nasal discharge, and holding their heads low. All of this, coupled with a decrease in appetite due to stress. I immediately took action and administered a broad-spectrum antibiotic to the steers showing symptoms. Within 3 days, one of the calves had worsened, so I administered an injection of Draxxin under the direction of my veterinarian. 2 days later, that calf was dead. Talk about a $1,900 loss from the start. With this setback, we reevaluated and gave the entire group of steers a Draxxin injection and offered them an additional feed trough probiotic as we nursed them back to health. Thankfully, I had purchased an additional steer to feed out for my family, and this setback occurred before I had to officially weigh in my steers. Through all of this setback, my steers continued to gain. I'm proud to say that they're finishing out with a 3.41 pound per head per day average daily gain at a cost of $1.27 per pound of gain. Thank you.
Hey, great job. That Texas heat and humidity just feels like that Mack truck. And great job on saving one of the 2 steers, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, if you hadn't jumped into action so quick. So in that regard, we jump in and we do an antibiotic. Is there another treatment that you can do that would also help them to relieve a lot of the fluid and the swelling that they get because of BRD?
As a preventative or a treatment?
As a treatment in that treatment.
Yes, sir. So there are multiple options you could go with. We chose Draxxin because that's what we had on hand for all of our other yearlings. You could for sure go with the Normycin 300, but to ultimately choose what I would go with, I would for sure consult with your veterinarian so you know for sure what you need to go with.
Always good to consult with the experts. Great job. Fantastic.
Way to go, Gabe. Good job. Well, we're going to finish up with Gage Smirkovsky from Fayette County 4-H. Come on up, Gage.
As livestock producers, we all share the common goal of producing healthy, high-quality beef while maintaining efficient and sustainable operations. One of the key ways we can achieve this is by ensuring that our animals receive the right balance of nutrients at the right times. Howdy, my name is Gage Minkowski, and I'm with the Schulenburg 4-H in Schulenburg, Texas. I live on a ranch where we run a cow-calf operation and a small fenced lot. My family has been in the beef business since 1944, so the beef supply chain has been ingrained in me from an early age. From birth to finish, each stage of a beef animal's life has different nutritional needs, and getting this right can make a huge difference in the quality and efficiency of your operation. Let's break it down. In the early stages of a calf's life, nutrition plays a crucial role in building a strong foundation for growth. At birth, calves rely on colostrum from their mothers, which provides essential antibodies. As cattle transition into stockers and yearlings, the focus shifts to maximizing growth. Protein intakes to be moderate, around 12 to 16%, to continue muscle development, while energy from grains and forage helps them gain weight without putting on too much fat. In the finishing stage, the goal is to maximize weight gain and marbling, the intramuscular fat that makes beef tender and flavorful. At this point, cattle need a higher energy diet with a lower percentage of protein, 10 to 12%, and more fat to ensure proper marbling and overall beef quality. In conclusion, knowing the nutritional needs of cattle at each life stage is critical for producing healthy, high-quality beef. By providing the right balance of protein, energy, and fat, producers can ensure healthy growth and optimal beef production. Proper nutrition not only helps cattle reach their full potential, but also drives the success and profitability of your operation. Thank you.
Gage, how many years have you been doing this?
This is my first year.
Your rookie season, how about that? You did a tremendous job for your rookie season. Are you going to be a rancher one day?
I hope so.
That's great. You seem already pretty knowledgeable. Hey, Gage, when you started this year, did you set any goals for yourself?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to hear what your goals were at the beginning of this year, and then I want you to give me a report on whether or not you think you met your goals this year and what you wanted to learn and accomplish in this commercial steer project.
So I really just wanted to try to get the best steer that I could, and I think I did pretty well.
Did you pick the steers out yourself?
Yes, sir.
Well, I thought, Doc and I thought they were two very, very nice cattle. I thought you did a great job selecting them. So
Thank you.
I want you to think about your goals for next year and set them when you're driving home, and then come back here and I'm going to ask you next year if you met them, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm proud of you. Good job today.
Thank you for rounding us out, Gage. What a great day it's been. Let's give all these professors Dr. McAdams, I'm coming to you. If you would share your thoughts with us, please, ma'am.
Well, the speeches just keep getting better and better. I told Trace at one of the breaks I felt like we need a 20-point scale. But thanks to Mark and Ryan, they are able to separate you guys out with these incredibly hard questions. Y'all need to know I do have a PhD in animal science, and I can't tell you how many times I looked at Colin and said, I don't know the answer to that. Truthfully, not even close. So here's what I see, you guys, especially with those of you, there are a bunch of seniors in here. You keep getting better every year. And so I think about, today I thought a lot about what are you guys going to do in the future? And so I would expect out of this group, we're going to see some veterinarians. We're probably going to see some folks that are in animal health or pharmaceutical sales. I would expect to see some ag teachers, maybe some county extension agents. Maybe, who knows what you'll do in animal agriculture, including going into feed yard business or possibly into ranching. But here's what else I see. I see doctors, I see lawyers, I see surgeons, I see a radio personality is right there. What I see for your future, your parents, your grandparents, your ag teachers, your coaches, and all these guys, we all see it. Now, if you go into agriculture, I think it's great. I'd love to keep you all there. But what you need to know is what you're learning through a contest just like this and others is you're preparing yourself for a future in something far beyond agriculture, and you will continue to give back to agriculture because you do that. So how powerful would it be if we end up with an oncologist out of this group, and instead of telling a cancer patient to stop eating beef, you know for a fact that beef is a nutrient-dense product that will be good for them as they're fighting a horrible disease. I see that in all of you. I hope when you look in the mirror tonight, when you go home, you see it too. Your futures are bright because you know how to prepare, you know how to communicate, and every one of you had to display respect for each other, compassion when your friends stumbled, because it happens to every single one of us, and more importantly, you prepared hard to compete at an elite level that puts you on a path to success. I'm constantly amazed at how good of a job you guys do. No matter what you do, you're going to go out and kill it. Congratulations, y'all.
Woo! What an impressive afternoon. All I know is if I could bundle you all up, take you to Washington, D.C. with me, in about 3 or 4 hours, we would solve all the problems that we had. You knew your facts, you knew your figures, you know all of the issues that we're dealing with in the industry. And that's what really impressed me more than anything else. You know, when I was in the 4th grade, I wasn't thinking about screwworms. Just really impressive, the amount of knowledge that you have about the challenges that we're all facing as producers, but more importantly, you're willing to research it, become an expert on it, get up and teach your fellow producers about it. I think that's why this particular program is so incredibly important and successful. Again, congratulations to all of you. You just absolutely nailed it. And now you can really take that last deep breath, wipe the brow, and go enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Mr. Blair, thanks for having me.
Yeah, I mean, every single year, it is indeed an honor just to sit up here and listen to you guys. The amount of talent that God has equipped each and every one of y'all with is just overwhelming, and I'm so very proud of y'all. The cattle, y'all did a great job feeding them. I think Doc and I look back at my book, I think we even gave a set of cattle a prime yield grade 1, both steers, prime 1s, right? And the odds of that is about 1 in 1,000 if y'all are in packing plants. But, you know, there was a good set of cattle here today. And I hope y'all go back and study kind of how your cattle scanned or how we graded them. Or I assume, Trace, eventually they get back the data on how they actually harvest, right? And put all that together, connect the dots, and see, you know, how you did and set goals for next year, right? So, man, I just want to share one last thing with y'all. And the last week or so has been kind of a tough week for us. We lost a young man who's 21 years old that was my wife's nephew this last week. And yesterday was his funeral. And, you know, the Holy Spirit put a prayer on my heart about a month ago. And you know, you wonder why they put certain stuff on your heart. And I realized He put it on my heart for us to figure out how to cope with that. And I think it parallels to a certain degree, maybe a little bit of, you know, our everyday struggles. And you guys are going to go home and y'all are going to have thoughts about, man, I think I did awesome, or man, I did good, but maybe I could have done a little better, right? And maybe it went as good as you wanted to, maybe it didn't. But man, life's a fun ride because of those ups and downs. And I encourage you kids to be resilient, to fight back, and say, I'll get them next time. I trust that, you know, God's plan for me today was what it should have, you know, what it was supposed to be, regardless of what I wanted, even if it didn't go quite your way. So that prayer I want to share with y'all, and I encourage you guys to say it frequently, and in times when you guys are under stress and you're nervous, especially. And that's, God, I need you. God, I trust you. And I trust your will. And most of all, God, I love you. And so what I mean by that, kids, is just trust God and trust the Holy Spirit to just be with you in moments when y'all are nervous in public speaking, that He's by your side and He'll help you prevail, okay? And so I'm so very, very proud of y'all and I love y'all a great deal.
Frank, thank you so much. What an inspiration that is. 32 years ago, at 4 o'clock in the morning, Dr. Miller hosted his first meats judging practice at Texas Tech University. This year, he retired as the winningest collegiate meats judging coach in the history of collegiate meats judging. Congratulations on a super career. 15 national titles. And he still comes and does this with us every year. A mentor to me, an inspiration to me. Dr. Miller, would you close us out?
Well, I think that what we've been talking about here is family, and you guys are an amazing family. And you can look to your right, left, and behind, and you can just sit around and thank God for all the support you have, and that we're all here for one thing, and that's to be able to touch other people by being able to think of them first and to be able to be unselfish in what we do. I know we get here and we want to win, but at the end of the day, like Ryan and Molly and everyone has said, it's not the winning that matters. It's what you did to be able to touch other people. And I love a quote out of my favorite movie: the only thing you can take away is what you gave away while you're here. And I think that each one of you do that. It's the greatest honor to come here to this particular event, to be able to participate and to see each one of you. You guys exemplify that. I feel like that you have a great degree of unselfishness, and I think you'll always win whenever you try to serve other people first and put yourself second. And I think that's the goal. That ought to be the number one goal. And then the last thing is, Ryan just said it, God has a plan. And when Molly talked to you guys about wild things, like you could be an oncologist, he has some idea that's crazy, and all you need to do is listen, because you guys are amazing. I want to say thank you. It's been an honor to be here today. This is the best day of the year. Anytime we get to come listen to you guys. So thank you, Trace. Thank you, San Antonio. And hats off to every one of the parents, grandparents, and anyone who had anything to do with getting you guys here and helping you, because truly it's one of the most amazing events all year. And the most important thing is you can tell that everybody here is pulling for each other. They care for each other. And when you guys are giving those speeches, everybody's rooting for each other. So thanks a lot. Thanks for a wonderful day. And good luck to you guys tonight in the awards.
Thank you, Dr. Miller. Dr. McAdams and I forgot to tell you that she brought Beef Council swag, and she's got it over here behind her at the table. Folks, we got plenty of time. We're going to gather for a little pachanga tonight at 6:30, and we're going to hand out a bunch of fun awards. Between now and then, I need y'all to get your stuff out of the back, kiss your steers goodbye, because they're going to be on a truck before we start that tonight. Yes, sir. Well, yes, they're going to heaven, but not immediately. They're going on a truck first. And that's going to happen here pretty quick. Okay. Is there anybody else got questions about what we need to do between now and then? All right, we're going to be together. Yes. Yeah. Okay, thank you all. What a great day, and we will see you this evening.
Thank you.
And then put some of the
That's a little fast there.
No, I mean, they have been way too fast. I'll give you my contact. What?
Richard.
Is it how many years have you been doing this? 3. Okay. Do you like it? My person sure we started like a little bit today. It was just a little too much. We did the fourth grade year and we did so that's what she's been holding out. She starts next year. She does TCFA meeting every summer. I mean, he loves to speak, but he's going to be separate. They have to put the so like you have like this sale. Yeah, y'all just should. I got you said to me this is like a gift, and if I had to have it look like that, I forgot to tell you somebody told me. So I was like, oh. No, pictures are yeah. I don't know.
Take a bow.
I'll give you a contact. They show enough talent. The wagons are like a double-edged sword. Right there, and then they have 5, 6, 16. Okay, so all go together. We'll be here. Back. She went to help them. Yes, yeah, I was at Target trying to put it together. It was cool. I mean, I just made it work. You don't think about it when you sit there and think about it. And you don't want to show them. But it's just we've turned on you like I do. I'll tell you what's it all. Sorry.
So whenever we came to the county, that was one of my questions was, yeah, I was like, well, we need to do a buyer's gift, and they were like, everybody in the other area was like, what?
She's like, we got to save them out of that again. Is it a belt for you to know?
We asked them questions trying to figure out this graphic. So much writing looks like a kindergarten. You know, and so I'm like,
Oh, yeah. I just saw
I started to do that, but everybody, but that's what we did last year. But I was told not to.
Do it.
I agree.
But
Well, you hey, go, let's go out because he's standing there.
Well, I have it.
Oh, you have it.
But I have a great. They turned it. I don't know that.
So your art teacher, Adam's got her voice never
No,
comes.
they have to. I have the tricks in my. I have a like safety deposit box.
Okay, so we've always done, I guess the other two we used to an extension office.
Well, they changed it where the FFA advisors will our FFA kids.
Okay.
So
Well, Hayden wants to talk through his situation with you for next year, so.
that way they're easier.
Yeah.
It was. We were trying to make it easier on our kids because then we can hunt down who doesn't have their fingerprints.
Yeah.
And when they're at the county extension office, we don't have to have done.
So I'd like to get one done.
No, and that's why they. That right there is. I got to Fraser.
Yeah, I know, it's just this week was.
Yeah, no,
I was like, don't do this, you study.
Yeah, no, I was like.
Okay, Dee, if you'll walk me outside, we'll go find the kids.
Is this yours?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna come out here and let Brandon walk around. Yeah, it's surprising. We, with our county.
Yeah, I have to.
gonna be in one thing.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a hose and everything. Oh no, oh no.
I'll come get it later.
Hey, Dan. You want dinner? Yes, please. What time is it?
See if we can find some backpacks. Y'all are staying here.
No, I got money. No, they come
Oh, but he's got money. Never mind. He's got money.
Oh, right here. Wait, awards start at 7:30.
Here. Oh, there you go. Go ahead.
I'll eat 3 times a day.
I know. It's cold and it's warm and cool and it's cold and wet.
Okay.
Good. How about you? Out of here.
Not quite.
Oh, he's right here.
They moved out all the steers.
Huh?
Do they, like, there any more steers left in the show?
No. They're coming.
There we go.
think it ain't gonna be till about 7 or 8. 5:30. Yep. It says, well, no, it shouldn't. At 7 o'clock, it's going to be 58. Oh, right here. Hey, Kathy, here's your mama.
Well, hello, Mr. Dowson. Hello, brother. Yeah, this is where you walked us through what I started. Hey, JP, would you like to meet your neighbor, Ronnie Dowson? Woo-hoo! Well, I don't know if you know this guy. Ronnie, this is John Mack. So I was telling him we were sitting here late last night waiting on speech kids to get done. And I said, hey, one more thing.
They're finishing their tabulating, getting stuff cleaned up for the
Yeah. What are they hurry up? The show is fantastic. How many kids do they have? 90s? Oh, well, or high 80s, maybe of what show? 30 rookies? I knew and I'm glad timing worked out weather-wise, getting in and out before tonight and tomorrow. I know I'm coming in, we get areas that and then
There's a few big drops, a couple of few times, but the couple was just light rain, but it was still raining. Then you start 10 miles down the road, and I said, "Charlie, how was it dry?" I guess it was like a band was going through and beating up.
A little bit around the garden, had a little bit.
We had to go towards the dollars. This was where it kind of got off, then it came back after we got out of there.
Well, I started to have to chase you down the midway because I should have remembered a while ago happy birthday.
Thank you.
Birthday fun? Hello, Mr. Graber. How are you? Fine. How are you? Hello, sweet lady. How are you?
I am good.
Good. I'm glad to see you.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
I have spent almost every single one of my birthdays out here. Special.
Yeah. She's Valentine's.
Yeah. My groundhog. I'm Valentine's. Your February birthday? Yeah, and we just ran into Debbie because see, her husband's birthday is Sunday is Phil's.
It's 8.
Okay. It's 8. It's 8. Yeah. There's a lot of February birthdays. Okay. A lot of February. Look at February birthdays. I didn't realize you were Valentine's Day. Yeah. I was due Valentine's Day, and my mom likes to give me a hard time because I was late. Very ready for me to come out.
I'll come out wherever you are.
He likes it because it's Mother's Day. He has to remember. And then we put all the locks and got a wedding combination for the year on it, so then he doesn't have to worry about that. I love that. Yeah.
It's like boom all at once. I said, you know, it was bad when we were dating because you want to give her something and it's a birthday, so.
Down the Silver Street. It was a last minute thing. I was calling her. I go 0 to 10 real quick.
I think she had 12.
Oh no. And I called her back with a text message from 911. I said, I don't know. I said, all these years, about 30 years, I have never spent a day, my birthday, my husband's birthday, not only scratching work. I said, you can spend 10 minutes with me. I was illegal. Our phone was just calling. Never had no problem with them, and after that, no, I did not. We had to come to Jesus meeting real quick. Oh my! I'm thinking. everybody can stand together, but. What year was your birthday?
No.
1951. That's my big birthday.
One year somebody made a cake. Yeah, but they said, well, we need to get Bill in here so we can sing happy birthday to him. And they looked around and Charlie made a comment, what was it? Well, when was the last time you seen Bill? Well, he left out of here about 6:20. Don't do it the way I did it.
We have all those kind of stories. But she was the ultimate apologist. She never forgot anybody else. She was too proud to trust Jolene, she had cancer. It took 2 years to live on, and then came back. She still volunteers. Yeah, you know. Yeah, oh yeah, so we got some fun. Yeah, so we get to see them. We go dance in the big event. Yeah, so we get to do They're over. They did. They did. That first the baby stand there. Hey, hi. I'm wonderful. How are you doing? Yep. Yes, we ate. Well, and if I'd have thought you could go away, we would have. Yeah. Okay, what do you got your snow boots tomorrow? Like, don't judge me. I just remember snow here. I know it's not going to snow, but it's just we usually let the leaves do it.
Barnes and Nickel.
Yeah.
One glove.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Go in the office.
Sounds
Are you going to be
great.
back here for 6:30 or you got?
Sure, I'm on my way out, but they're going to be here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're very good.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wish I could. Thank you all so much. Appreciate you guys.
See you next year or before.
Hopefully before.
Cattle raisers will probably see each other.
Oh yeah, I'll be up there in Fort Worth. Yeah. We gotta go from Pleasanton Coast all the way to Fort Worth with me now.
I know. I don't know if I would just tell my wife you'll love her. My kids, you always say, thanks, sir.
Oh, it's gonna be fun. See y'all. Bye, Charlie.
Don't like that little one.
I will. Great to see y'all. Good to see you. Thank y'all for being here. Well, anytime. This one is supposed to be, you know, but we keep trying to get our teachers to do this program. You know. You coming in? Push them your rodeo. Not quite. They're getting pretty close though. All right. We'll see y'all.
With me.
What are we selling? My
I need to like that.
She's supposed to.
Top drawer, little drawers. Second drawer, sorry.
You let down? Oh, it's right in the front, the very first seat, you know. When you get out the way. It's obvious people sitting there, that's it. Yeah, I guess.
save you a spot. That's good. Thank you.
Y'all be careful, the floor's still wet.
Thank you, ma'am.
The floor's still wet.
anybody know if the snails were coming tonight? Does anyone know the snails?
2, testing 1, 2, testing 1, 2. One, two, test, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Woo-hoo. That's the official commercial steer noise. Woo-hoo.
All right, hello everybody. Okay, let's do this. So many generations here. If you are a parent, you competed and you're a parent and you're back, stand up, please. Grandparent, and you've got grandchildren in this. Anybody? Yeah, yes. Thank you. Who's been with us over 15 years? Stand up. You've been a part, you're a sponsor, you're doing this, you're doing that. Okay, 15 years. I forgot, after 15 years it takes longer to get up. Let's try this, 20 years. Okay, wake up front row. 20 years. Yes. Keep standing if you're, let's see, it could be 25 years. Yeah, just keep standing. Yes. All right. Folks, it's the coolest thing, and it just gets cooler and cooler and cooler the way this contest has turned into a family. And so many people keep coming back, and it's just feeding itself. It is just a wonderful thing, and it's not like you're going to go to an auction and get $300,000 for those steers. You're coming back here with all of this hard work to be with this family, to show off your livestock and your skills, and we just really appreciate it. It does us it lasts all year long, those warm fuzzies. It wouldn't be possible without the San Antonio Livestock Exposition. Exposition. It doesn't matter what we call it. The fact is that, thousands and thousands of volunteers, all these working parts that make every place you go into, it's organized, except for the crowds, but it's organized and it's fun, it's educational, it's an extension of the family. And so I do have some special folks I want you to meet in just over the 15, 20, 30 years. Charlie and Phil Raber, lifetime assistant VPs. Please stand up one more time. Charlie, Phil, thank you. Lifetime assistant vice president Adam Lopez. Adam over there, he hides. Nice haircut, buggy. Frontier Club chairman Todd Fleming. Hey there. I'm not going to tell you how long I've known him. All right. Livestock Committee Chairman, Ryan Coble. Terry McFadden, Livestock Committee Vice Chair. Heavy on the vice. I like that, but it's not going to go out over the microphone. Competitive Events Director. Think about every competitive event. Many of you are not just in commercial steer shows. You're in a judging contest or you're in one of the other barns. Controlling all of that madness, Dr. Brian Ferris is at the far side. Brian, look at there. And of course, the competitive events manager right there by him, Morgan Thomas. Hello, Morgan. We get a little closer to home now. And Glenn Perez is the committee that were running the cattle, that were doing this. They were just all over everywhere. There's Glenn, but the committee step out here and be recognized. Everybody I've said to this point, they're here on their vacations to serve you. That's mind-boggling. Okay. All of the results are always gathered. The record book's gone over with a fine-tooth comb over 5 times. And the lead results analyst is at the far side. Please make welcome Erica Sechting. Erica. and her team step out there and play. Co-superintendent commercial steers is Jay Peters. Look at that. He's not going to stand because he doesn't have to. Trace Blair has been our voice ever since the very first one in 1999. He's impacted so many lives. He takes care of the kids during the tough parts. He's just a joker. He's fun, but he is a lawyer. So let's bring him to the microphone right now. Your arena director, Trace Blair.
For I don't know how many years we've been so honored and privileged to have Colin Woodall with us. His position with the NCBA has changed some since he was in Washington, D.C. He is now the Chief Executive Officer of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association. I want you to think about how busy that guy might be. How many people across this nation want his 2 days that he gives us every year? Colin, thank you very much.
You know, every fall, the anticipation sinks in as I'm waiting for a message from Trace on whether or not I'm going to get invited back to be a judge for this great show. And much like all the other volunteers, I also really appreciate the ability to come and take a little vacation and to be a part of what I think is probably the most consequential show in the beef industry. We'll talk about that here in a minute. But I believe in this show, but more importantly, to all of you as competitors, I believe in you. That's why I come. It's because I believe in you. You are the future of this industry. As we talked about a little bit earlier, and you heard Dr. McAdams make her comments, regardless of what career path you happen to go down, you have a tie back to the cattle industry. So whether you are a producer, whether you're a president of the National Cattlemen's Beef Association, whether you're a doctor, whether you're an attorney, everything that you do is going to allow you to help protect us, defend us, and more importantly, promote us. And this competition has given you a superpower that you probably don't realize. Because while all of you were up in front of the audience today, the last thing you were thinking about was a superpower. You were thinking about getting through that speech. And all of you did a fantastic job. Now that you can sit back, take that breath, and reflect, I hope you realize that you do now have a superpower that you probably didn't before. And it's the power to speak in front of people. It's a power that, quite frankly, the majority of American adults either can't or won't do. And you proved today that in front of your peers, you can do that at a professional level. That throughout your career is going to help you influence other people, influence organizations, influence policy, influence business. That's why it is such a superpower. But with all superpower comes a lot of responsibility. Responsibility to make sure that you have the facts, that you know what you're talking about, and that you know what your opposition is talking about, so that way you can craft the message to ensure that you're victorious in the end. And it's wielding that superpower in all that you do in the future that's going to ensure that in another 26 years, there is still a junior commercial steer show in San Antonio. So my charge to all of you as competitors is think about what you learned today. If you have questions on some of the issues that maybe you didn't know about, find the answers, research it, become more of an expert on all various topics that we're dealing with. Think about what worked in the speeches today. Think about what didn't work in the speeches today. And how you take all of that and put it together to further improve your skills to make you that effective communicator that will help us show everybody, your neighbors, other producers, policymakers, and more importantly, the consumer, that we are the best stewards of the air, the land, the water, our cattle, and that our lifestyle, what we do, is worth fighting for. And if all of you do that, then there is no doubt that we will continue to have a strong and viable U.S. cattle and beef industry for years to come. That's why I want to go back to my previous comment. Mr. Mack, Mr. Blair, Mr. Peters, gentlemen, you have put together a tremendous program here. It's one that I think is a true honor to be a part of. I appreciate you inviting me into your house and your program. I hope I can continue to get an invite back. But you guys, seriously, have not only impacted these students, their families, but you've impacted the industry. The industry is better with this program that you have put together. Let me give you a great example. I have a young lady on my staff in our office in Denver, Colorado, who once was a competitor in this competition. And when she came up to be reviewed for hiring, it was an easy choice. Because I knew she had the superpower, and I knew that because of her engagement in this program, that she was the best candidate for the job. So again, great work. Competitors, as I said, I believe in you. Thanks for stepping up and making the effort, because there's any number of things that you could be doing with your time. But you chose to do this. Parents, teachers, county agents, all of you, thanks for your time as well. Working together, we're going to make sure that people are going to continue to have access to what we know is the highest quality, best tasting protein in the world, and that's American beef. Thanks for having me, and God bless you all.
Yeah, we'll see you again a year from today. Heck yeah. Of all the things that I love about this program, there is one thing that I don't love about this program, and that's when our seniors leave us. Seniors that have started with us when they were little bitty, and we're having to look over the top to try to see them, and then they grow up and they become these super fantastic young people, and then they leave us. The cool thing is a lot of them come back, as you saw today with Luke and with McKinley. A lot of them come back, and a lot of them through the years. There's at any given time there are alumni in here, but I hate losing these seniors. And as a tribute to one that's very special to me tonight, I'm going to ask her to do one more favor for me. There's a lot of people in this room that missed the speeches today. Okay? This is not the speech award. This is Trace's ask of a favor to Allie Kelly to come give her speech one more time. Allie's leaving us and going to Texas Tech University, and is going to set that place on fire.
Is that another dozer moving dirt? I wonder if it's for more houses, an apartment complex, maybe it's a new shopping center. My name is Alexandra Kelly, and I stand before you for the final time representing Comal County 4-H. I proudly deliver my last speech as a tribute to my once small hometown. If you've been to New Braunfels recently, you may have noticed that my hometown is booming. When I was born in 2006, the population of New Braunfels was around 49,000. 18 short years later, and we are sitting at around 116,000. Comal County is one of the top 10 fastest growing counties in the country, and Texas is the 4th fastest growing state. I personally love the Lone Star State, but why is everyone else moving to Texas? And where are all of these people gonna live? This modern progress is called urbanization. As cities grow and infrastructure expands, farmland is consumed, putting our agricultural way of life in jeopardy. It seems that farms and ranches are being sold faster than we can even blink to make way for the new residents.
Farms and ranches that my family purchased cattle from just a few years ago have been sold to make way for huge neighborhoods. Truth is, when developers in our area are paying over $100,000 an acre, it's hard for these farmers and ranchers to turn down this life-changing money. But the problem is, once the agricultural land is developed, we lose its acreage and its contribution to the global food supply. Urbanization isn't just about one farmer or one rancher. There is a much larger impact. Everywhere you look, there are new apartment complexes or neighborhoods going in. But you don't see any of these things being torn down to reestablish the farmland. The urbanization of farmland is usually irreversible, and it's something we should all be concerned about. The United States is losing, on average, 1.8 million acres of farmland annually. That's 32 million acres that's been lost in my lifetime. Scary, right? One thing we all know is that the good Lord isn't making any more land. And once it's gone, and we are all going to miss it. Agriculture in the United States is a significant industry. The loss of farmland leads to reduced agricultural output and a reduced food supply. This wouldn't be so concerning if our population wasn't on the rise. The U.S. population is expected to rise from 336 million in 2023 to 373 million in 2053. One thing we all know is that all of these people will need to eat. And without farmers and ranchers, it is going to be hard to feed the world. The agricultural industry in the United States is a $433 billion industry. Texas makes up $24 billion of that. Texas ranks number 1 in total farms and number 1 in total acres of farmland. We also export about $5.8 billion worth of agricultural products to foreign countries. See, Texans aren't just feeding our own, we're feeding the world. The food security that our state provides will be needed for many generations to come. For years, cities have been pushing farmers and ranchers out so that they can urbanize the land. When elected officials lack knowledge of agriculture, they aren't realizing that we need to slow the growth and protect our farmland. Jesus Christ. I lost it, y'all. I said the last sentence before the second sentence. Let me start that over. Okay. For years, cities have been pushing farmers and ranchers out so that they can urbanize the land. When elected officials lack knowledge of agriculture, they aren't looking at the long-term consequences of urbanizing the land. You have to remember, there are still people out there that believe that groceries come from H-E-B and brown milk comes from brown cows. They aren't looking into the future and realize that we need to slow the growth and protect our farmland. It's our job to educate and ultimately protect our food supply. My family and I are proud to play a small role in feeding the world and will continue to advocate as I head to Lubbock in the fall. You heard me right. Texas Tech, here I come. The next time you see me, I will be a proud Red Raider. It has been a privilege to participate in this contest, and I can't thank each of you enough for the opportunities that you have provided me over the years. If there's one thing for sure, I'm gonna miss this.
Thank you, Allie. It is kids like that that make this next thing that I have to do take so much time and take so long to list all of the people that want to have a little part in producing these good kids. First of all, let me thank Julie for all of the work that she does in gathering the contributors and getting their sponsorship dollars. Those sponsorship dollars go back to you, all right? All of the money that we gather as a committee and that we bring in is designed to offset the expenses so that none of you can ever have the excuse, and none of your friends at home can ever have the excuse that, well, we just can't afford to go to San Antonio. That's why your contributors have stepped up. I introduced Charles Eccles today. Charles, I've lost track of you in this big room. Where are you, bud? Charles is in the very back of the room. 26 years ago when we started this show, we needed help. And we went to his uncle, Gerald Eckel, and Gerald said, I want to be a part. And for 26 years, Lissy and Eckel has been our biggest and our longest loyal supporter. Charles, please carry this message back to your entire team. Thank you so very much for all that you do. Capital Farm Credit is not only a sponsor of the show. Bronson Vaughn brings his kids and are in the show. They came yesterday morning and spent 45 minutes with the kids, teaching them about the lending industry and providing them information on the programs that are available to them now through Capital Farm Credit. Capital Farm Credit is going to leave this room tonight after sponsoring our show, and they will be here for the rest of this week sponsoring every market sale that happens in this room for the rest of the week. Where's David Harrison? My good friend David Harrison is here with us. David, thank you and your team so much. Bronson, where are you? Please stand up for us. They're back there. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, and the rest of these folks, I'm going to go through. These are not in any particular order. I'm just going to run through these, and I'm going to give you a brief description about why they want to be a part of this. Tommy Perkins and his family, the Perkins raised two boys in this, and they were here, they were here at the beginning, weren't they? They were here at the very beginning. Chuck and Wendy Manganello had grandkids. They don't have grandkids in the show anymore, but I'll keep reading their name for all these years to come, I'm sure. CoBank is the employer of one of the fathers of one of our former competitors of long, long ago. Dr. Andy Herring. I should stop right here and say one of the things you kids are going to get this sponsorship list in your packet when you leave. Dr. Andy Herring, and all of their addresses are on here, okay? The reason the addresses are on here is I want you to send thank you notes to these contributors, and I want you to make me a pledge. I want you to make me a pledge that you're going to get a big check from the San Antonio Stock Show for your Cavs and for your premium awards and whatever you win tonight. Don't cash that check until you've sent all of your thank you letters. Can I have that pledge from you? And everybody said? Thank you very much. All right, so Dr. Andy Herring is the one who built the test that y'all took last night. He and his department at Texas A&M. Julie not only devotes her time, but also her money and her talents and several of the awards that are on that table. Julie, thank you for that. Justin and Kara Gleghorn. Hope Gleghorn graduated last year, and I did the same thing with her last year as we just did with Allie. They want to be a part now that she's not in the competition. Casey Crom is a former competitor. Kettleman, Rowland, and Westland, they're just friends of mine, and I told them about the competition. They're lawyers here in San Antonio. They've never even come, but their favorite thing to do is pass around those thank you notes that we sent a minute ago. So thank you for doing that. Leslie and Annette Little had kids in the show. McCoy's Building Supply has been a long time. They're in the top 2, 3, 4 of long-time sponsorships. Megan McCoy Jones is my friend. What an outstanding building supply company they have. Cliff Mullinex Cliff Mullinex you'll find in the McCoy's booth at not just this stock show, but every other one in Texas, as well as every high school rodeo finals and junior high rodeo finals. We see Cliff everywhere we go, and McCoy's has been so good to us. They are donating part of the Reserve Champion Prize tonight. Mr. and Ms. Ron Bickers, also grandkids in the show that are no longer here, but we couldn't run them off with a stick. Bo Sanders is W.W. Paul Scales. They're also part of your awards package tonight. Chip Bowers at Crossroads Cattle Company. Chip raised a fine young man in this show. Crossroads has been a sponsor ever since. Jonathan Treptow was one of our competitors. Miss Sarah Franklin, well, she's got a little unimportant job out here called assistant vice president, but she donates her personal money to this show because she loves you. And she can't really even be here because she's been busy. So Sarah, thank you. She was here after the competition today and is off on another duty tonight. John introduced Charlie and Phil Rager a minute ago as lifetime assistant vice presidents. That's not near as important to me as the fact that they're lifetime supporters of this show. In addition to all that they do out here, they are personal supporters of this show. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Ryan Coble, once again, just a little important job as the Livestock Committee Chairman, but Ryan is also a personal supporter. Ryan, thank you. And Ryan's done an outstanding job taking over his role after Sarah moved up. Stavanoa Cattle Company. Where are Leroy and Tina? Are y'all still here with us tonight? Leroy and Tina are here tonight. They were here all day listening to the speeches. They raised Robert and Amelia, and their family are lifetime contributors to the show as well. And appreciate you all so very much. Steve and Margaret Haverla raised a funny good boy in this program and sponsor our speech competition. Steve and Renee Bluda raised a fine young boy that we'll talk about in a little bit. And they are, I expect, lifetime contributors to our show as well. And we just wouldn't do it without them. We just might shut it down if they decided they weren't going to participate anymore. Texas Show Trailers is doing the champion trailer for the grand champion winner. The Brock family raised kids. The Cowley family, that was Mike Cowley, his co-bank that I mentioned earlier, his wife Candace, and their boy Jay Burns. And then Western Livestock Commission, that's the Hale family, and that was they haven't been a part of the program. They haven't had an exhibitor in the program in years. Luke Hale was the one that came today and comes every year just to help. And we're so proud of their participation and so thankful for it. And then my law firm, Wigginson, Rumley, Dunn and Blair. Let's give all of your contributors and your supporters and your sponsors super. I tell you, I know that took me a long time, but what a blessing it is that it takes me that long to tell you how many people want to be a part of your lives. Okay, you want to do awards? Okay, how about awards? All right, let's start with the speech award. It's sponsored by Steve and Margaret Haverly. I have a letter here that was sent to me in 2009 from the grand champion and the grand champion winner and the speech winner. So this is his thank you letter. Says, Mr. Blair, when I was in the 6th grade, my ag teacher, Paul Cook, approached my parents about the possibility of me showing commercial steers next year in either San Antonio or Houston. I wanted to go to Houston because it's just an interview. There ain't no speech there. But my parents said, no, you need to go to San Antonio. Trying to convince me that a speech would not be so bad, Dad showed me a video of previous Hallettsville exhibitors giving their speeches. Bad idea. I went from nervous to terrified and came to the conclusion there was no way I was ever doing that. Mom got home that day, found me determined not to give a speech, and I'm just not gonna do it. Well, 1 week later, they convinced me to at least write a speech and maybe practice it a little bit. They said it'd be good practice for the next year. I managed to get a short, easy speech done. Parents were then saying, why don't you read it to us? Next thing I knew, I was standing right up there where all of you stood today. Flying through sentences that I had said hundreds of times before. And just like that, I was done. I sat down in my chair and was relieved and excited. That was when he was in 7th grade. I got to tell you, his memory of his 7th grade speech is a whole lot better than my memory of his 7th grade speech. It was pretty bad.
It was pretty bad. But then he became a senior, and he won the speech contest. Never gave up. And then he won the whole thing. That was the first year we gave a grand champion trailer. And we have a picture of his mom and his daddy and him standing in front of that grand champion trailer. And they pulled that trailer out of here and went back to Hallettsville. And then they put the Houston Steers in that grand champion trailer and took it to Houston. And then he won a truck. And he pulled that trailer home with the champion Houston truck. And then we lost him. And as long as I hope this mic will honor that boy tonight. So, Steve and Renee, would you join me in handing out the speech awards for the 2025 Commercial Steer Show? Okay, your top speech, and we're going back to woohoo! Sadness is over. Coleman County 4-H, Hadley Hemphill. Way to go, kid. Top speech gets $500 in premium and a pretty plaque with that picture I talked about on it. And so does your top rookie speech. Another $500 and another pretty plaque with the Bluetooth picture on it in honor of Tyler tonight. Fayette County, Mr. Gage Smirkowski. Good job, Gage. All right, so I know that most of you guys think that the speech contest is my favorite part of the contest and my favorite award to give out. Typically, that's true. That's been true for 26 years. It changes tonight. It changes tonight because I get to tell you that the best pin of cattle in this whole competition was Luke Gola of New York. And folks, this is Luke's last official year in the competition. I told him today, I said, I don't know how I can start the speech day without you. So he's going to come back next year, and he's going to start us off again. Thank you. Good job, buddy. All right, let's go to the top record book. Leon County 4-H, Mr. Quanah Dudley gets that one. trying to talk Quanta out of being a lawyer and being a radio, some kind of broadcast something. What an amazing voice the boy has. Oh my goodness. Watching him grow up has been so fun. All right, let's go to the top rookie test. Now, rookie means first year here. Doesn't necessarily mean you're as tall as Gage. This rookie is Oldham County 4-H's Mr. Mason Neely. So when Mason came to us today, he's from Vega, up in the Panhandle. He came to us today and he started his speech. He says, my first and last San Antonio commercial steer speech, because he's a senior. And he decided to come and do our competition, having not grown up in the cattle business, and now he's walking up to get the top rookie award. Isn't that cool? Hey folks, this test that we're talking about here, this is no game. This is no game. This is a big boy and big girl test that Texas A&M's Beef Science Department builds for us. It's super hard. It's super hard. And winning the top test means hours and hours and untold hours of study. And then being able to focus in a 50-question test on some fairly tricky questions. Well, Mr. Ryan Yannick didn't have any problem whooping that test last night. You were good, bud. Come on up. The Rockland County 4-H. While they're taking pictures, I'll just tell you that we still do have the carcass contest that we call the pasture to packer contest. After the cattle get graded, then we'll send results, and the winner of that contest will get a $1,000 reward as well. Okay, your top rookie, overall rookie for the 2025 Commercial Steer Show, Mr. Mason Neely. Come on back up, bud. Good job. He's trying to choose between Oklahoma State and Tech. He said that outside the presence of the Tech presence that was here today. I imagine that we're going to go to work on him about that choice. Okay, that's all the individual awards. Let's go to the placings. Your 10th place exhibitor gets $500 in premium. Mr. Pierce Wilhelm from Ninth place gets $550 in premium money. Mr. Reed Hawkins from the Relative FFA. Eighth place, $600 in premiums. You've already seen her once tonight, Miss Hadley Hemphill from Coleman County 4-H.
Seventh place, $650 in premium money. You've also seen her already tonight, Miss Allie Kelly from Comal County 4-H. Okay, sixth place. We'll send $700 back to Graham with Mr. Brazier Joy. That's another voice right there. Good job today, bud. Fifth place, $750, Hallettsville's Miss Abby Wrestler. And then for this fourth place award, I need to ask Lisa and Justin and Lauren Kangy to come and help us present it. And as they come, I'll tell you why. Because in 2023, a good boy, I mean a good boy, won fourth place. Landon was a girl dad's dream. That's what I am. I'm a girl dad. And I watch these boys from the time they're little bitty. I've watched them. And I can spot a girl dad's dream, and this boy was that. And we lost him too. And so Justin and Lisa and Lauren wanted to do something to memorialize his memory in this contest. And they have come with a $500 reward to give the fourth place contest. This is the second year that we've done it. And it's awfully special that I get to announce that it goes to Ryan Yannick. I know how hard this is for y'all to do. It's still fresh, and I want you to know that it's healing for us that you come, and we hope it's healing for you. We miss that boy. Welcome. Okay, let's go to third place.